Chapter 11. Almost 8 hours later, we finally splashed up onto the beach of aptly named Dugong Island. I was exhausted. Milotic was too. He didn't have the crazy stamina of Arcanine, who wanted to run and exercise constantly. So we both slumped into the sand together, finally free of the ocean. That was fun. But also long. I tell him, earning a tired, mithy thee in return. Yeah. Next time, shorter trips. But we have to do that again. I loved swimming with you, Milotic. I tell him, thanking him for his effort. Even if 8 hours of constant ocean got old around hour 5. Especially since Milotic was pretty bouncy. My stomach hadn't quite rebelled, but I wasn't going to risk eating anything. I returned him to his pokeball to get some rest as I just lay back for a while, enjoying having ground beneath me. Ho! You alive down there? I waved my hand as a voice called out, throwing a thumbs up before letting it slump back into the sand. 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 Hey kid. What are you doing way out here? If you were here to catch a dugong, I get that, but not much else out here. An old man that looked like every scraggly fisherman I had ever met leaned over me. Long story. I tell him tiredly. You don't happen to have a Pokemon Center? Not out here. We do have Cass. She opens her home as an inn when wanderers come through. Come on, I'll show ya. Thanks. I whimper as I get up. My butt was so sore. Arcanine and then Milotic meant I had been riding Pokemon for most of a day. I stood with a wobble and a bit off balance, but I grunted and pushed it away as I followed the old man. I could use a night's rest. So could Milotic. He led me into the small village on the tiny island. Honestly, it was what? Less than 10 buildings in total? The largest was an old mansion home. The old man led me there, heading up the small steps into the front. It had been redecorated, and I could see it was almost like a small inn. A kindly woman sitting at the front desk reading a book looked up at our entrance. Oh, Frank? Cass. Got a young un washed up. Frank. If she washed up, you should be calling the doctor. Ah. I interrupt the woman's obvious shock. I rode my Pokemon here. I wasn't shipwrecked or anything. I was resting on the beach when. Frank? Mr. Frank offered to take me to an inn? Oh, thank our so's. Honestly, Frank, your words have meaning. She hissed at him before shaking her head. Please come in. Let's get you situated. I bet you are hungry? I'm afraid we aren't entirely free. I know you trainers on their journey are used to Pokemon centers. That's fine. I have money. Don't worry about that. Food sounds wonderful, and a room for the night? I wasn't expecting to be out on the ocean so long. I think starting again tomorrow will be best. Motion travel is dangerous riding on a Pokemon. I hope you are being careful? She asked as she began pulling things off a shelf behind her, a key with a little tag along with what looked like some basic linens and towel and the like. The price for a dash. I interrupt and just hand her my trainer card, which she nods, quickly swiping it through a little old-fashioned till. Oh, looks like you are all set. You really should ask for the price first, dearie. You wouldn't want someone to rip you off. I would anywhere else. But little towns like this are filled with good people. I offer with a smile that earns a bright smile in return. Well, aren't you a little charmer? Frank, I got it from here, off you go. Dinner will be ready once I settle our guest in. Right. The older fishman nodded both to Cass and myself before wandering off. Right, forgive me, I forgot everything. Introductions. I'm Kasumi, the proprietress of this little inn. My family owned a fishing business that used this island. The dugong often chase fish right into our nets. Great-great-grandfather loved them. But now I just run the inn out of the old mayor office. Cool. I tell her honestly. Dugong fishing on a little sleepy rock? That actually sounded delightfully sleepy. Small towns like this were the best. Where everyone knew each other and were friends. Or had feuds that lasted generations. Either way, I was led through the old mansion up into a room where Kasumi opened the door with the key. The door does lock, so everything is safe inside. Not that we get much issues with thieves out here. I'll show you to the baths, although it will take a few hours for them to warm up. Unfortunately, the heater isn't what it used to be. Oh, I have a fire Pokemon. Honestly, she would probably enjoy heating up the water. If you show me the heater, she can help. Oh, that's kind of you, dear. She accepted, and I grinned. Putting most of my stuff down, I grabbed Arcanine's ball and followed. She led me to a surprisingly big bath. It almost looked like a hot spring, but it was pretty obvious it was just a facsimile of one. Very hot spring chic. I couldn't help but say as I followed her into the bathroom over the stone flooring towards a door in the back of the room. Oh yes. My grandfather had hoped to turn this island into a resort island. Unfortunately, it isn't exactly warm here. He installed this hot spring bath, but it still never went anywhere. Now it is just a pleasure for everyone that lives here. Honestly, most everyone comes here to bathe, or at least we used to. The heater has been finicky for a while. I suppose there aren't a lot of fire Pokemon in the area either that you could catch to replace it. Oh no. Not a one. She chuckled at that, opening the door leading to a well-sized room that had a large boiler in it. Part of it seemed to be working, but I could see that for the most part the boiler was cold. What's wrong with it? I asked as I looked it over. It didn't look broken. Huh. It's ancient. This boiler was installed before I was ever born. Don't worry about it, I do have the parts needed to at least get it up and running on backorder, but they are old parts. They don't make boilers like this anymore. The woman chuckled, her graying hairs hinted at just how old this monster of metal really was. Alright, where should the fire go? Right here, dearie. She said, pulling open a hatch in the boiler. Just have your Pokemon heat up the water inside, the boiler will take care of the rest. Perfect. You'll want to stand back, my girl is a bit big. Oh? One of those Charizard trainers? I went with Squirtle when I was a girl. Kasumi offered with a chuckle as she backed up, and then I released Arcanine. Woo. She gave a little howl as she stretched out her tail, already wagging. Oh my Arceus! Kasumi gasped in shock as she took in Arcanine, the woman's jaw dropped. Arcanine. Got a bit of training for you. And it would really help me out. Use your flamethrower to heat up the boiler. Let's do some endurance training. Just keep the heat up so it heats the bath out there. Oh, is there a temperature gauge or something for her to keep an eye on? That's an Arcanine. The woman was still gasping as she stared. Yep. I agreed, giving Kasumi a few moments to take it in. You can pet her if you want. She is friendly. As I say that, Arcanine's tail began wagging. Oh my. Which is how Kasumi got so distracted petting Arcanine. Dinner was an hour late. Much to the grumbles of a few old fishermen out in the dining room. But I was nice and warm after a bath, and the food was still good when it was done. The next morning, over a pretty delicious breakfast, I was inundated with questions. How long you had your Arcanine? Couple years. She was a gift from my father. Oh? Your father could give away an Arcanine? He must have retired. Is he some famous battler? No? Papa works for the police, he trains Growlithe. He gave me Growlithe as a guard dog. She was too aggressive for a police dog. So I took her as my second Pokemon. And then, well. Family secret. But Papa has an Arcanine too. I tell them to their astonished looks. Amazing. Hell of a thing. But good. We need more Arcanine. Show those Jotuns what for. Oh, stop it, Bill, the war has been over for years. Another old man grumbled from behind a newspaper. Bah. This war is over. Next war is coming. The old man grumbled. I hope not. I hate the idea of Pokemon in a war. I add with a frown. Then I shrug. Hopefully peace would prevail. So what are you doing so far out in the boonies then, Arcanine girl? Ain't much out here but dugong. Oh. Well, I'm going to explore the storm. I tell them. I wanted to keep it secret, to protect the Dragonite, but hopefully I wouldn't stop here on my way back, or just wouldn't tell them. Then it wouldn't matter. If I did stop here, I could just say I didn't find anything. Oh. Nothing in there. One fisherman said simply. We explored the storm as kids. Nothing interesting. Not even any good Pokemon. The storm drives them all off. Another replies, casually putting a bit of his breakfast into his mouth. Oh yeah, Harold checked from the sky to the ocean floor to see if there was anything interesting. Not a thing. Just a weird storm. Another said. That's when I realized it. I felt a smile crossing my lips. You are all so cute. I couldn't help but admit, causing a bit of a quiet. You're all trying to protect the Dragonite. Girl. Don't know what you are talking about. It's okay. I informed the town. Because honestly, it was nearly the entire town as I waved my hands in front of me. I totally get it. They help people, so we definitely don't want everyone bothering them. I think it's sweet you all keep them secret. Frank, the fisherman that found me yesterday, was looking uncomfortable. We don't bother them, and they have rescued many of us during storms. We do our best to ward away people from getting close. Girl, I'm not going to go throwing pokeballs at them. I swear. I do want to see if any want to join my team. That's it. If all of them refuse, I'll just leave after having a fun adventure. Swear it on your Arcanine. You aren't there to poach them. It was Kasumi who spoke up from behind me as I turned, and then I nodded once. I swear on my Arcanine. I am not here to hurt the Dragonite. I just want to see them and see if any of them want to join me. A breath seemed to go out of the entire town as they took in my words. It took a few moments before Kasumi seemed to nod, taking a seat beside me. We have kept the secret of the island for generations. My great-grandfather didn't settle here to fish. He did it because a Dragonite saved his life. He built the town here to hide them. He started telling everyone that he explored the whole storm, and there was nothing interesting. Kasumi tells me as she settles onto the table. The secret has of course spread to most of the island. Frank offered with a gruff voice. But that's because the Dragonite will rescue anyone who gets shipwrecked or lost at sea. They save us, and then when they get home we all tell them that we know. That they saved us all. We keep them safe. Yeah. Poachers would go crazy over an island filled with Dragonite, Dragonair, and Dratini. I agree. They are basically legends after all. That they are. They are our legends. Kasumi offered, looking me over. A girl with an Arcanine also wants a Dragonite? You certainly have a nose for them. Legends. I guess I do. So yeah, that's why I'm here. To go see the island. Well, we do get people searching for them from time to time. We get enough sightings around here, but I can't say I ever expected to find someone who absolutely knew. How did you know? Kasumi asked, and I could do nothing but smile. Sorry, that's my secret. The old woman huffed at my words. Well, I wish you safe journeys, and I hope you are true to your word, girl. Vicky. Victoria Ferrous, and I am. I will never tell anyone about the island. I swear. The whole room nodded. Seemingly satisfied. An hour later I was suited back up and earning a few more gasps from Milotic as my boy showed off a bit. Mr. Steal Yo Girl was actively stealing the attention of every girl on the island, much to his delight. But soon we were back in the water. With a specific direction from Frank the fisherman about where the storm was so I wouldn't end up off target. And Milotic swam. As we approached the storm reaching from the ocean surface to high in the sky, I grabbed my rebreather and settled my goggles back on my head. Good to go. I call out as I stuff the rebreather in my mouth, and then Milotic goes under. This time for a much longer period. Milotic was almost faster underwater than on the surface as he simply dashed through the ocean. The sky darkening above me meant we were under the surface, but that hardly mattered because below the ocean it was calm. And nothing came close to touching Milotic. A few times Pokemon looked like they might look for a fight. A big Tentacruel noticed us, but by the time he started pursuing, he was left in our bubbles. Extreme speed training had taken a long time for Milotic to get. And he could really only do an approximation underwater. But that still meant he was moving at least a bit faster than a quick attack underwater. It was blazing fast. Although unlike Arcanine, this level of speed was a strain for Milotic. He would need more endurance training. But this being an ocean voyage wasn't a good time for practice. He still did it a little, just to show me he could. Showing off for me as always. Finally, I noticed the light start brightening above me, and as he swam, the ocean floor started rising up. Sand appearing below us. Without even needing a call, Milotic rose up, and then we burst out of the ocean, revealing a lone island in front of me, surrounded in a massive circular storm. Dragonite Island. Home to an entire population of Dragonite, Dragonair, and Dratini. I grinned as I took out my rebreather. Come on Milotic, let's go. Me. Before I even hit the beach, I could already see Dragonite and Dragonair coming to see what was going on. As Milotic settled onto the beach, a few Dragonite were wandering over doing their cute little roar speech greeting as they wandered up. Good morning. I chirped at them as I slipped off Milotic, letting him stretch out a bit and cool down from his dash. Gar. The Dragonite greeted as he. She? I couldn't tell. Looked pretty interested in their new guest. Milotic was actually getting a lot of attention from the Dragonite as more than a few were giving him interested looks. Oh no, Mr. Steelio girl strikes again. Hi. I'm Vicky, that's Milotic. I wanted to come to your island to see if any of you wanted to join me on my Pokemon journey. I tell the first Dragonite, who scratched their head for a moment before shrugging at me. It was so cute, I broke out into giggles. That's okay. I'm not here to force anyone. Just to see. I really like Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite. So I figured if anyone wanted to go and see the world, they could join me. I can promise lots of food. I tell them, earning a sort of ching noise that I took as amusement. It started walking away, before stopping and waving me to follow. Sure. I chirped, turning back to Milotic, but I stopped. He was getting a lot of attention, so I left it at that. Some Dragonair as well were floating over to see what was going on. But I followed after the Dragonite. The tour of the island was full of cute Pokemon. I got to play with a Dratini that was fascinated by my goggles, which I happily planted over his head, earning the cutest little giggle noise from him as he quickly ran off to show the others. Dragonite took me through lots of interesting places. Although mostly it was just dragons. Dragonair tended to settle in small batches to watch Dratini. Dratini wandered all over playing. Dragonite tended to be in twos, which, as I watched and learned from the way they interacted, made me think they were couples. Interesting stuff. So Dragonair raised the Dratini communally, but Dragonite tended to couple. It was a question I couldn't help but ask. So do you tend to stay with one partner, like fall in love and stay together? I asked, and after a few more clarifications, the Dragonite nodded happily. So cute. They had little husbands and wives. Unfortunately, I wasn't a protagonist. So no Dragonair that couldn't fly that I could help them learn Dragon Dance and prove my leadership skills so they would stay with me forever. The Dragonite I spoke to mostly seemed uninterested in leaving. More than happy to just chill out. Dragonite were so chill. Honestly, I think for dragon types, they were the most relaxed. It was pretty cool. Then again, I did remember Iris's Dragonite. That fucking rage dragon that literally had zero chill. Maybe he just didn't have a girlfriend? 'Cause all of these Dragonite were happy couples and total chill. One was literally buried in Dratini that were obviously playing a King of the Dragonite belly game, and despite catching a few twisters from overeager Dratini, he literally continued snoring away. I fell in love, to be honest. That level of don't give a fuck was incredible. Unfortunately, though, none of the Dragonite were interested in joining me, and the few Dragonair that heard me out refused as well. Although I did note they seemed more interested. The Dragonii of course were all excited, but they were pushed away by the Dragonair. I understood, and even gave one of the Dragonair a laugh as Goggles Dragonii returned and made motions to want to become my Pokémon. He was hauled away by what I could only think was his mother not long after. So cute. But I wasn't about to steal someone's kid. Especially since this island was incredibly safe for the dragon family. I could understand not wanting to send your kids out into the wilds. With that, I made a pit stop behind the waterfall to quickly gather up a whole bunch of Dragonii sheddings. They were worth top dollar all over the world. People made boots out of them or something. I would have to do something with those sometime. But as I was grabbing the last ones, I heard an explosion, which had me drop what I had and hurry out. Milotic. As I rushed out, the Dragonite that had been escorting me around was looking towards the beach concerned. That might be my friend. I tell him as I start running, but a moment after they scoop me up without another sound, and suddenly I was airborne. It was amazing. 10 out of 10 Magic Dragon Princess carry. But I didn't get a chance to really enjoy it because holy hell was it fast. In just moments, we were on the other side of the island touching down towards the beach. The beach, that was now much tenser than I had left. Milotic was looking angry as his fins were up showing a threat display, and opposite him was a Dragonair. Doing the same. Worse, was another Dragonair to the side that had the obvious marks of Milotic's tail imprinted on its face. I could see sort of what happened. The Dragonair had attacked Milotic. Milotic defended. The other Dragonair was angry? I just wasn't sure why. Milotic was too lazy to cause a fight. Hey Milotic, what's going on? I call out as I am set back onto my feet on the sand, and I rush forward earning a look from the Dragonair that was causing this, but that was it. Instead, it kept its focus on Milotic, and Milotic, to my shock, called out as well. A warning. To back away. I stopped cold. Milotic? A moment later my escort was beside me and they gently tugged me back a bit until the area around the two Pokémon was safe. A battle was going to happen. I turned to my escort. Hey, what's going on? Milotic wouldn't pick a fight. But it simply shook its head. It looked a little confused. It was obviously trying to explain but didn't have the words. Then two Dragonair came up, bumping me a little to get my attention. Which had Dragonite gore a little in acceptance, as the group enacted a little play for me. First two Dragonair danced together. Then Dragonite came in and did some obvious flirtations with one of the Dragonair. I still wasn't sure about any of the genders, but I put that to the side. The partner of the Dragonair got angry and had a pseudo-fight, and Dragonite won. But then, the Dragonair he was wooing also started a play fight. In the end, Dragonite won, and the Dragonair he had been flirting with was doing a dragon dance with them. Ooh. Oh shit. This is a courtship ritual. I asked, turning to Dragonite to receive a happy nod. Hell. Milotic got some serious game then. He had flirted with a Dragonair that had a partner, and now he was being sized up. If he was good enough for her to choose him. Ouch. That was kinda harsh. But they were dragons. There was a reason they had a reputation for pride. Strength was important to dragons. But it made me realize what was happening. Okay. Thank you for explaining. I offered before stepping forward a moment. Milotic. Don't use ice moves. Show her your strength as a dragon. I called out. Which earned a flap of Milotic's fins as he acknowledged the order. I believe in you. And that was it. I stepped back and settled in the sand as the Pokémon continued to size each other up. There was a certain language being used, a body language between the two as they prepared for battle. I could tell Milotic was serious. Damn, he must really like the look of that Dragonair. He loved attention, but had never shown even any interest in the female Milotic of the flock. I guess my boy liked them exotic. And then in just a moment the battle began. Dragonair let out a howl that sounded like a mix of a lion's roar and a siren singing as she let out a twister. Milotic let out his own. Twister was a move Milotic learned, but we had never practiced it. But he gave it his all. The two dragon forces smashed into each other, and Dragonair's stab was definitely the superior. but when the remnants of the move washed over Milotic, he stood firm. Unblemished. As if my boy would be beaten by a weakened dragon move. And then it was on. The two rushed in. Circling, Dragonair using Dragon Dance, but ending it with Dragon Tail whipping out. But that was the only other dragon-type move Milotic knew. So when his own tail glowed a light blue, which looked rather pretty actually. It didn't matter that Dragonair had stab. The two tails bashed into each other, and I could tell the exact moment Dragonair realized she had bit off more than she could chew. Because Milotic's tail battered, the dragon danced stab attack away, without even slowing down. A static ringing noise echoed out as the two moves hit, and Milotic cried out aloud, "Mee!" as his tail battered the Dragonair away from him. She landed in the sand with a cry as she hit hard before she rose back up. Once more the two Pokémon resumed their standoff, but this time? Well, even I could see the interest of the dragons around me. This had changed from something amusing to something interesting. Dragonite tapped me on the shoulder pointing, and I grinned. I caught Milotic as a Phoeba. I told him. I believe in his beauty, his strength. And we worked together until I helped him evolve. And then? Then I trained him so that no one could ever denounce how special he is. My Arcanine is strong too. Any Dragonite, or Dragonair, or Dratini that joins with me would be able to grow just as much. I tell them, and they nodded a little before turning back to the battle, which had continued. Milotic proving his strength in physical attacks had definitely caused a change in the ritual, because Dragonair was now seeming less aggressive, sending out a few twisters that were pushed back and then ignored as they washed over Milotic. But then Milotic, proving that he was a Chad, took on his own offense. He swirled with water as Water Pulse activated, and blasted off in just a few moments. The very thin move blasted a line in the sand past the Dragonair, kicking up sand for a moment. But not a drop touched her. A warning shot. And then it was on. Twisters began firing, pushed back with Water Pulse, which did manage to push back the attack entirely. Milotic's water pressure training showed an improvement in the move's power, even if it wasn't anything awe-inspiring. But it was enough to prove that he could do damage. That was all it needed to. With the special attacks proven, they started circling each other, and Dragonair, to my surprise, began initiating a dragon dance. It wasn't an offensive move this time, in fact, it was like she was waiting. Milotic Dragon Dance. Do what she does. Use dragon energy, like with Dragon Tail. You can do it. Prove you are just as much a dragon. I yelled out, realizing my boy was floundering. He didn't know Dragon Dance. But Milotic wasn't about to let something like that stop him. He did as I recommended. A few moments later he started following her dance, although I could see it wasn't right. It took a few turns before his tail went that same glowing light blue. Clever boy. He was using the dragon energy from Dragon Tail to try and get the feel of the new move. And slowly, it wasn't perfect. It was rough, and he couldn't really fly too much off the sand. Even if Milotic could float a bit, Dragon Dance activated, and the two came together. Oh my. I covered my eyes. But you're damn right, my fingers split open. My Dragonite Island adventure took a bit of an extended time frame. Instead of just an afternoon, because of Milotic proving himself a manly man, he got the girl, and so the two of them disappeared for a while. I didn't mind. Arcanine was having fun training on the beach, the Dragonite happily taking the challenge Arcanine was giving out, and with Chansey the loser could be healed to battle again. Turns out despite being chill, Dragonite loved to fight. I suppose it made sense if their courtship literally revolved around proving you were the strongest love interest. Arcanine loved the fact that some of the Dragonite also had extreme speed, and so were actually able to keep up with her. And so we spent a few days just hanging out. I didn't mind. Dratini were the cutest of all time. So I spent most of the day playing with baby dragons, while Arcanine trained, and Chansey healed. Everyone was happy. And then on the morning on the third day, as I came out to the beach from a cave I had camped up in, Milotic rushed over and gave me a big eel hug. Ah. I love you too, buddy. Where's your new girlfriend? I asked, only to be answered by her as she called out as she flew down. And then Dragonair was there, landing above the sand. And I jerked back as she swung a tail at me lightly. Oh, she was mad. Milotic wasn't happy either. Me. Dragonair. She snapped, and then the two Pokemon were getting tense. Something was off. Hold up. I call out, getting in between them quickly. Dragonair. It's nice to meet you. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but Milotic is my partner, and I don't want to interrupt your relationship. I'm really happy he found someone he likes. Dragonair made a scoffing noise as she glared. Turning to Milotic, she snapped out a few more lines. Dragonair. Milotic. My boy said simply in absolute denial. Which didn't make Dragonair happy. Wait. I call out again. I think I get it. You want Milotic to stay here with you? Dragonair. She snapped, but it was definitely a yes. I blinked. Milotic? My partner staying? Impossible. He was my partner, but it wasn't just my decision. I turned to Milotic, looked so confused. Milotic. Do you want to stay? I asked, and he hesitated, giving me a shrugging wiggle. But you want to be with her? I nodded. Makes sense. He jumped into a summer fling, and now he was shocked their lives weren't the same. I turned towards Dragonair. Why don't you come with him instead? I came here to see if a dragon wanted to join my team. You are more than welcome to join us on our journey. I asked, and that caused her to jerk a little before denying instantly. A sound of dismissal escaping her as she looked me over. Like, ouch. I'm not good enough, huh? Dragonair. Then let's make it into a match. You like to fight over your relationships, right? I won't give up on Milotic either. He is my partner. So let's have a battle. If I win, you join me. Dragonair drag. It takes me a minute to make out the way she was talking. Oh, I won't use Milotic, that would be weird. I have another Pokemon. If you can beat my other partner, then Milotic will have to. He will have to choose. I can't force him. But it won't matter. You won't win. I tell her, and that did it. She hissed a noise that was definitely unhappy escaping her. That's right. You won't win. And when you lose, you can join me, and I will train you into a monster. You will become legendary. Just like Milotic. I tell her, and despite everything, she jerked a bit at the fervor of my voice, before scoffing, and nodding. Great. Let's go. Thank Arceus for Chansey. Arcanine had been battling a lot in the last few days, but with Chansey and a full night's rest, she wasn't hurt or bothered. She was instead eager to battle some more when I released her. Listening to her howl of challenge, which earned a few Dragonites stirring from their naps. But Dragonair was pissed. After all, I was basically challenging her for her newest lover. But I would be damned before I handed over my partner to anyone. Much less an up-jumped dragon. Arcanine. We have to win this. Milotic is part of our team. So this Dragonair needs to go down. She is resistant against fire moves. I tell her, although considering how many dragons she had fought over the last few days, she probably knew better than I did. And then as both Pokemon settled into the sand, as everything went quiet, I knew the battle would begin soon. A Dragonite stood out from the sand and then roared. As the roar ended, the battle began. Extreme Iron Head. Dragonair retaliated, a blistering twister tore through where Arcanine had been standing a moment before. And then Dragonair was letting out a cry of pain as she was smashed by Arcanine. But this Dragonair wasn't weak. She roared as an aqua tail smashed into Arcanine's side, both Pokemon eating sand from the attack. Shake it off, Arcanine. Hell. Dragonair flinched back from the volume of Arcanine's call, but she began a dragon dance, in return both Pokemon powering up. Arcanine. Extreme Iron Head. Dragonair called out as she heard my call as she started trying to fly up and away, but extreme speed was called that for a reason. The Dragonair barely moved before a dog barreled into her, slamming her into sand. Bite attack. I called an Arcanine bit down dark energy, causing a more powerful damage as her body was bitten. But Dragonair was a dragon. The aqua tail buildup was so fast I didn't get a chance to start yelling to dodge before Arcanine was once more blasted away from Dragonair. I grit my teeth. Water was super effective, even if Dragonair wasn't an amazing physical brawler. It was still hurting my pup. Alright Arcanine. Double team. Not more letting that dragon get a hit in. Bark. And then Arcanine was gone. Practically vanishing as more and more doubles of her appeared as she started running around. A twister was sent out but hit nothing but an afterimage. Iron Tail. I called out, and then Dragonair was crying back into the sand as Arcanine knocked her out of the air. Hold. I called out, and a moment later Arcanine slowed, watching Dragonair struggle to lift herself out of the sand. You're strong. I call out at her heated cry. You even earned the love of Milotic. We don't have to do this. We can work together. Grow strong together. You can stand beside Milotic on the battlefield. Work with him, train with him every day. She denied me, still upset. Fine. Arcanine. Play rough. And as smoke appeared around Dragonair, Arcanine jumped in and suddenly stars appeared as she was whacked around. When it was done, she was unconscious. I fingered a pokeball for a moment but eventually put it away. I didn't want a dragon on my team that hated my existence. We would have to talk this out first. Chapter 12. Pipri? The confused noise had all of us looking towards Dragonair, who had been taking a nap after Chansey healed her. Milotic was curled up around her, so as she awoke, she quickly snuggled closer as she made some questioning noises. Milotic. He offered. I could hear him trying to be kind even if the exact words were lost on me, but Dragonair seemed heartbroken. Nearly crying as she pressed herself against him. Damn, now I feel bad. I wait a moment for her to turn to look around and see me sitting with Arcanine beside me. Dragonair. No, I shook my head. I could tell what that meant right then. It was a disheartened noise. A surrender. I won't capture you. I tell her, earning a jerk from her head as she wonders what is going on. I discussed it with Milotic while you were unconscious. We can set something up to come visit you. It can even be pretty often. Milotic is plenty fast to be able to swim here from Vermilion or something. But I won't capture you. You don't want to come with me, and I'm not in the habit of building a team with Pokemon that don't want to join me. I tell her with a sigh. Dragonair. Of course I want you to come. I tell her, instantly hearing the sound, asking if she wasn't good enough. Listen. If you choose to come with, I would be happy to take you with me. To fight alongside you, to train you to be a legend. I think that's my goal, you know? I started this journey just because it's expected. But I want to make a team of Pokemon that everyone says are legends. A legendary team. But not made up of legendary Pokemon. I want their strength to be something we work on together to build towards. Funny to think that it took me not capturing a Pokemon to get an idea of what I wanted out of this journey. And wait, I'm getting sidetracked. Dragonair. I beat you in a battle. Both of my battle Pokemon defeated you. You may be strong, but you aren't that strong. Not enough to overcome my team. My training. So the question is, do you want to come with? Do you want me to train you? If not, Milotic will come to visit a lot. I'm not cruel. I am super happy Milotic found someone he likes, and I'm glad you like him. She turned away from me, looking up towards Milotic as she snuggles into him for a moment. A quiet few seconds pass. Then she pulled away and untangled herself from Milotic. With a haughty air, she slithered across the sand until she was standing across from me with nothing between us. A moment of silence, and she barked a question. I wasn't sure what it was, but Milotic suddenly stirring in happiness meant it was a good thing. A few moments and Milotic came to my rescue as I tried to work out what was being said. Funnily enough, his charades were worse than I expected. Not having hands I guess will do that, but his spinning into a dragon dance made it click at least a little. She was a dragon, they did all their relationships like this. A battle of sorts. But it was more than that. A discourse. Agreement. If you come with me, you will have to actually be on my team. If you refuse to do anything I say, then it's a no-go. Dragon. Dragonair. Dragonair. She pointed towards Milotic, and I almost snorted, but I got the feeling that was a bad idea. Milotic will be with you. If I ever send Milotic home, because I need to switch out my team. I don't know why I ever would. But you will be with him, and I won't send you away either. Wherever he is. You are. I offer, and earn an accepting trill from that. Then she hesitated and then seemed to stand taller, made herself puff up a bit, and she pointed towards Milotic. It took a few moments before I got it. You want to be able to stand equal to him. You want to grow strong? I will train you hard. You will get the same training as the others. Or even more since you are behind. I promise you, Dragonair. If you join me, you will not be weak. Ever. You will grow equal to any Dragonite that there ever was. I swear that. Dragonair. That was an acceptance, but not a defeat. Now it sounded like a challenge. I reached into my pocket and grabbed one of my premier balls. Dragonair. Join my team, let's become a legend together. She pushed her nose forward and into the pokeball. And then she disappeared in a flash of red light. I breathed out a solid chunk of air as I fell on my butt. That was exhausting. I mutter as I fall back into the sand, more than willing to lay there for a while. Me? Oh right. Here buddy. Let's not keep you away from your girlfriend. I mutter as I release her. With a loud cry, Dragonair appeared and she was quite pleased to then cuddle with Milotic. What a day. Oh right. It was still early morning. Nope. Taking a nap. Pulling my sun hat over my face, I simply plopped in the sand. Waking up a bit later, I was greeted with a sand-colored dog nose, and a cuddly fish with his cutie dragon GF. Man, what a weird group. Chansey was out too, but she had wandered off to play with the Dratini after healing up Dragonair earlier. So she was probably having fun. I guess we should get some training in then. Dragonair. Let's go find Chansey, and then? Then we will show you how Team Legend trains. I say as I sit up wiping sand from my hair. I adjusted my hat without a care to keep the sun off me as I got up. Already Arcanine's tail was wagging up a storm, and Milotic was looking eager to show off for his girlfriend. Chansey was easy to find, a group of Dratini circling her happily as she played with them. Her mothering instincts were pretty strong after all. Chansey. Training time. Dragonair is on the team. Chansey chants. And as always, my pink blob goddess was more than willing to be the force of nature that my team pit themselves against to sharpen them into legends. Dragonair's first meeting with my good Freemy Gravity was a hilarious experience. Chansey had been getting a lot better at using the ability. For almost a year now she had basically used it constantly over and over until she simply couldn't anymore almost every day. If Arcanine and Milotic trained their body every day, Chansey trained this one ability. The old adage of training 1,000 punches once versus training one punch 1,000 times came into play. Gravity was Chansey's best ability, and her healing was getting amazingly solid as well. So as Chansey improved in ability, Arcanine and Milotic had both grown with her. But Dragonair? Well, she ate sand on the deserted section of the beach I had claimed for a spot of introductory training. The force of gravity was a bit too much for the surprised dragon. So this is one of our secrets to our strength. I call out to her. As she slowly rises up from the ground and noticed Arcanine already moving full tilt just as fast as always, Milotic also showing little issue had her slump. It's gonna be tough especially at first, but Chansey is here to heal you and make sure you are healthy as you go through the training. So Dragonair. Are you ready to sweat? I grin almost menacingly as the dragon starts to realize what she was in for. That night, a little fire set up to heat up some food. I couldn't help but feel at peace. My Pokemon were passed out around the fire. Milotic and Dragonair curled up as only two eels could. Arcanine was my backrest, happy in her doggy dreams after a day of exercise. Chansey was there as well, happily helping me cook. As always, she wanted to support the team. It was perfect. Which is why I was sad that I would have to leave. As much as I loved this little island surrounded by cute dragons, I still had things to do. Pokemon to catch, gyms to battle. Plus, Mama and Papa are probably getting worried that I didn't call. It's been a lot longer than I wanted to be out of touch. So tomorrow I would return to civilization. It was almost too bad. This island had a bunch of berry trees that the dragons ate, plus since it was just dragons here, I didn't have to worry about someone stumbling upon my gravity training. Which was a pain, because I couldn't just train anywhere. I sighed, grabbing my ladle out of the pot, and started parting out bowls for everyone. Arcanine was already perking up in her little dream to get some. Heavy training meant heavy hunger. Ugh. I would have a long swim tomorrow. Considering Milotic knew how to get back to Vermilion, we didn't bother to stop back on Dugong Island. As much as I might want to. I wanted to get to a Pokemon Center to call Mama and Papa. And since this time we were a bit more on point for where we needed to go, it didn't take nearly as long. Although it was still a good 6 hours of swimming to once more come into the Vermilion Harbor. Once more taking a few minutes on the rough rocks of the beach, I finally hauled myself through town and ended up tiredly dragging my feet as I entered the Pokemon Center. Hi Nurse Joy. Can I get a room? Welcome to the Pokemon Center. Are you alright? Just tired. I was in the ocean for hours. I yawn out, groaning a bit as I rub my butt. My butt hurts. Of course. Shall I look after your Pokemon? Please. We all went through an adventure, we could probably use a checkup even if I do have Chansey with me. Oh, you have a Chansey? That's so nice. I'll give them all a nice checkup. I throw a thumbs up as I wander off to the rooms and crash for a bit. I would need to change out of the wetsuit, but for now, all I wanted was to lay flat for a while. Hi Mama. I called out as soon as the video phone connected, earning a look of relief from Mama. Vicky. You had us all worried, girl. Did you get lost? You should have been in Cerulean days ago. No, not lost. I went on a bit of an adventure. Milotic and I went out onto the ocean. I was looking for something. Anyways. I'm okay. Sorry I took so long. Well, Milotic sort of found himself a girlfriend, and that took a few days for them to get settled in and everything. I tell her, finger quoting as I said settled in. Oh. Mama looks a little surprised, before laughing a bit. Of course I should have expected this. You found a wild Milotic? Huh? Oh no, worse. Milotic totally impressed a Dragonair. I tell Mama, whispering the name of the dragon and looking around a bit to make sure no one was around. Thankfully the Pokemon Center was empty. I could see Mama slowly come to the realization of what I had just said. Vicky. Did you find a Dragonair? Yeah. Well. It's a long story. Next time I'm home I'll tell you the whole thing. But yeah, Well, I managed to convince the Dragonair that if she wanted to stay with Milotic, she had to join my team. So I have a Dragonair now too. Mama made a broken noise in her throat for a moment. Victoria. How did you even find a Dragonair? Those things are almost myth. If not for that Blackthorn clan in Johto, we wouldn't even be sure they are real. I know, Mama. Sorry. But they are pretty cool. Dragonair and Milotic had this battle for him to prove he was worthy of being with her, and he impressed her. Now they are totally dating. It's super cute how they cuddle together. Oh my. Vicky. They may not be compatible with each other. That could end badly. Pokemon sometimes will match with each other out of species, and it doesn't often go well. Huh? Oh, you mean eggs? They can make eggs. I stopped myself from saying egg groups. That idea didn't really exist, I remember. Most of the time it was determined through experimentation if Pokemon could mate. But I already knew they were incredibly compatible. I mean, both shared the exact same 2 egg groups. Dragon and water one. They might as well be cousin species in some ways. I think it'll be okay, I finally say, earning a concerned look from Mama. Then she sighed. I'll reach out to grandmother. Tell her what you did. Those Pokemon are on the conservation list too, you know. She muttered tiredly at me. Which I couldn't do anything but flush a little and rub the back of my head. Oops. No, don't feel bad. You are supposed to go out and find rare Pokemon, you are on your journey. Let us adults handle the adult issue. I'm proud of you, Vicky. Arceus knows whatever luck you are running on doesn't come from me or your father. But I'm proud of you. I flush, completely compliments. My weakness. Thanks, Mama. I shuffle quietly, embarrassed at her earnest words. A quiet laugh is all I get in return. Since you can't tell me everything, just make sure you do your best to let us know if you are going to be out of contact for so long, okay? I worry. Oh, of course. We ended up chatting for another while. Mama mostly asking me how I was, if I was eating enough, and all the things a worried parent might ask. But eventually the call had to end. I was back in my comfortable clothes, with my hat on my head, and I was ready to get back on Arcanine and run for another hour or two to get to Cerulean. Ugh, here are your Pokemon. They all look healthy and happy. Your newest catch was quite energetic as well, but she calmed down when she saw my Chansey. Thanks. Yeah, I'm still working with her. Well, it was my pleasure. I don't get to interact with such rare Pokemon very often. Nurse Joy whispers as she hands me my Pokeballs. I simply give her a grin in return. With that I marched out of the Pokemon Center, stretching in the afternoon sunlight. I wanted to reach Cerulean before I had to sleep, but I also wanted to give Dragonair some more training. Once she started to get used to the gravity training, she seemed all for it. Dragons liked growing stronger after all. I enjoyed the quiet walk up the main street of Vermilion as I headed north. I stopped at a few shops on the way, gathering some more food, as the 5 days were a bit longer than I expected to go without a restock. But after I bought even more food as I wanted to make sure I had the right poke food for Dragonair. If she was going to train hard, I wanted to make sure she was healthy and enjoyed her food. Working really hard just to eat horrible food? I couldn't imagine that. So with that I headed out of Vermilion. Once we were in the clear, I released Arcanine, attached her saddle, and headed north. The rolling forested hills that lay between Vermilion and Cerulean were pretty to look at, if Sammy after a while, but I had left my goggles back on Dragonite Island. Dratini had loved them too much, and I realized only as I pushed my face into Arcanine's furry mane that I had forgotten to buy new ones. Oh well. At least Cerulean was known for water trainers, I would pick up some new goggles there. A half hour into the run, I had Arcanine pull off into a clearing a good bit away from the road. I sent her to look around to make sure there weren't any trainers around before I pulled out the rest of my team. Okay guys. You all know what to work on, Milotic, let's get that pressure up. Dragonair. Physical training for you. Let's get you nice and fit. I call out, earning a trill from my eel and a nod from my dragon. Dragonair was unable to fly, of course, as gravity specifically stopped that. So instead, I had her practicing a quick attack equivalent. Working on moving under the heavy gravity to increase her speed. She was determined. Sort of like Arcanine in a noodle body. Milotic would often get distracted because of her training, the Chad would stop to watch. He was so in love it was hilarious. I was glad we managed to settle everything. Fortunately, my team was pretty self-sufficient except for when I had to remind Milotic to keep training. Once Arcanine came back, she was more than happy to jump into training without a word, which gave me plenty of time to work with Dragonair. It seemed to help as my attention on her seemed to help her relax, especially when my orders seemed to help. I even gave her a brief on how we would train Iron Tail once she got her fitness up. We spent a few hours training until Dragonair was getting too tired to recover from Chansey's healing. When we stopped, I had been making lunch during the last bit of the training. And with my Pokemon tired and full, I let them nap as I joined them relaxing for a bit. Arcanine would be good for another run soon. Chansey healing was super strong, but I still didn't want to overwork Arcanine. Walking into Cerulean as the sun was setting, I made my way towards the Pokemon Center. Thanks to my map, I knew how to get to it. So despite only passing through Cerulean before, I wasn't worried about getting lost. Wandering through the town of water was an interesting experience. Lots of canals and rivers ran through the city, another sign of their pride in their water-type Pokemon. It was pretty, that was for sure. Entering the Pokemon Center, the first thing I did was speak with Nurse Joy to see if Kenta or Ivy had made it here yet. Oh? Yes, Ivy Vinewood left a message for Victoria Ferrous. But she is still in town, so you should be able to wait here for her. I know she was planning on coming back tonight. I smiled and thanked Nurse Joy as I decided to make a call. Papa would be nice to hear from, since it was late enough, he should be off work. Halfway through my conversation with Papa about how everything has been going, I hear a cry behind me. Vicky, a voice called out and slammed into my back as small arms wrapped around me in a strong hug. Ivy. I giggle as she sticks to me like a leech. Where were you? You said you would only be a day or two. Sorry. Hey Papa Kent dash. Trouble. Focus on your friend. Just call me again soon. Proud of you. He ended the call with a smile, and I couldn't help but turn a little red at that. What is it with my parents hitting me with the proud of you card? Unfair. Bullying. Oh, Ivy? Is this your friend? A voice behind me called out, and I turned only to still for a minute. Because there standing in front of me was Brock, Misty, and Ash motherfucking Ketchum. Yeah. This is Vicky. She is amazing. We split up after Brock's gym. Heh, I remember. Nice to see you again, Victoria. Brock, I shook my head. Not the time to freak out. I see you started a Jamry. Yeah. He offered with a happy smile. That was nice. Ash, this is the girl I told you about. The one that fought my best team and won. Just before you. See, she has about as many badges as you, but is way stronger. Brock offers, but is ignored. Wah. She doesn't look like much. I'm Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town. And I have 2 badges. He offers with a smirk, showing off the inside of his jacket that had the Boulder and Cascade badge. Victoria Ferrous of Viridian City. I reply, pulling out my bag. I open it and pull out my badge case. I only have the Boulder badge. I offered, although I noticed that his Boulder badge looked different than mine. Huh. Mine had an extra little mark on it that his didn't. See Brock? I already have 2, and she only has 1. Hey, let's have a battle. I heard you're strong. Pika. Pie. I turned to Pikachu and I couldn't help but melt a little. He was so chubby. What a cutie. I couldn't help but say, ignoring Ash for a moment while I tried to process as I offered my hand for scratches to the rat, which he hesitated a moment before bending forward since I didn't invade his space and got to scratch his puffy cheeks. I forgot how chubby Pikachu was back in the beginning. Hey. I challenged you to a battle. Ash interrupted and I sighed. I was standing right in front of his glaring eyes, and I nodded. All right. Trainers should battle if challenged. I agree. Ash gave a confident smirk as he nodded. Come on, there is a battle space behind the Pokemon Center, he eagerly called out, already running ahead. I couldn't help but turn to Brock, giving him a quirked eyebrow. No warning for your pal? He already got it. It will be good for him to be reminded that there are strong trainers out there. Those badges aren't a sign of anything. Brock sighed. Try not to hurt his Pokemon too much. I won't. I don't punish Pokemon for trainer stubbornness. I tell him as I check my belt. Making sure I had my Pokemon before nodding. Walking out with a quiet Ivy and Brock and Misty following. I literally felt my skin prickle. So I was in the anime timeline. It was so weird, but I followed along. Battling Ash, huh? Well, let's see if he can keep up. Pikachu wasn't the monster it would become later on, and Ash? Well, he was pretty much getting by on luck and some of his Pokémon being strong right about now. Behind the Pokémon Center was a battling area marked out and ready, and Ash was already on the other side practically vibrating as he was waiting for me. Alright. I call out, standard battle rules? Yes. Ash replied. Pikachu, I choose you. Well then. I guess I'll have to go with Milotic. I called out and my partner appeared, earning a loud gasp from Misty at the rare water type. Although Ash didn't seem to know anything about them. Pulling out an actual paper Pokédex to my surprise, and started flipping pages. Ash. You won't find a Milotic in a Kanto Pokédex. They don't live here. Milotic is a water-type Pokémon. Misty interrupted, stopping Ash from wasting any further time as he nodded. Fine. I just beat a water-type gym. We can handle this. Very well. I offered with a nod. Battle begin. Brock called out and we started. Pikachu. Thundershock. Pika. Choo. Thunder Rod. I called out, smiling as Milotic's tail turned white from Iron Tail as he pushed it into the ground in front of him. This was the culmination of why training Iron Tail had been so important for my team. A steel move that would act like a lightning rod, redirecting the lightning damage through the steel and into the earth. We hadn't gotten much practice, in fact up until now I wasn't even sure if it would work. I hadn't had any Pokémon with electric moves until Dragonair, who is Thunder Wave, after all. But I was confident. Pokémon moves were magic, but it should work. And as Pikachu's Thunder Shock hits Milotic, I could see him wince a little, but nothing like what an electric attack would normally do. What? Misty gasps in shock at the outcome, but I ignore the peanut gallery as they talk about what just happened. Milotic. Water Pulse. Mei. The sound of water cutting through the air echoed as it blasted out. It still wasn't that much stronger than it had been against Brock. But Brock also was facing me with Pokémon with years of training and experience. Pikachu tried to dodge, but Milotic was used to facing Arcanine in practice bouts. Pikachu was quick, but he wasn't extreme. Water Pulse slammed into the retreating mouse and hammered it all the way across the arena until it landed in front of Ash. Pai. I could hear faintly as Pikachu picked itself up and shook the water off, but I could tell, and so could Ash, that the hit wasn't gentle. Pikachu. That. Quick attack this time. Go around him. Paika. The little rat called out, causing a white aura to surround him as he charged in, and was immediately met with an Iron Tail acting like a wall. Pika's quick attack might as well have been moving at a brisk walk compared to extreme speed. The rat managed to dodge away with a cry, but it was obvious his quick attack had failed, the white aura disappearing. Hit him with a Thunder Shock again. Just don't let up. Thunder Rod. The sparkling thunder was bright and powerful, but almost all of it simply soaked back into the ground since Milotic was floating and all the energy went straight through his tail. Milotic. Iron Tail. Mai. And Milotic moved. Much faster than the startled Pikachu that was panting after its massive electric release expected, because a moment later Pikachu was batted away with a small dong as Milotic's fan-like tail swatted the mouse. This time it was obvious Pikachu was done. What? Ash gasped, unable to understand what was going on. But Pikachu hit. Your Pokémon didn't take any damage. But the moment Pikachu didn't get back up, that was his whole focus, running up to his Pokémon with a cry of Pikachu. Chansey. I call out, releasing my girl. Chansey, help out that Pikachu. I called out and she danced over towards Ash, who had jerked at her appearance, but a few moments later Pikachu was looking much better after a heal pulse. Chansey Chance. Pai Pika. The two Pokémon spoke to each other. Hey Ash. We aren't finished, are we? I ask, and he looks up and shakes his head. No way. If Pikachu won't work, then I still have the rest of my team. I nodded. And then he returned to the battle circuit, Chansey wandering over to the others, patting Ivy on the head and greeting, "Bulbasaur." And Bulbasaur came out. I could tell instantly, he was a lot stronger than Ivys. Probably a good year or so older and with a lot more battling experience. Another type advantage. But it won't matter, I told him, and Ash scowled. "Bulbasaur. Razor Leaf. Milotic, Iron Tail, and parry them away." The two moves met in a flurry, Milotic's tail acting like a shield, blocking the leaves and stopping them cold with seemingly little to no damage. Fine. Bulbasaur. Leech Seed. Surf. Knock the seeds away. Mei. The two moves met, and while Milotic was still not the strongest with special attacks, it did its job. The seeds never managed to reach as they were pushed away with water pressure. Ack. Ash scowled as his move failed again. Even if Bulbasaur, I could tell, was only getting more serious. Good. Vine Whip. Like Ivy showed us. Get above it and keep up with Razor Leaf. Ash called out, and I nearly whistled as Bulbasaur started using Ivy's 3D maneuvers, pulling itself into the air on its vines and beginning to attack from awkward angles. Ice Beam. Freeze one of the vines. I called out, and despite Milotic taking a few razor leaves, his attack worked, hitting a light pole that Bulbasaur was using and freezing the vine solid to the metal, earning a cry of pain from Bulbasaur and stopping him from being able to move. Instead, he was stuck hanging. Bulbasaur. Hey Ash. Recall Bulbasaur. He can't get out of that on his own like this. I call out, seeing Bulbasaur try and fail to break the ice from his trapped vine. Ash hesitates, but after a moment he nods. Bulbasaur, return. Thankfully the return brings the vine with, and the ice is left as a sculpture hanging from the pole. I think that's enough. I call out even as Ash goes to grab another Pokeball. I step away from the battle space for trainers and walk up to Milotic, patting his head and telling him he was amazing as I walk up to Ash. I still have Pokemon. I know. But you should know when to say enough is enough. Can any of your Pokemon beat Milotic? Can they beat the rest of my team as well? I ask, and he hesitates. There isn't any shame in not putting your Pokemon into pointless battles, Ash. You have potential. Don't get stuck in thinking every battle needs to be fought to the bitter end. I tell him, because honestly, if his Pokemon with super effective moves against Milotic couldn't even start to bring him down, nothing Ash had left could win. He lowers his head and nods quietly without a word. He takes his Pikachu and runs off. Yeah, I know that feeling. I feel kinda bad. I muttered, but Brock was suddenly there. Don't be. Ash wants to be a Pokemon master. That means losses. It means hitting walls and having to learn to overcome them. He offers a smile, and I return it. I'm surprised you didn't teach him that then. Your Pokemon could have taken out his team. Brock looks a little embarrassed. I left them all at home. My dad took over the gym, so he needed the gym Pokemon, including my main team. I only took a few that I knew wouldn't be missed. I wanted to train a new team anyways. He offered with a shrug, and I nodded. Wow. Misty whispered word had me turn from Brock as she approached Milotic, who was being checked out by Chansey despite not really being hurt. Milotic. She whispered, stepping closer, catching his eye. Me? Sorry, I've just never seen a Milotic before. You're really beautiful. Me? Milotic. Oh, I'm handsome, you're very handsome. She corrected herself at Milotic's whining tone, but that was fine, he perked up with that. Milotic is pretty awesome. I say, breaking away from Brock for a moment to join Misty at Milotic's side. Yeah. Where did you even find him? She asked, but I shook my head. Family secret. She groaned at that, which made me chuckle. Yeah, I get that. You did great, buddy. I'm really impressed with how you handled that fight. I tell him, earning a purring call as he nuzzled me, wanting attention. Do you think Ash is going to be okay? Ivy asked, having been looking towards the Pokemon Center since he ran off. I think Ash will be okay. Misty offered simply. He shouldn't have such a big head anyways. I think you are just upset that he beat you. Brock offered, which had Misty turning on him instantly. The match was interrupted and I was about to win, not him. I chuckled at their bickering. I returned Chansey and Milotic and walked over to Ivy. Come on, let's head inside. I want to hear all about your adventure. I tell her, earning a bright smile as she nodded, standing tall and looking proud. I made it all the way to Cerulean on my own. She says proudly, which earns her a pat on the head. Great job. I knew you could do it. I say, earning a flush. Well, I didn't make it all the way alone. I met up with Brock, Misty, and Ash in MT Moon. There were these people putting up lights through all the tunnels, and it was causing the Pokémon to freak out. Chapter 13. Clefairy. Ivy's new Pokémon chanted as Chansey looked her over. Huh. Clefairy can be pretty hard to catch, good job, Ivy. I didn't do anything. I just got lucky. We fell into a pitfall that those Team Rocket people had dug and Clefairy was in there. We helped each other so. Luck is a skill too. I tease with a grin. Still cool. Clefairy are neat, they have a lot of really useful moves. Anyway, that's how I met Clefairy, and then I traveled with Brock, Misty, and Ash. I'm glad you found a good adventure. I told her with a thumbs up that had her blushing. Have you seen Kenta? No. I called him though, he is still in pewter. Apparently he has been training hard with Squirtle, and he caught a Pidgey that he wants to train. Awesome. I'll have to give him a call. Well? She asked me, earning a confused look. Well, what? Ugh. Vicky. How about your adventure? You went off on your own to capture a Pokémon, right? What happened? Oh. Right. Well. I traveled to Vermilion, bought some motion gear, and traveled on Milotic for a long time. In the end, Milotic got some interest from my newest Pokémon, and they battled it out in a courtship ritual. Then we had a whole thing, because she wanted Milotic to stay with her, but I was like, no way. And so we had a battle with Arcanine. Arcanine won, and then after we had a talk I told her she could come with us instead. Eventually, she agreed, so I captured her, and we started her training. She seems happy. Ugh, you're the worst. What Pokémon did you capture? Ivy called out as she reached over to start poking me, earning some giggles as I was ticklish. Okay, I surrender. I was just teasing. I quickly grabbed Dragonair's Pokeball. We were in the Pokémon Center's rec room, along with Ash and his group, but thankfully it was quiet otherwise. As I swiftly released Dragonair. She cried out, looking around for a moment, before her wing ears lowered. Alright. She was probably thinking Milotic would be out. Hey Dragonair. This is my friend Ivy. She will likely be traveling with us a lot. I just wanted to introduce you. Let me go ahead and release Milotic as well, you can spend some time together. I tell her, earning a perked up ear wings as I release my boy, and the two swiftly began swirling around each other. Oh. The loud shout from the other side of the room caught my attention as Misty stood up and rushed over. Oh. The redhead repeated, watching as my two Pokémon cuddled. You have a Dragonair as well. Yeah, we just caught her. She basically fell for my Milotic's manly charms. He totally flirted with her, and then well. He proved he was strong enough to be her partner. Oh my gosh. They are such a cute couple. Misty nearly squealed as she looked them over. The redhead joining Ivy and I on the couch. Wow, Vicky. You found a Dragonair. That's... Well, actually. That is about normal for the legendary trainer, I guess. Ivy said after a bit. But... Don't call me that embarrassing name. Legendary trainer? Misty asked, although barely tore her eyes away from the cuddling eels. Yeah, Vicky had Milotic for years now, but she also has an Arcanine. She was the strongest battler in school, and she had legendary Pokémon, so kids from other classes started calling her the legendary trainer. Aw, that's cute. It's embarrassing, I hissed, but Ivy and Misty both just giggled at me. Anyway, I still need to challenge the cerulean gym. Have you battled it yet, Ivy? No. The gym is. My sisters are having some trouble handling the influx of trainers. Misty offered and I nodded. Gotcha. So I guess they are pretty backed up then. What, nothing? I'm one of the cerulean sisters, and you say nothing? Misty asks, and I blink. Is it that big a deal? I mean, Brock is literally the pewter gym leader. Huh. Most people react a lot more strongly once they learn that. Fame is kinda rough, huh? Yeah, not really my thing. Although I will admit the mermaid outfits you use in your sets are pretty cool. Are those a custom job or do you buy them somewhere? Swimming through the ocean as a mermaid. I mean, that just sounds awesome. Custom jobs. Sorry. Misty offered. Ivy laughed at my pout. Although if you wanted to trade your Milotic. Not a chance. I cut that off instantly with a glare. None of my Milotic are for sale. Misty nodded for a moment before blinking and looking shocked. Wait. You have more than one. Oh yeah, Vicky's family has a flock of them at Viridian City. Although all of them are Vicky's. You. Misty looked like she wanted to say something but her voice was gone. I threw up a hand. You are the Milotic farmer. I've been trying to reach out for years. Every call, every letter, nothing. My sisters and I have been going crazy. Sorry. Family secret. And they are under the protection of the Pokemon Association. So we aren't really looking or willing to trade. Misty let out a plaintive groan before seeming to come back to herself. Fine. I'll just have to find one myself. I hope you do. I offer and she grins. Alright, I'm going to go to Cerulean Gym to try and get a battle date. Come on, lovebirds. Time to go. I call out to Dragonair and Milotic, earning Pokemon pouts from both. Sorry, but I swiftly returned them and headed out. I'll come with. I want to check my match schedule as well. Ivy chirped as she jumped to her feet. We are going to be heading out towards Vermilion. Ivy, it was nice traveling with you. Brock called out and Ivy did a little bow towards him in thanks. Ash was still quiet as we left. Oh well. We headed over to the gym and the receptionist outside took my information. Unfortunately, they weren't kidding. Due to the injuries of their Pokemon ready for battle. The Cerulean Gym had a wait list almost a week long. Ugh. Yeah. Ivy muttered her match was scheduled for 5 days from now. This is crazy. The journey period just started. How can they already have a week-long wait? Unfortunately, we had a trainer come through that was overly aggressive. A voice spoke up behind us. Daisy, Cerulean Gym leader. Nice to meet you. Victoria Ferrous of Viridian City. Nice to meet you. Your Pokemon are injured? Can the Pokemon Center not help? Of course. But the Cerulean Center is already understaffed. An unfortunate coincidence. There was a Pokemon Center. Oh, it was in Viridian City actually, that got blown up. Most of the extra Chanseys in Kanto were transferred to help. That makes sense. I muttered, realizing that Ash had probably blown up the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy had better be okay. I would be super pissed if she was injured. I have an idea then. I offer with a smirk. I have a Chansey on my team. If we heal your Pokemon, have a battle with me and Ivy, and afterwards Chansey will do her best to heal your team so you won't have to wait a full week for gym challenges. The blonde gym leader seemed to consider it, humming to herself as she poked her lips with a finger. I think that's fair. Good. In that case. Let's have Ivy go first. Wah. Vicky? It's okay. She has one badge, so let's heal the Pokemon you would use against that first. Alright. Let me get my sisters. That was anticlimactic. I muttered. I now had a Cascade badge in my badge case. I had battled a Gyarados that the sisters had with Milotic, but it hadn't really been a fight. Gyarados was powerful, angry. But Daisy could barely control him. In the end, it hadn't taken me long to ice him into a loss, and the gym leader had surrendered then. Gyarados was their strongest Pokemon. Well, at least we aren't stuck here for an entire week. Ivy offers, and I laugh at that. Fair enough. Yeah. Come on, I want to get out of here before the sisters try to drag me back in to steal Milotic again. They weren't trying to steal him. They just wanted you to work at their gym. And by you, I mean Milotic. Ivy offers straight-faced, before both of us broke into giggles again. The sisters at the gym were a little much for me. I was glad it was all over. Badge secured, and Milotic unstolen. Come on, Vicky. Maybe if we hurry we can catch up with Misty, Brock, and Ash. Oh? You want to travel with them? I asked as I hurried after Ivy. They were nice. Ivy offered with a shrug, and I couldn't help but nod. If she wanted to travel with them, that was fine with me. Although Team Rocket. Ugh. We raced back to the Pokemon Center to heal up a bit more, and to confirm that the group had left. Nurse Joy confirming they had left hours ago. Vicky, can we ride Arcanine to catch up? Ivy asked, turning to me, and well. I couldn't say no. Sure. Come on, help me get her saddle on. Oh, you got a saddle? Yeah, I knew I would ride Arcanine enough that I needed one. I reply as I summon my dog that was already tail wagging at the idea of getting to run some more. Once the saddle was on, I jumped on and held out my hand. Come on, Ivy, sit in front of me. I don't want you to slip off. Right. Thank you, Arcanine. Ivy whispered as I pulled her in front of me. By this point, we had gotten the beginnings of a crowd. People looking in shock at an Arcanine. But I ignored them, instead once Ivy was on. We were good to go. Arcanine. Let's go. Bark. Then we were gone. A blur that left a few startled screams behind us as Arcanine tore down the road. Passing cars as if they were standing still as we blazed south out of the city. Ivy squeaked, eyes closed, and I grinned from behind my new goggles, letting me see where we were going. Honestly, it didn't take long before we caught up with Ash and the group. Arcanine came to a stop in front of the three, earning startled, shocked looks from Ash and Misty, although Brock had of course already seen Arcanine. Look. Ivy called out, pulling out her Cascade badge to the group. I won. Oh. Ivy, great job. Ash offered, although he seemed to be fascinated by Arcanine. I helped Ivy settle off Arcanine as she ran up and showed her badge. You got a battle with my sisters? I thought they were out of action for at least another week. Misty asked, and Ivy pointed towards me. Vicky has a Chansey. It helped recover all of the Cerulean Gym Pokemon, and we both had a battle. Your gym's Gyarados needs more training. I tell her, earning a startled look from the redhead. You fought Papa's Gyarados. Yeah? I offer a shrug. It didn't really listen to Daisy. Maybe next time I come through, they will have it a bit better trained. Wait, your sisters have a Gyarados? Wow, they must be amazing. Ash said, causing Misty to glare at him. It was my father's. My sisters don't even know how to control it. Why they would even use it, I don't know. I asked for their strongest personal team. Like I did with Brock. I shrug, I beat it, and Daisy surrendered after. Ugh, Daisy. Misty whined, putting her head in her hands for a moment. Anyway, Ivy wanted to travel with you guys. So I helped her catch up. I say, patting Arcanine on her head, and thanks for the trip. Of course. Ivy, you can join us. Ash offered with a thumbs up, and Ivy smiled in return. Your help with training Bulbasaur was so useful. Thanks, Ash. She said, flushing a little. I could practically smell the crush Ivy was currently suffering from, but despite my face curling into a smirk, I let it go. Best to not tease her. Anyway. I'm going to train for a while. So I'll probably meet you in Vermilion. I tell the group, Ivy looking towards me suddenly in surprise. What? Vicky, you don't want to travel with us? I shake my head and my hands. Not that. It's just that Dragonair needs lots of attention right now. I can't really train her around people. Family secrets. Oh right. I guess that makes sense. Ivy says weakly, and I smile softly. Sword dash. That's dumb. How can training be a family secret? It's training. You must be cheating somehow. Ash called out, interrupting. Earning some irritated looks from his group. Ash, you idiot, family training techniques are super common. I have some too. Tricks that I wouldn't train a Pokemon with in front of anyone but family. I bet Brock does as well. Stop being stupid. It's stupid to hide how to train Pokemon. You. How can you be dash? I actually agree. I offer with a thumbs up to Ash. Family secrets are kinda dumb. Knowledge about Pokemon should be shared. But it is how it is right now. I tell him with a shrug. Hey, if you don't like it, become powerful enough that you can change it. Maybe I will. Hee hee. I laugh at his words. He had no idea what it even meant, but it was funny. You're really going to leave right now? We just met back up. Ivy asked and I nodded, turning to focus on her. Sorry, Ivy. I promised Dragonair training that would make her as strong as Milotic. I really do need to work with her. So until next time. Or Vermilion Pokemon Center. I'll definitely meet you there. Alright. Vicky. Good luck. You too. Bye-bye. I call out as Arcanine wheels around and disappears down the road in a blur. Time to get some training done. We ran until we were deep in the mountains. Arcanine ended up finding a good clearing with a river flowing through it and then ran around for a while just to make sure there wasn't a single human anywhere near. Once we were sure it was clear, I started training. Gravity training focused on Dragonair getting her physical ability up. Milotic once again trained his water pressure. Arcanine, of course, doing a bit of it both. She still loved the physical training, but I needed to get her counter shield to the point where it would do something to help her in case she gets pinned or caught. Although once again, Dragonair got my full attention, and once again I was struck at how different training a dragon was. Dragonair was proud. She had the will of Arcanine to just keep going, even when I needed her to stop and get some rest, to keep her from hurting herself. She compared herself to Milotic, and even Arcanine, seeing them walking in the gravity without issue, and grew desperate to catch up. Hey! Dragonair, it's time to stop. Dragonair! I grunted. She was ignoring me again, which I needed to nip in the bud. I was once again thankful this was an anime world where 10-year-olds could lift boulders and trees and throw them around without anyone batting an eye, because I once again walked into the gravity field. I tried to avoid doing this a lot, although it was inevitable. I had stepped into it plenty of times. Needing to walk around inside the gravity field to keep my Pokemon training. Cough, Milotic cough. It had meant I had grown a lot stronger than a normal 10-year-old, and that was saying something in this world. I don't know if it was an aura thing. Or just different realities following different rules, but I was thankful for it as I walked up to Dragonair as she was glaring into the air and constantly practicing Dragon Tail. I stopped directly in front of her, forcing her to stop by literally pushing her head back. Dragonair, look at me. I say, and she growled at me, her normal harmonic sound obviously angry. No. You need to stop. Look at Milotic. Look at Arcanine. They are both taking a break right now. Do you know why? I demand and point, forcing her to notice the other two Pokemon already eating their lunch as Chansey heals them. It's because your body breaks down when you exercise, when you train. That pain in your muscles right now? That is your body saying you need time to recover so that it can grow. Right now, you are just breaking. If you break something too much, it can't be fixed. I point her towards the camp outside the gravity field. Come with us. Eat, rest, let Chansey look you over and make sure your body can heal the damage you did to it. Cuddle Milotic. When you have had some time to rest, you will feel better. Be ready for more training, and it will do you better than this. Please. Dragonair. Trust me. I hold out my hand. She hesitates. Our relationship was different from the rest of my team. Sure, Growlithe was a little monster at first. But once she had lost, and I had started training her, she was fully on board. Milotic had loved me from day one. And Chansey was just a sweetheart. But Dragonair didn't trust me yet. Didn't have that faith in me yet. Slowly she lowered her head until it was close enough for our skin to touch. Her slippery scales were cool against my palm as I bent in, letting my forehead touch her own, just underneath her horn. I know you want to grow strong. But no one gets strong alone. Look at Chansey. None of my team would be as amazing as they are without her. She helps us grow stronger. Milotic is there for you. A partner that he adores, and you love in turn. Arcanine is a rival, someone to battle against, to test yourself. And I am here to help. Make sure you grow strong. To make sure you don't hurt yourself doing it. I've seen Pokemon that were trained too hard. Or weren't given proper rest. They stop being able to battle. Please trust me. I don't want that for you. She trilled slightly as she leaned away, but there was something in her eyes. She gently nudged me with her tail as she headed towards the camp. I smiled widely as we both settled down to eat, Dragonair curled up in Milotic's coils, both of them being sweet with each other, as Chansey looked her over. The fact that after about 30 minutes of rest, healing, and food she looked and must have felt so much better definitely helped, because not long after, when I called out for another round of training, she trilled in agreement instead of being grumpy or simply doing as I said without acknowledgement. It was a start. 2 weeks. I spent 2 weeks so far up in the mountains. Only taking small trips into Vermilion to gather food and call my parents to let them know I was still alive. Papa had been super surprised to hear about Dragonair, but had agreed that any story needed to be told in person, and definitely not over a public vidphone. I honestly hadn't seen Ivy and the gang again, but I had been checking in and leaving messages. But when I woke up a nice hazy morning curled up with Arcanine while Milotic and Dragonair were a snake pile with Chansey joining me curled next to Arcanine, the fact that Dragonair refused to start training had startled me out of my routine. What's going on, Dragonair? I asked. Milotic was also hovering, acting weird as he refused to move away from her. She called out, seemingly quite pleased, but it wasn't until she guided me towards a spot on her belly that I noticed it. You got a big bulge here. I know you didn't eat anything big. You aren't a snake like that, so wahaya. I started screaming when I realized what it was. Preggers. I felt my hand rub along the bulge, along the very obvious egg-shaped bulge. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I muttered. Totally forgetting to say Arceus, I was so in shock. Yeah, no kidding, you can't go into a gravity zone. I don't know what that would do to an egg. Oh, how long until you lay? The way she shifted, and I could feel the egg shift a little, reminded me that Pokemon lay eggs pretty much like chickens. They form and pop out pretty quick. Right. Okay, this isn't a good place. I want to have an incubator ready. I'm gonna run to a Pokemon Center. Dragonair return. Milotic, Chansey, you too. I call out, putting all my Pokemon in their balls, but Arcanine, who was looking at me eagerly, her tail already bouncing. Let's go. I call out, barely taking the time to put all my stuff away. I needed to get to Vermilion City Pokemon Center. They should have a shop I could buy an incubator there. As I raced, I was pretty sure one of the groups I blurred past was actually Ivy and Ash's gang. Luckily, I passed them right outside the city limits, so they should be able to catch up soon. But I didn't have time for that. I raced into the Pokemon Center, gasping for breath, despite not having run myself. Oh, Vicky? Is everything okay? Nurse Joy. I need help. Baby emergency. I cried out in a stuttered gasp. Poor Nurse Joy looked like she had aged a century in half a second. Was it consensual? she asked, suddenly moving out from behind her desk as she kneeled next to me. Are you hurting anywhere? What? I blinked a few times before my face must have went post-nuclear. Not me. I shouted, horrified. It took a second for Nurse Joy to hear that and let out the loudest gasp of relief I had ever heard. Thank Arceus. She muttered, and I had to question just how many 10-year-olds on their journey came into a Pokemon Center with such worries. I would maybe ask another time. Or not. My Pokemon. She has an egg. Oh. How wonderful. Nurse Joy sounded utterly thankful it wasn't a child pregnancy as she rose back up and patted my head. Don't you worry about a thing, come along. Let's give her a checkup and make sure she is comfortable. Thank you. I followed after I was led into an interesting room that was a bit warmer and humid than normal. I realized it was probably a pretty common thing. I mean, Pokemon centers were there to heal and help Pokemon, and Dragonair wouldn't be the first Pokemon to end up with a paramour on a journey. So of course it would need an egg-laying room. For concerned trainers with their beloved partners, go ahead and release the mother here. Come on out, Dragonair. And Chansey. I called out a moment later. Remembering I already had a Pokemon that would have known what to do with an egg-laying mother. Fuck, I totally panicked. Oh, that's right, you do have a Dragonair. Oh my. Vicky. Is it alright if I record this and make some notes? I don't believe many of my sisters had ever had a chance to help a Dragonite line egg laying before. Oh. Okay? I don't think that would be a problem. It shouldn't hit any family secret stuff, right? No, not at all. Joy Clan are allowed to bypass most of that in order to better assist Pokemon. This will be a rare treat. I think the last time one of our clan helped with a Dragonite birth was. Oh my, it would have been half a century ago. I believe a family in Pallet Town, perhaps? She shook her head as her own Chansey entered the room, and I sat back letting the three nurses all go to work. Dragonair settled into a comfortable dip in the floor that was even filled with warm water, which she seemed to appreciate. It was easy enough, certainly not something that required me to freak out. 2 Chansey and a Nurse Joy was overkill since Dragonair passed the egg in less than an hour of easy motions. It honestly didn't even sound like it hurt her as she finally laid the egg in the shallow water. A Chansey quickly scooped it up and cleaned it as if it was an everyday thing. For a Chansey, it actually was. Then the egg was placed in my lap. And Dragonair was cooing over it as I sat beside her on the edge of the dip. It's amazing, Dragonair. I cooed to her as I stroked the egg, holding it close to keep it warm. Oh, let me summon Milotic. The release of Milotic was a bit frantic as the expecting father immediately rushed his paramour and checked her over before realizing the egg was already out of her. I laughed aloud when he literally fainted at the sight of it. I guess it was just too much for the first-time father. An hour later, and I was in the rec room of the Pokemon Center. Chansey had just returned from a store in town to purchase an egg carrier. Unfortunately, Nurse Joy had informed me that an actual poke egg incubator was an expensive piece of equipment, and no one sold them here in Vermilion. Instead, I had been told about egg carriers. It was basically the top half of a set of overalls that had a pouch to hold the egg in while walking and moving. After being assured that poke eggs were incredibly tough, as long as I wasn't purposefully trying to harm it, the baby would be fine. So I now had a big old egg resting against my chest as I took a break from earth-shattering changes in my life. I was half napping on the couch when voices I recognized came into the Pokemon Center. It wasn't more than a minute before Ivy came hurrying into the rec room looking for me. Vicky! Here. I call out, tiredly hand-waving over the backrest of the couch. Vicky! We saw you run past us and you did, OH. She cried out as she took in the egg settled against my chest. Oh my gosh! A Pokemon egg! Yep. I answer. As Ivy settles in next to me, but her cry had been heard. A Pokemon egg? Misty asks, coming around the couch looking interested, but it was Brock who seemed to rush over. Oh. It is. Look at that luster. It's recently laid. Looks warm enough. he says, hunkering down and seemingly doing a check on it. Yeah. I woke up this morning with Dragonair ready to lay. I answered the unspoken question. Ivy's eyes going super wide at the reveal as she looks at the egg. That's a Dratini egg. Yeah. Milotic is the father. Wha? Ivy gasps at the reveal. Wait. Milotic and Dragonair. They can produce an egg? Are you sure? Misty asks, but it was Brock who interrupted. Of course. Many Pokemon of different species can be bred together. It can often leave the children with the ability to learn some moves they usually don't learn. Yeah. Milotic and Dragonite are compatible. Really compatible, it turns out. I mutter with a laugh. It hadn't been long at all since their union to already have an egg. Well, I guess it was fast in the games as well. Amazing. An incubator would probably be a good idea. Brock offered and I nodded. Yeah, I wanted to get one, but no one in Vermilion sells them. I probably need to go to Celadon. Vicky. What are you going to do with Dratini when it hatches? Is it going to join your team? Ivy interrupts, more focused on the Pokemon than the details of its care. Probably not. I might end up letting it grow up at home. I guess it depends on Dragonair and Milotic as well. Ooh, but it's gonna be so cute. I mean, a real Dratini. Other than the Blackthorn family, I don't know of anyone that actually has a Dragonite line, and you have two. Yeah. I have to be careful though. Can you imagine how many people will want to try and kidnap Dratini? It's dangerous. I say with honest fear. Especially with Team Rocket following this group around. Oh no. Who would do such a thing? Team Rocket. All three of Ash's group answered Ivy instantly, which then she had to nod at. Must have had some run-ins with them too. Yeah, so I think I'll probably head out and disappear for a while until they hatch. Once they are hatched and ready, I can capture them and they will be a lot safer. Good idea. A new voice suddenly called out and I startled as I sat up to see who now knew about my baby, but to my surprise it was someone I knew. Ms. Agatha. Victoria. I see you continue to blow your previous nonsense out of the water every time we meet. Your grandmother called me about your newest Pokemon. I didn't expect this. She pointed towards the egg, and I had to chuckle a little in embarrassment. Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise to me too. No doubt. I find children rarely think about the outcomes of such couplings. The old woman laughed then at her own joke, earning a nervous look from everyone. Right. What are you doing here, Ms. Agatha? You have a Dragonair child. Of course the Pokemon Association became very interested. Worse. Of course now you also have an egg. You have no issues stepping on toes, girl. I'll give you that. Am I? I'm just capturing interesting Pokemon. Huh. Capturing interesting Pokemon, she says. Girl Johto delegation of the association are already throwing a fit about one of their dragons that have been caught by a Kanto trainer. What? Dragonair isn't one of their dragons. She was wild. Oh, believe me, I know. Everyone in the association knows. Even the Blackthorn know. But they are causing a ruckus anyways. Budge up, girl, I'm not standing any longer than I have to. She orders suddenly, and I jerk aside, letting her join me on the couch. The rest of you, go on, I'm sure you have your own things to do. Victoria and I need to talk. Ivy seemed to hesitate. Even as Ash said he wanted to go fight the gym. But I shooed them off. Remember, we will keep meeting up and having fun together, Ivy, but it's still a separate journey for each of us. Alright. Good luck, Vicky. I waved at her as she left, looking back over and over before she was out of sight. So Blackthorn. Do I need to worry about the champion coming down to try and take my Pokemon? Huh. That brat? Goodness no. It's politics, girl. Politics between Kanto and Johto. The Jotuns are clamoring for some additional benefits in our alliance as a Kanto trainer stole one of their family Pokemon. The Kanto side is arguing it wasn't a theft, that no Pokemon breed belongs only to one family. Basically, if they lose it, it's on them. All the while, the Blackthorns are staying out of it. You aren't the first trainer to have a member of the Dragonite line. Yeah, Nurse Joy said about half a century ago they had a Dratini egg born in Pallet Town. I added, and suddenly something that had been niggling at me for a long time started to make sense. Oh yes. Sam. He had a Dragonite for a time, when he was on the league circuit. I get the feeling that something happened? I asked casually. I hadn't heard anything about Professor Oak since coming to this world. This was the first time I might get an answer. He died. Agatha offered simply, but I could tell the depth of her emotion, and everything became clear. Sam. Samuel Oak. Professor Oak. The reason there wasn't an electronic Pokédex. The reason that Pokemon knowledge was so insular and hidden away still. Why everything about this world was so similar, but different. Professor Oak didn't exist. He had an Arcanine. He had a Dragonite. That was why no one knew about the Arcanine evolution. He was probably the one who shared it with everyone. Dragonite too. They were nearly myth if not for Blackthorn, but Professor Oak had a Dragonite. It was on his league team. So he must have shared a ton of information on them. He had been a super strong battler too, so his reputation along with the discoveries probably laid the groundwork for people to start sharing more Pokemon information. My utter mindfuck went unnoticed as Agatha sighed. Which is why I am here. I don't believe it was Blackthorn that caused his death. But it certainly could have been. You and I are going on a little trip. Where? I asked, finally shaking my head clear of all the little hints and things I had noticed. I really wanted to ask Ash about who had given him Pikachu now. The Pokemon Association headquarters. They want to confirm that Dragonair was wild-caught to shut down the Johto argument immediately. You unfortunately are caught in the middle of this mess. Again. And I suppose I shouldn't mention the Dratini egg. Definitely not. In fact, don't say anything. I'll be speaking for you. The scum at the association will undoubtedly try and get you to talk and spill secrets. Just remember to say nothing, no matter what they try. Okay. There wasn't much else I could say about that. Geez. This world just got complicated. Chapter 14. Agatha led me to a black car that already had a driver in the front seat, so she ushered me into the back and then we were off. It was comfy, but wasn't an Arcanine. Melanie is going to meet us at the association. Huh. You should have seen her face when the association came sniffing for information about your Pokemon. She was rightfully furious. Oh, Gram is going to be there. That's a relief. Oh, not good enough for ya, am I? The old woman chuckles, but I shake my head. No way you're super reliable, but Gram is family. Ha, you think highly of this old woman. Reliable, she says. Agatha spoke, but I finally caught it. She wasn't just repeating my words. Oh, were you just talking to your Jengar? I ask, realizing that her tendency to repeat amusing words wasn't for herself, but a joke between her and her companion. Of course my words caused a spark as the woman stared at me. How did you know I had a Jengar? Your shadow. I answered, looking down into the shadow at her feet, which was currently staring at me. I waved hello, which had a little purple arm slip out of the darkness to wave back. Realizing I had a Pokemon in front of me, I did what my instincts always demanded. I reached into my pocket and pulled out some berries. Hungry? Gung. The ghost rose up quickly, snatching the berries, before munching on them happily. Bah, don't give him snacks. He overeats enough as it is. Lazy ghost. Gung, Jengar. I'm sure he is just starving. Want some more berries? Gung. The old woman gave me one of those looks. Which I grinned even as I put my hands back in my pockets. Jengar and I both knew the moment Agatha looked away, he would have a treat. Agatha knew it too. Trouble. Yeah, Papa calls me that too. Figures. Driving through Kanto was a different experience than riding. It was slower, But also faster, because Kanto does have some freeways which are kept Pokemon free, so traveling to Viridian and then up the road to Indigo Plateau. I guess Agatha was serious. The Pokemon Association themselves wanted to talk. This wasn't just where the Elite Four hung out, or the Indigo League took place, but the HQ of the association. We drove up mountain roads that were marked no walking. Trainers had to go up the walking path after all. But they still needed a way for people who work up here to get here without relying on them all being strong battlers. We pulled into the plateau town. It was mostly quiet. The league matches were over, had been for about a month since before the yearly journey begins. So it was a quiet period, but the buildings we passed were numerous, just empty for now. Waiting for league season, where thousands of people would come through wanting to see the matches live. We pulled into a parking lot outside a fancy marble-style building with a big Pokemon League symbol on the front showing this was the League HQ. Come on, girl. Remember, don't say anything. Melanie and I will be speaking for you. Agatha orders, stepping out, Jengar sneaking a last berry out of my hand as she turned her back. I clambered out and followed her towards the building. Inside, a large reception area was ignored by Agatha. She turned and headed down the hall, which I dutifully followed. A few men in suits were obviously security, but they made no move to stop Agatha or me. She led me deep into the building, taking an elevator up to another floor and then into a small room that already had Gram sitting on a couch. Gram. I called out happily, earning a smile from the older woman as I rushed in, settled into the couch and accepted a warm hug. How is my favorite grandchild doing? Better than my cousins if I am the favorite. I say instantly, earning a round of laughs from Gram and Agatha. Thank you, Agatha. Gram says, then turning to her friend. Bah, it was me, or some of the goons, and knowing the girl's Pokemon, she likely would have knocked them all out and continued her journey without a care. Agatha offered, and I couldn't help but shrug at that. If a bunch of men in suits came up to me and told me to go with them, that is likely what would have happened, to be fair. All right. Now that you are here, Victoria, let's get this over with. Gram utters as she rises, tugging me along with her. I doubt the officials will be ready for you so quickly, Melanie. Do I look as if I care? They drag me all the way out here, and pull my beloved granddaughter from her journey? They are lucky I left Persian at home, otherwise I would have him give them all a scratch. Heh. Agatha chuckles dryly before shrugging. All right, let's go push some stupid fools to get on with it and stop wasting our time. Agatha grinned, Jengar shimmering in her shadow, smiling evilly for a moment. I just gave him a wave as I followed. The two women marched down the hall, back into the elevator, and then to a floor that had another reception. It reminded me of a CEO meeting room. There was even a pretty woman sitting at the reception, filing her nails. Hilarious. Apologies, the members of the association are in a meeting right now, ma'am. You can naughty dash. The poor receptionist tried to stop Agatha, but was literally walked right past as if she didn't exist. Ouch, Agatha. She pushed the door of the room open without a care, and we all walked into a meeting room, split in two. One side was obviously the Kanto side of the association, the other Johto. It reminded me of the British House, with the two sides arguing with each other and everything. But the room went silent when Agatha marched us in. Agatha. What is the meaning of this? We haven't called for you yet. An older man with a large mustache spoke up first from the Kanto section, but another from across the way rose immediately. Is this how the Kanto delegation wishes to handle this? Interrupt our demands when we are proving our point? Shut up. Agatha orders and the room goes silent, mostly because Jengar was causing Agatha's shadow to distort and shift, his big grin showing behind her. You wanted Victoria Ferrous and her Dragonair here for an inspection. Here she is. Inspect. A trainer on her first journey has more priority over whatever dick waving you are all getting up to in here. Agatha demands and waves me forward, which I do without any issue. Listen, if I was actually 10, I might be intimidated by all the powerful people. But adult brain was like, pfft. That man is super fat. And ha, that guy's mustache makes him look like a biker in a suit. You know, mature stuff. Fine. A third man, one that sat between the two groups, said, interrupting the grumbles from both sides. This board's purpose is to ensure young trainers are safe to grow on their journey. Let's not waste the child's time any more than we must. Is there a representative from Clan Blackthorn here today? There is. And who else entered the room from the Johto section than Lance Wateroo, the champion of the Indigo League? Also a dragon master. Very well. The inspection will commence to determine if the dragon captured by this trainer is a member of the Blackthorn clan's brood. Lance nodded, walking forward, although he stopped a good distance away. Agatha. Brat. Don't think I'll let you stomp all over this. She grounds out with a glare before turning to me. Go on, girl. Release your Dragonair. Gotcha. Come on out, Dragonair. I called, and then she was there, her release call echoing out as she shifts her coils a bit, taking a moment to look around, before her eyes lock on Lance as if a magnet connected the two. This isn't one of ours. Lance answers instantly after a single glance. She is too small to be one of our Dragonairs. She is definitely wild caught. She doesn't have the strength of our clan. Does the dash? Dragonair. My girl hissed, suddenly glaring, cutting off Lance as he turned back to her. Your pride is misplaced. He offers simply, Blackthorn trainers have raised dragons for generations. You simply didn't have the benefits of that level of support. I am sure you will grow strong. But you are not a Blackthorn dragon. He offered simply, but made no apology for the insult, which Dragonair had obviously noticed. Great. That solves that entirely. I call out, instantly getting Dragonair's attention with a pat on her slippery hide. Although now that you are here, Lance, when I face you after crushing the Indigo League, after overcoming the Elite Four, when I stand before you in a challenge match against the champion, I am going to make you apologize for those words. Dragonair will crush your most powerful Dragonite. I'll make sure of it. The room was silent for a moment. Even Lance had an eyebrow raised at my declaration. The champion looked me over for a moment. My big straw hat, covering my messy blonde hair. The egg carrier I wore on my chest, showing that my clothes beneath made me look more like a farmhand than a battler. My slightly ragged jeans with my big muddy boots probably didn't help either. Agatha burst into a harsh laugh. Oh, you think you'll overcome me by then, do you? She asked with a grin, and I smiled back. With a year to focus on training my team, I'll become the most powerful Pokemon trainer in both regions by the end of the league. Get ready, Agatha, I told her. Because I'm coming for you too. Dragonair called out, settling around me, probably for the first time utterly accepting of our connection. Dragonair was always a prideful woman. It fit that the first time I showed my own pride, we really clicked. Ha 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 ha. It was Gram this time that burst out laughing. That's my granddaughter, all right. Ha ha. Look at your face, Agatha. Bah. Your granddaughter is as dense as you, Melanie. Agatha offered but nodded, turning back to the crowd who had been watching, interested at the drama unfolding. I believe that answers the questions the Johto delegation requires. We are done here. I don't believe any of us want to waste any more of a young trainer's time. We are leaving, Agatha demanded, and then made good on her words. Bustling Gram out of the room. I didn't, not right away. Instead, I met Lance's eyes, and let him feel how determined I was to beat him. Dragonair. Let's go. We have training to do, I say, keeping eyes locked on Lance as Dragonair gave a single nod. Her own desire for strength only grew at being insulted. I returned her and walked after Gram. Both of us were silent as we headed out of the building towards the car Agatha had brought me in. Come home for the night. Rest up before you head back out. I want to hear all about your adventure, Gram ordered. And I nodded. Sure. Sounds fun, I tell her with a smile as she reaches out and pinches my cheeks to my horror. Ow. Calling out the champion himself in the middle of the Pokemon Association board? You get that from your mother surely, because you definitely didn't get it from me. The scoffing noise Agatha made had Gram turn to glare at her friend. But Gram, you just said I got that from you. Pulling up to home was a nice feeling. I quickly hopped out once the car stopped to race inside. Mama. Papa. I called out only to get a surprised squeak from Mama in the kitchen as she poked her head out and with a happy cry of my name pulled me into a strong hug. I had to shift sideways to make sure the egg wasn't crushed in the press. How nice. Mama. Oh, look at you. Mama started crying as she held me tight. It had only been like a month, Mama. Don't cry. You've changed so much. Hey. You're supposed to say you grew so much. I countered instantly, unhappy, although the laugh Mama gave had me pouting. 'Cause I hadn't grown. Like at all. Arceus. This is bullying. I love you, Vicky. Mama said wetly as she pulled me into another tight hug. Love you too, Mama. Good. When is my worthless son getting home, daughter? Gram asked as she walked in. I could hear Agatha's car leaving not long after. Oh, that's too bad, but I guess she can't be here when they ask all about Dragonair. Not long. He took today off. We thought you were going to get us to come with. It was faster to just get it over with. Gram offers. The scum just wanted to throw their weight around. It was a quick fix. Lance was able to confirm it wasn't one of their dragons. Oh. The champion came to help? He is a jerk. I'm going to destroy that man's whole career in less than a year. I informed Mama with a single firm nod. My course was set. Vicky. You can't just, Mama trailed off, unsure what to say. Oh, she did. Right in front of the whole association board. Even told Agatha she would overcome her and crush Lance and his strongest Dragonite for his insult against her Dragonair. Hilarious. Definitely my granddaughter. I thought you said I definitely didn't get that from you. Gram. Nonsense. You heard it wrong. Gram says with a wink to me as she settles onto the kitchen table. Of course, Gram. I answer agreeably as I pull away from Mama. Oh, here is Dragonair's egg. I don't know what I'm going to do with them once they hatch. I tell Mama, earning a shocked look as she glanced over the egg. That is a Dragonite egg? Are you sure? Dragonair laid it this morning. It was a thing. I answer, shuddering. This morning felt so far away now. But wow, what a day. Oh. Mama whispered, before sighing and shaking her head. Of course. I guess I should have expected this. You are. You after all. Hey. You are fine, child. You have the luck to catch Pokemon that most never even see. Keep it up. Gram offered with a shrug. The sound of the door opening drew everyone's attention. And that would be my worthless son. Gram called out, earning a sigh from out in the hall. Hello, Mother. He said tiredly before having to deal with me. As soon as I heard Papa, I jumped out my chair and ran to give him a hug. Listen, I missed my parents, they were great. Making sure we weren't squeezing the egg, I gave Papa a great hug as he returned it. Look at you. He said, smiling as he pulled away. You've changed so much. You are supposed to say grown. I repeat, scowling. Why did I love these parents? An entire island. Gram whispered her mind in shock as I went over how I caught Dragonair. Yep. Dragonite are so cute. Honestly, I might not have gotten any of them to come with in the end, but Dragonair fell for Milotic's manliness. And they had a little courtship. Milotic proved he was strong, and that's that. I just can't believe they can make a viable child. Papa muttered. Super compatible. I answer with a tired look as I pat the egg. Earning a laugh from Papa. But an entire island of Dragonite. Dragonite Island. I answered, earning looks from all three adults. Yes. Well, what are we going to do? Nothing. I answer, cutting off the adults. They don't want to be bothered. They help everyone who runs into trouble around the island, but they are happy in peace. So I won't ever tell anyone where it is. Or how to get to it. I answer, causing a bit of a silent conversation with the adults. Vicky. No, I shake my head. They are happy there, and frankly, I don't want to know what will happen if someone goes and starts trying to capture them. There were a lot of Dragonite on that island. A brood of Dragonites all coming to rescue their children? Yeah, that is a disaster none of us want. Besides, Milotic and Dragonair will probably supply us with lots of little Dratini. I doubt they are happy with just one. If you catch my drift. Papa snorted at my joke, but Mama gave me a look. Alright. Papa said, standing up and patting me on the head. I'm proud of you, Vicky. If you think keeping the island a secret, then of course we will support you. I never thought we would have so much money just from the Milotic. We leave it at that. He said, and despite Gram usually bossing him around, she nodded at his decision. Right. So I need to go check on the flock and say hello. And where is Arcani? I don't see him. We have a doghouse by the stream for him now. He broke our couch. Mama said, looking grumpy, and glaring at Papa, who did his best not to look at her as he smiled and patted my head. Come on, I'm sure he will be happy to see you. Yeah. I laughed out. I rushed outside ahead of Papa to see my Pokemon. The flock started up a musical trill as I approached, Milotic head poking out of the river at the noise to greet me, until all 10 of the flock were there begging for attention. Hey guys! I couldn't help but call out as I approached, reaching out to rub heads and fins. Look at this. Milotic found a girlfriend, and now he is a father. I tell them, showing off the egg, which had many happy trills from the group as they all looked it over like happy siblings. Bark. Arcani. I called out, looking behind me as the utterly massive Arcanine charged over, only stopping at the last moment from bowling me over when he noticed the egg. Instead, I got slobbered all over as he licked and licked and licked. Pfft. Arcani. I give. I cried out, but he had no mercy in his heart, only lick. Ack. Was your father a lickitung? I demanded through the shower, which only seemed to irritate him, and then the licking picked up. His tongue was nearly as wide as my entire face, so it was an unbeatable assault. Mai. The Milotic laughed at my defeat as they all gave little fish chuckles. Yeah. Laugh it up. I grumble at them as I wipe slobber off my face, and with an evil grin I flick it at the Milotic, earning little leaps from them as they quickly ducked into the river to avoid the slobber. A rumble from my belt told me that Arcanine wanted out, so I quickly released her. Seeing her standing next to Arcani was always a trip. It really showed the difference between the much older Arcani and Arcanine. Arcani was still a good bit taller and wider. But as usual, Arcanine wanted to train, and cared little about how he was bigger. So with a crouched leap, she jumped onto Arcani, which I hastily moved away from as the two Pokemon started play fighting. With fireballs and attacks. It was nice to be home. I released Milotic and Dragonair as well, much to her surprise when she saw all the other Milotic. Although she could easily tell which one was hers somehow. Maybe he was just stronger looking? Anyway, it was a nice evening hanging out with my friends, talking with Papa and Mama, and just enjoying being home for a night. Unfortunately, in the morning I saddled up Arcanine and left. I wasn't giving up on my journey, so I wasn't going to stay at home. No, I needed to take my Pokemon up in the mountains for some training. I had rather stupidly challenged the champion after all. I might not reach him, but I was going to prove to everyone that my challenge had teeth. With Arcanine, it didn't take us long to return to the camp we had set up in the mountains above Vermilion City. I could have gone into town and started on taking out Surge, but I had learned my Pokemon had an issue against Brock, and hadn't really taken the time to solve it. So I settled in, really making camp this time. Using my Pokemon's help to make it much more comfortable, we were probably staying here for a while. Once everything was settled and food started cooking, my Pokemon got to work. Arcanine and Milotic faced off in the gravity field, both of them were working on enhancing their special attack. Blasting Flamethrower into Water Pulse to keep enhancing their core strength. Chansey there to keep the gravity field active and to heal the inevitable mess-ups. But me and Dragonair, once the egg was settled in the tent, nice and warm and safe away from the training, went to work. While Dragonair exercised, I taught her Iron Tail. And started her on learning how to Thunder Rod. The rocks tied to her tail made the motion to work Iron Tail even sharper, thanks to the gravity. Over and over, Dragonair hammered her tail, thinking thoughts of steel. Every few days, I would wake up and take Arcanine into Vermilion in order to buy more food and supplies. I would usually stop at the Pokemon Center to do some laundry and take a non-milotic water shower as well. Although between Milotic and Arcanine, hot water wasn't hard to come by. I of course called home as well to let everyone know I was alive. But for a good month, that was my life. You would think how boring if I broke it down like that, but it really wasn't. I was training giant monsters to become more powerful. It was fucking awesome. And all of us kept busy when we were on downtime. Dragonair and Milotic obviously had their own thing. Arcanine was more than happy with just training all day, every day. This was probably the greatest time of her entire life. Chansey of course spent all of her time taking care of the egg, and I had never seen her happier. Meanwhile, I was coming up with moves and other ideas to enhance my Pokemon's power. One of them came to me when I realized Dragonair was starting to catch up to the immense physical strength of the others. As she grew physically stronger, it made me want to give her a special attack worthy of her, and well, I did remember how to train a Pokemon for one. So one morning while Milotic and Arcanine continued their competition to see whose special attacks were stronger, I brought Dragonair a good way away. This move is going to take patience. It will drain you when you use it. So we will learn it slowly. First, your dragon energy. You need to raise it to the absolute maximum you can, until it fills every inch of your body. Then bring it all right to your chest. Condense it down. Then release it. It's called Draco Meteor. There isn't a stronger dragon-type move that exists. I promised her, and that idea got her fired up. The attempts wore out her special attack, making her dragon powers weaker for a time. But that just gave us an excuse to refocus on the physical. The fact was after a month it was starting to activate. Draco Meteor, shattering huge chunks of the mountainside when it activated, only made her train herself harder to reach that power. And thankfully trust me more. In fact, since Dragonair was with me so much out of her Pokeball and just living with me and the team, we started actually bonding over our experiences. Arcanine being annoying and waking up the team at the crack of dawn, Dragonair and I would roll our eyes at each other. Milotic found napping, when he was supposed to be practicing. Dragonair and I would drag him back to training. It was nice. Okay Dragonair. One more time. Fill your whole body with energy, raise it up and up and up until you can't possibly raise it anymore. And then condense it all into a ball in your chest, and fire. Pre-ee. Dragonair cried out as the power flowed through her. I could practically feel it gathering, and then she rose her head into the sky and cried out as a ball of energy was launched skyward. For a moment I wasn't sure if it worked, but then finally it rose up and came down not as a single projectile, but as a barrage of energy. It really did kinda look like meteors. When they landed, the explosion was immense, rocking the whole mountain and probably sending up smoke and dust that could be seen for miles. And then it was over. Dragonair sighed, feeling tired as she looked over her work, and I nodded. That was Draco Meteor. Dragonair. Yep. I think we should move on. We have been making enough noise on these mountains for a while. I don't want someone to come snooping. Great job Dragonair. Chapter 15. I marched into the Vermilion Gym the next day after resting at the Pokemon Center. It was quiet. Unlike say Cerulean, which tended to be incredibly busy, Surge's gym was nearly empty. Surge was one of the tougher battlers in the Kanto area. He was a man that held back less than most other gyms. But that was fine. I was here for a challenge. Welcome. Are you looking for a gym challenge? A receptionist at the front who had been watching TV just a moment before called out. I am. Also please tell Lieutenant Surge. I am looking to face his strongest team. I offer as I hand over my trainer ID to the receptionist. Getting erased since I only had 2 badges in the system, but she shrugged. It wasn't her job to stop someone from getting demolished. Lieutenant Surge will be ready for you. Please enter there. Thank you. I answered after a few minutes of waiting later. I stepped through the door into Surge's gym. It was a lot like Brock's. Just with less boulders hanging around. But it was simple. Which made sense. Surge was a Kanto trainer through and through. No tricks or anything. Just pure, overwhelming power. It was a hallmark of Cantonian trainers. Overwhelming, powerful attacks. We weren't a country well known for using a wide variety of skill moves. More the blast everything and sort it out after people. So you wish to challenge my team? Well, you are certainly brave. Although maybe foolish is the better word. A voice called out as the lights came on, and Surge was there in all his glory looking down on me from his height. Stupid Surge. Stupid tall people. Just for that I was gonna crush him. I am Victoria Ferrous of Viridian City. I am here for a challenge, to be tried and tested. Oh? Huh. The ball's on this one. Alright. I'll show you Pokemon that fought through a war. Are you ready, girly? He asked, standing tall, arms crossed. In that case, Surge. I will show you legends. I raised a Pokeball and the referee spoke up. 6 on 6. Returns are free for the challenger. The gym leader releases his Pokemon first. Go. Electrode. In that case. Arcanine. You are up. I called out and my girl came onto the field with a roar and a crackle of flames. Her training had meant that she clothed herself in fire whenever a battle was starting. They're ready for a hint of power to turn into her counter shield. Huh. You weren't kidding. That's certainly a legend. You that kid I heard about then, huh? Alright. I'll take this seriously then. You ready? I nodded. Then battle start. The referee called out and Arcanine was already moving. Extreme Fire Fong. Thunder. Surge called out, but it was too slow. The Electrode was already freaking out when Arcanine's jaw clamped down in a massive bite. Let it go and retreat. I yelled instantly, and Arcanine did as I said, just in time for the Electrode to release a massive amount of electricity and shock. Fire Spin. Block its sight. Thunderbolt. Blast straight through the fire. The two powers clashed, Fire Spin reaching out to surround Electrode, but the Thunderbolt was gathered and shot directly at Arcanine. Where she already had her tail slammed into the ground with Iron Tail, and the bolt passed through her after just a few moments. Surge, I could tell, was shocked at that. But Electrode wasn't in a good way. The Fire Spin was burning it bad, and it was to my shock that Surge called out a move I didn't expect. Light Screen. Block the fire back. Flamethrower. Push right through. The fire slammed into the forming light screens, but it wasn't enough. The battle wasn't over. Rollout. Dodge. Don't let it get close. I scowled at Surge. There was only one reason to try and get an Electrode close to an enemy. Explosion. Huh. Your dog is fast, but this is an enclosed building. Good luck dodging. Double team. Then hit it again with Flamethrower. Arcanine vanished, splitting into 2, and then 4, and more as she dashed around, the rollout slamming through after images over and over while getting hit over and over by fire from different angles. Explosion now. Surge called out, realizing it was over, and hoping for something, but Arcanine was too fast. She was already on the other side of the gym as Electrode exploded, the force of it rocking me back. If that had hit, it would have been a terrible hit. Not bad. Never expected to fail to even make a hit on a new trainer. But he did his job. Go, Electabuzz. Do your thing, he called out, meaning as his Pokemon started moving. I had no idea what move it was going to do. Extreme Double Team. Don't let him find you. Doesn't matter. Surge called as the move activated. Electabuzz slamming the ground. I barely had a moment to gasp recognizing the move when the whole gym shook earthquake. Unfortunately, Arcanine was on the ground when the move went through, and I winced at the yelp that echoed out as she was hit. Huh. How's that for you, girl? Arcanine. Extreme Fire Fong. I called out, and the dust that was ripped up by Arcanine crashing into the ground was dispersed as she moved. A blur of light and heat as she moved across the entire gym in a moment. The Electabuzz didn't have a chance to do more than start flinching when the fangs crashed down on it, and then kept going. Arcanine dragged the Pokémon across the room as she bit and threw it against the wall. The smoke cleared and it got up, and it was pissed. But not unscathed, its left arm was hanging limp as it rose up. Thunder Punch. Dodge and retaliate. The punch hissed through a double-team image as Arcanine jumped. She hit the ceiling on all fours, her fire fangs activating again. It was a move we had trained hard with during this last month. A physical fire attack? With her overwhelming physical power, and the stab from it being a fire move, it was one of her most damaging moves. Although, Flame Wheel was more accurate. Fire Fong could cause a flinch, like it had against the Electrode. And I still refused to train Flare Blitz. She leapt from the ceiling straight down, once more trailing lines of fire because of her speed. Again. Surge called out and his Electabuzz raised its fist, crackling with lightning. The two attacks clashed. But Electabuzz was down to one arm, and it was being crushed by the entirety of Arcanine's bulk. The poor electric type was smashed into the floor, the bite once more connecting, and then Arcanine bounced away, ready for the battle to continue. And to my shock, it wasn't over. Electabuzz rose from the ground. Scratched and bleeding, it stood looking not too happy. Thunderbolt. Blast the whole gym. What? I gasped when I realized that would include me and Surge. That asshole. The blasts of Thunderbolt rolled over the entire gym and struck both Arcanine and myself and Surge. But while the big man barely seemed to care, it sent me on my ass as well. D-Dick. I screamed at him after the electricity cleared. He just electrocuted me. You are on a battlefield, girl. You think an enemy won't aim an attack at you, or spread it wide enough, not caring if it will hit you? You wanted a challenge? There you go. Trainers aren't outside the battle. They are on the battlefield. Fine. Flame Wheel. Smash that Pokémon flat. Thunder Punch again. Push them back. Flame Wheel caused fire to burst around Arcanine into a massive conflagration as she then became a stream of fire. But Electabuzz wasn't a pushover. Surge had probably more than 20 years of battling under his belt. And this was his team. Even if a gym leader might get less time to focus on the best of the best team, needing lower-level Pokémon for the badge requirements, they still fought a war at the man's side. The clash of power was ear-shattering. Physical versus physical, element versus element. There was only one reason it was Electabuzz that was sent slamming into the wall, despite the fact that the hit had definitely hit. Arcanine was panting and, to my dismay, paralyzed from that attack. Electabuzz's static ability in play, but Arcanine was an absolute physical power monster. Gravity training and her own unending desire to exercise meant she overpowered the older, more experienced Pokémon. A whistle came through the air at the same time the referee called out. Electabuzz is unable to battle. I haven't been pushed this bad since the last time I challenged Lance. Surge called out and I couldn't help but puff up a little. But if he wanted, he could wipe my entire team with his ace. Yours is already flagging. Go Jolteon. Discharge. He called out as soon as it hit the floor. Thunder Rod. I cried out, but it wasn't going to happen. Arcanine's body was locked up, and the burst of lightning slammed into her. She cried out in pain for a moment, but that was it. She kept her feet. She was determined not to be beaten again. If you can't move, then don't. Counter shield. As big as you can. Don't hold back. Again. Surge called, but Arcanine roared through gritted teeth as her fire exploded around her, swirling and expanding to slowly fill the entire gym. I could see Surge jerk back as the fire grew towards him. I didn't flinch. A little burn could be taken care of by Chansey just fine. And the egg was with Nurse Joy right now. What's wrong, Surge? Fire a bit too much for you? I taunted, voice harsh as our eyes met. And he realized I had learned from his trick. I was doing the same thing to him as he had done to me earlier. I could see the instant his shock at the fire turned to amusement. You got me. He admitted, full blast discharge. Let's see who can withstand it longer. Surge called out as the fire expanded to consume us all. A moment later, so did a blast of lightning. I screamed, at the same time that Surge yelled out in pain. The two of us, more than willing to take pain for a win. I guess this was what Surge was going to teach me. That sometimes, as a trainer, I needed to take the hit too. And then it was over. The fire disappeared and the lightning crackled out. And I was gasping, shivering despite the heat as I felt my skin flash fried. Thank Arceus, this wasn't Earth. I would have had third-degree burns across my body and my clothes would have been ash. Instead, my clothes were a little ashy, and I had first-degree burns, but I was otherwise fine. And Arcanine was still up. Her breath was coming heavy, and I could see she was still fighting off the paralysis. But Jolteon was definitely rougher. Counter Shield wasn't focused on damage after all, but on deflecting attacks. The damage it did was secondary to protecting. So Jolteon had taken the full force of the fire, while Arcanine had blocked most of the discharge. Fire Fang if you can. I called out, and Surge was only a second ahead of me. Thunder Fang. Arcanine rose to her feet, and despite her muscles struggling, she blurred into extreme speed. And a moment later, Jolteon wasn't just fighting a battle, but was fighting off a much larger dog's jaws around its neck. I could see it struggle and cry out as Arcanine bit down. As Jolteon was thrown away, it landed painfully in front of Surge. It struggled a bit before whimpering and falling to the floor. Jolteon is unable to battle. I could see Surge's mind running as he returned his Pokémon, coming up with a strategy to win. But I wasn't going to make it easy for him. Arcanine return. Good job, girl. But you can't take all the battles. Your friends will get jealous. I called out as she disappeared, looking a little irritated. Paralyzed, damaged from 3 battles, and she still wanted to fight. Damn battle maniac. Heh. Smart. Now I can do this. Magneton. You're up. I winced. A steel type, and I just returned my fire type. Damn it, Surge. You're a real dickbag. Milotic. You're up. I call, releasing my boy. Much to Surge's amusement. A water type? Sure, that's a smart call. If you actually manage to hit him with an electric attack, I'll be impressed. I taunted back. Battle begin. Milotic. Safeguard. Magneton Thunderbolt. Thunder Rod. TCH, seriously? Even water types can do that? Tricky move. Surge called out as Milotic tanked the electricity without a concern, and Safeguard activated, making sure he couldn't be paralyzed. Flash Cannon. Milotic. Extreme Dodge. Milotic still wasn't able to really use extreme speed on the ground. His movement was just too slow compared to Arcanine, but at this point it was definitely faster than a normal dodge. As the steel attack blasted his previous position, he was already long gone. This one is fast too? Interesting team. Keep it up, Flash Cannon. Block it with Water Pulse. The two blasts collided, but it was obvious right away which of the two Pokémon had the advantage. Flash Cannon blasted through Water Pulse without too much resistance, causing Milotic to cry out in pain as it hit. Aqua Ring. Thunderbolt. Milotic was building up its recovery move. Aqua Ring gave a passive heal, but it did take concentration. Honestly, this was a bad matchup. Normally, like Brock, I would try flooding the area to give Milotic an advantage, but against an electric type, that was just asking to be destroyed. Milotic cried out in pain as the blast hit, but Aqua Ring was active. Use Recover. Thunderbolt again. I thought you said your water type wouldn't get hit? Surge taunted. I grimaced. I really didn't want to fall into a heal-off. Because Milotic would grow tired from being hit faster than Magneton would from blasting him. Extreme Aqua Tail. Get close and show him your strength. Magnet Rise. Don't let it get close. Surge countered Magnet Rise, causing Magneton to fly high up near the gym's roof. Bastard. Ha ha ha. 10-year-olds with bad words. Never stops being funny. He laughed uproariously at me. Ice Beam. Freeze it solid. Block it with Flash Cannon. Once again, the two moves smashed together and Milotic proved to be unable to overcome the attack. Milotic Return. This is a bad matchup for you. I finally did the smart thing, returning my panting partner before grabbing my third Pokeball. Yeah, what's next? The secret ace of my team. I tell him simply. Throwing the Pokeball. Chansey. Chansey. My pink blob called out, bouncing a little as she revealed herself. Really? A Chansey? Chansey light screen. Huh. Thunder. The blast hit, and even with light screen I could see Chansey take some damage. That Magneton was a monster. Now Chansey Gravity. Chance. And then Magneton fell the fuck down. Chansey Return. Milotic. And suddenly Milotic wasn't so far away anymore. Milotic. Extreme Aqua Tail. Thunder yourself. Surge called, but it was too late. Milotic had the same crazy physical power as Arcanine, and Magneton learned that when his Aqua Tail slammed into him, a whirlpool of water swirling around his tail as Magneton was unable to even lift itself from the ground, but Milotic was a smarty. When he hit, he pushed the Magneton away, watching it screech as its metal body loudly ripped a scratch in the stone floor all the way until it hit the wall. And then it was brightly lit thunder going off too far to hit Milotic. Again. I called just as the electricity was over. Magneton was slammed once again by a tail, throwing it across the room. Return. Surge called out suddenly, and Magneton, who was not looking well, disappeared. Damn kid. Hell of a move. What are you feeding your team? I didn't say anything, just keeping myself firm, waiting. And then Surge grinned. Fair enough. Come on out, Ampharos. Huh. I couldn't help but admit Mareep was more of a Johto Pokemon, but then again. War. Milotic. Get behind the light screen. Stay defensive. Now Ice Beam. I watched as Milotic rushed over and got ready for battle, while Ampharos was struggling just to stand. There wasn't much time left on the gravity effect, but it was still enough to extremely hinder Ampharos. Thunderbolt. Push the Ice Beam away. Me. Milotic cried out as its attack was hindered by the massive blast of lightning. Damn it. Surge sure had some monsters. But it couldn't puncture light screen after being damaged by Ice Beam. Again. Do it again. The screen won't last forever. Surge called out, but as the attacks began, I changed it. Milotic extreme speed to the side. Keep on target. Surge called, but it wasn't that easy. Sure. Milotic wasn't really moving in a blur, but he was moving at quick enough speed that Ampharos wasn't able to keep its Thunderbolt on target, Ice Beam streaking out and managing to hit its side, disrupting the thunder attack. But despite the hit, I was shocked when Ampharos suddenly moved much faster and let out a much more powerful move. Gravity had run out. Zap Cannon. Surge called out after the attack was already sent. Thunder Rod. How did you? Huh. I was in the war, kid. Hand signs are a thing. If you always scream out your attack, you give your enemy too much time to react. I grit my teeth as Milotic tried to block the attack with Thunder Rod, but this wasn't just electricity, it was a bullet move. The electricity moved wrong. It struck, and only some of it was redirected. Methii. Milotic screamed as the attack struck him, obviously seriously injuring my poor water type. ×2 damage with an attack as powerful as Zap Cannon will do that. Milotic Return. I called out, while he wasn't out. I didn't want him to face another hit while he struggled through paralysis. Safeguard had worn out when I returned him before. Damn. That was my mistake. Not bad, kid. What else you got? Milotic's partner. The one you just injured. I hope you're ready, 'cause I can feel how pissed off she is. Ooh. Nasty. Go. Dragonair. The roar of Dragonair nearly shook the entire arena. Dragon Rush. I called out instantly, and then Ampharos was backpedaling as the incredibly fast Dragonair suddenly surrounded herself with an aura of an angry dragon. And she blurred across the arena. Unlike Milotic, Dragonair didn't have the speed issue on solid ground. In fact, she was so fast now she didn't even need to use Dragon Dance to fly like most Dragonair do at first. She simply moved, slamming into the electric Pokémon even as it began charging an attack, but it was too slow. Slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. Dragonair roared again, exulting in injuring the one that hurt her love. Damn kid. Am I fighting a newbie, or Lance? Surge joked as he returned. Ampharos, who had obviously flinched badly at Dragonair's attack, and was about to be slammed again. That would certainly have ended it. I'm not at Lance's level yet. But I will. He insulted my Dragonair. So we are going to crush the Indigo League and meet him at the end. So I can force him to take back his words. I informed Surge as Dragonair drifted a little into a curl, ready for the next enemy. Huh. You challenged the champion? I was right, you definitely got some balls on you. Alright girl. This is my partner. My strongest Pokémon. You ready? I am. Raichu. His Raichu called out as it formed, and for a rat it was huge. Definitely an older Pokémon, and from the way it literally sparked constantly. Surge wasn't kidding. Just looking at it made me want to wince. Dragonair. Dragon Dance. Ooh. Gonna power up, huh? Raichu. Thunder. I could taste ozone suddenly as Raichu began powering up and I grimaced. Dragonair. Thunder Rod. Not gonna save you this time, kid. Surge taunted as the entire gym seemed to be building up towards something. He was right. I could feel it growing. Thunder Rod wouldn't stop this level of attack. At least not with how little my team has mastered it. Protect. I roared out instead. Chansey had happily taught Dragonair this move at my insistence. I had planned on using it against Lance's Dragonite when it went for a Hyper Beam. But this was gonna need it too. Huh. Surge just laughed as the entire gym went up in electricity. I grit my teeth as it hit me as well. And for what felt like half a minute, nothing existed by electricity. Damn. Then it was over. I was on the ground. I could taste copper, but I couldn't let that be it. I looked up, and Dragonair? Well, she had survived. Protect and Thunder Rod had managed to protect her enough she wasn't out of the battle. DRA, I couldn't talk. My tongue was numb. Fuck. I had gotten paralyzed from how much electricity had blown through me. Damn. DRA- my mouth wouldn't work. But Dragonair wasn't stupid. She noticed me unable to order and burst into a Dragon Rush, which was not the move she needed to do. Raichu probably had the ability static too, hitting it with physically moves without a safeguard would just end with a paralyzed Pokémon. Fuck. A moment later Raichu was slammed across the arena, unable to avoid the ridiculous speed of my Dragonair, but after Dragonair cried out as her muscles locked up. Sorry girl. You wanted my best? Here it is. Can't tell you how many enemy soldiers died after they got paralyzed and couldn't even order their Pokémon, or release and return more. It was the best trick I came up with on the battlefield. Raichu had flinched as well, but Dragonair was struggling just to move. She had already fallen to the ground, unable to rise. And my hands were struggling to raise. Of course. I did have a secret move. Cha-Chansey. I managed to say, and that was all I needed. Chansey released herself, and since she was right next to me, as long as she didn't interfere with the battle, it wasn't an issue. After all, plenty of trainers kept a Pokémon with them all the time. A moment later, under a pretty pink light, my body relaxed and I could move. Dragonair. Lights green. Dragonair managed it even as Raichu was powering up another move. Dragon Rush. I called out, desperate. But again she pushed through the paralysis. She roared as she soared across the field, ignoring the buildup of the attack that Raichu was about to release to slam into Raichu, which then caused his thunder to once more release. This time, Chansey was there, protecting me from the effect as it ripped across the entire gym. And then it was over. Dragonair was obviously hurting. Despite being resistant to electric attacks, she had just tanked an immense hit. And Raichu wasn't looking good. It was weak to dragon attacks. Despite its strength, 2 dragon rushes were more than it was ready for. Iron Tail. Surge called out suddenly, as Raichu shook off the hit and charged. Dragonair, Dragon Tail. I cried out, and Dragonair moved to retaliate. Unfortunately, Raichu disappeared in a blur of quick attack. I guess I wasn't the only one to use that trick. Dragonair still hadn't learned extreme speed. The force of the Iron Tail rang out across the arena for a moment. But Surge went from looking confident to concerned when Dragonair barely flinched from the move, before her tail swept out and battered the Raichu into the floor with a crash. Dragonair has Marvel Scale, paralyzing her only makes her even harder to hurt. I informed Surge with a grin as his physical attack did almost nothing, considering Dragonair defense was boosted. Raichu! The mouse screamed out as it began charging from the hole. Dragon Tail again. Knock it away. Pre-EE. Dragonair cried out, her tail whipping out again, and as Raichu tried to blast the area with thunder again, it was suddenly blasted away. Once again, the increased physical power of my training meant that even as Raichu exploded in thunder, it missed Dragonair, who was already moving away. Now. Twister while it's in the air. Raichu. Thunderbolt. Right through. Dragonair made to attack with Twister, but she jerked, flinching as paralysis once more caused her to be unable to move. Thunder Rod if you can. I cried out, but it wasn't enough. The thunderbolt slammed into her and skid her across the ground as she was blasted back from the attack. Dragon Tail. Don't let Raichu get another attack. Attack again, Raichu, but be ready to block with Iron Tail. Luckily, Dragonair didn't care about things like blocking. Before Raichu could gather electricity for another attack, Dragonair was there. Moving in a blur. Raichu was struck, full out blasting him into the wall, his Iron Tail doing nothing to stop the overwhelming power of Dragonair. Surge and I were both looking on, wondering what would happen, waiting to see. But as we waited, Raichu didn't rise. The poor mouse's eyes were swirling after being battered by Dragon Tail. And I sighed in exhaustion as Surge returned his Pokémon, finally ending the match. Chansey. I called out, pointing. Chance. She called out as she started healing Dragonair, cheering her friend on. Damn kid. Surge says as he steps over, ignoring Dragonair's glare as she is being healed. Here. It's my Thunder Badge. Never thought I would give away the special ones. He said as he handed me the Thunder Badge. Special ones? I asked, confused, before I earned a surprised look from the incredibly unfairly tall man, who then guffawed. Wait. You don't know? Don't know what? You challenged my real team. Yeah? I fought Brock's no badge team, and it lost in a single hit, so I asked Brock to give Arcanine a challenge, and I figured it would be more useful for my team to face fully ready Pokémon rather than half-trained teams. What? You have no idea? Damn. Well, listen, kid, this is my normal Thunder Badge. Compare it to the one I just gave you. I looked at the Thunder Badge and then at mine. In the middle, it had a little star symbol. Something the basic one didn't. What does the star mean? It means you challenged the gym's top team and overcame it. Okay? What does that mean? It's mostly bragging rights, kid, but it also means the badge has no time limit. If you come back to challenge the league in a decade, that badge will still cover one of your badge requirements. Usually badges only last 2 years. But the star badges mean you proved yourself good enough to truly defeat a gym leader. It also means your matches will be shown off at the Indigo League. Enjoy your fame, kid. He offered with a chuckle. Huh, fame? What do you mean shown off? Huh. Part of how the association pays for all this is through marketing, kid. Gym matches are recorded. You must have seen the highlight clips? They play before every Indigo League. Yeah? I guess I have. But I mean, they are usually just short clips. Most of the time you don't even see the trainer. Most of the time is right, kid. The league makes those clips and sells them. You can buy those highlight clip shows at the league kiosks. You can even see the full match recordings. Of course, that's for normal matches. A star match, like what you just did? That is going on its own thing. It will be sold as the best of the best stuff. Hell, if you do well enough in the league, you can guarantee the likeness of your team will be sold somewhere. You ever have a poke doll? Sure. Well, it was probably based on some league winner. Or someone who did a star match and got famous. Serge laughed at my confused look. I guess you are too young for that still. Don't worry about it. Just know that if you keep this up, you will be a household name. Well, maybe not you. He offered with a shrug. Eh? What do you mean? Your team. You won't get past the league with your Pokemon. Zero chance. Serge offered a shrug. Why not? They beat you. I argued, a little offended that my team was being besmirched. Oh, they are strong, no doubt. Hell, I don't think I've ever seen a Dragonair move that fast. But that's all it is. Speed and power. You don't have an ounce of skill in them. All they know how to do is brute force it. Go up against a Pokemon trained to deal with power, and your team will get stomped. He shrugged at my glare. My Pokemon are skilled too. They have a lot of strong moves, and are good at using them. They have a few strong moves, but good? Listen, kid. Since you beat me, take this as honest advice. Your Pokemon are bruisers. Nothing wrong with that. Hell, they whipped my team alright. But they don't have the finesse you see in the real elites. You want to strengthen your team? Your team needs to work on more than just flashy moves or power. I can tell they got strong too quick. They don't have that sense of how to keep going, or what it means to go against someone stronger than them. What? My Pokemon have lost plenty. They faced strong enemies before. He nodded, reaching out to push my hat down over my eyes. I squawked at him. You got a team that will take you to the league. But not if you want all the star badges, and you won't win. Someone will outskill you. Trust me. I respect the power. I think when it comes to gym leaders, your team is closest to how I fight. Overwhelming power. I don't bother with the other stuff. Just hit them so hard they lose. It works in a war. Not so much in a league. Or against the elites. Serge walked away, then heading towards the exit. Wait. What am I supposed to do then? How do I train a Pokemon for skill? I thought that is what I was already doing. Sorry, kid. I can't help you there. I can just tell you from my own experience. Your team as it is won't get you a league win. I stood there in the quiet gym as gym trainers came through and started cleaning up the damage. Dragonair and Chansey beside me, but I was lost. Chapter 16. My feet eventually got me to the Pokemon Center. I handed off my team to Nurse Joy as I sort of walked around in a daze, pacing the Pokemon Center lobby like some weirdo. But what the hell? I had one, but I sure didn't feel like it. I patted the egg, which I had picked back up as I walked, almost like a worry stone, just gently stroking the two of the shell. My Pokemon were unskilled? I sighed, rubbing at the bridge of my nose. Okay. Don't close down and get irritated, Vicky. What does that mean? It means I messed up. Or rather, I got tunnel vision. Big shock there. My tendency to focus on things that worked had bitten me in the ass once again. I had so many plans. Ways to train my Pokemon and make them stronger, but I had hit the gravity training, and the effect had been so powerful. I had put everything else to the side. Even when I trained on the off days, I tended to focus on power training for special attacks. I had lost track of what I was supposed to be doing. Training was more than physical training. It was mental. I puffed out my cheeks. Vicky, you idiot. Dumb blonde. Moron. Idiot. What are you doing? Eh? Eh? I gasped, nearly jumping as I realized that hadn't been my voice in my head. Zealous. I greeted after a moment. Vicky. You look bad. I grumbled. Just because I was still all frizzy from Surge's buttheadness. I'm fine. Right. She muttered, focusing on my face. What happened? Get your butt kicked by Surge? Was his trick of blasting everything, and then if it survives blast it again, too much for you? No. I beat him. Barely. I guess I got overconfident. Surge told me. My Pokemon aren't skilled. Did he? I could see it. Fight me. Wha? I didn't stutter, moron. Fight me. She pulled out a Pokeball. Oh. Okay. Let me get my team? Do that. She offered with a turn, throwing her blonde hair over her shoulder as she sauntered out of the Pokemon Center. Zealous was trying to cheer me up with a Pokemon battle? How nice. I knew my attitude would work on her eventually. I caught up to Zealous outside. She was already standing on the Pokemon battling area behind the center. Use your Milotic. She called out without any preamble, and then she threw a Pokeball and a Superior erupted from the Pokeball. I was actually pretty shocked as I took in the fully evolved Pokemon. Wow. Your Snivy evolved already? That's great. I looked over the snake grass Pokemon. It threw me a single haughty look before sniffing a bit and turning away from me. Rude. Of course he has. I was the strongest trainer in all the schools I went to before yours. You might have been stronger than me then. But now? Go on. Send your Milotic. Right. Milotic. Thankfully my team had been healed from the gym, but I could tell Milotic was still tired out, but he didn't show any signs of it. Mai! He cried out, looking fierce towards the Superior. The fact he was easily twice the grass-type size, and obviously more muscular, didn't cause any concern in the grass snake. No, it simply kept a disinterested look on its face. Superior, Grass Blade Dance. She called out suddenly, and Superior's tail grew bright with its grass-type energy, and it was on. Slow. It was really slow. I almost cringed. Of sure it was quick. For a normal trainer, I bet Superior moving at that speed would startle any Pokemon not using Quick Attack. But Milotic didn't even lose track as the Superior rushed in. Then it leapt. I blinked. Aqua Tail. I called, letting Milotic prepare to blast the attack away. Superior's leap let him spin, putting plenty of force behind the impact, but it was still not even close to the blows Arcanine and Milotic would trade. But to my surprise, that wasn't it. Milotic's Aqua Tail, smashing the grass blade aside, worked against us. As it used the rotation to shift and attack again. Milotic, out of position, had to bend far backwards for the grass blade to miss. And then it was on. The two similar Pokemon trading blows, and yet, Milotic's power was only getting in the way. Every blow Superior was avoiding using the power to simply turn its attack into another. If it wasn't for Milotic's purely superior speed, he would have been taking blow after blow. There was a weird feeling. Neither of us spoke, Zealous and I. We simply stared, letting the battle play out. If the battle stayed the same way as it had at the beginning, I would have lost. 100% Milotic, for all his speed and power, simply couldn't land a strike against Superior. But training strength so much did lead to another benefit. Superior tired out first. Eventually, he couldn't quite dodge a blow, and from then on it was over. Zealous and I both called an end to the battle at the same time. Hey Zealous. Let's travel together for a while? I could really use a sparring partner. Please. She blinked, huffing a little as she rolled her eyes. I thought that was obvious already, idiot. I need more practice fighting your stupid overpowered Pokemon if I am going to show you Cantonian trainers what an Unova battler is like. Sounds perfect. I grinned. Now I just had to stop myself from making the same mistakes over and over again, learn a new way of training my team, and make sure I was still keeping up on my other training all at the same time. Where was my easy fun Pokemon journey? Was Nintendo right? Was a hard mode wrong? No. It was Nintendo that was wrong. I'm glad you're my friend Zealous. Friends? We are rivals. Rivals, you dork. She was so nice. While Zealous left for a bit to resupply. I did the same. I prepped for a much longer travel period than normal. Zealous was on foot, so that meant I couldn't follow my usual once-a-week food run. Well, I could, but journeys should be experienced together if you were in a group. So I went to the Pokemon Center and bought all the different poke food I would need for my group's nutrition. Otherwise, I was ready to go. I waited at the Pokemon Center once I bought everything for only about 10 minutes, before Zealous walked in looking irritated. Ready? She asked, and at my nod, turned out of the center. I jogged to catch up. So you beat Surge? Yeah. A few weeks back. I ended up having to backtrack. She grumbles. You Cantonians need to fix your maps. Stupid dead end. Sorry? It's fine. I got my 5th badge out of it, so at least it wasn't a total waste of my time. 5. What are you doing back here then? Shouldn't you be fighting Koga and Fuchsia? Are you kidding? She turned to me like I was crazy. I'm not fighting your crazy powerful gyms. 3 of the badges are from minor gyms. I don't care if I can't take part in the Indigo League next year. I want to travel back to Unova after this. I'm going to fight in the Virtus Conference next year. I have some friends that I need to head home and battle. I nodded. Minor gyms. I hadn't considered those. They had a bit of a stigma for not being real gyms to the people of Kanto, not that all gyms were created equal anyways. Cerulean comes to mind. Oh, I get that. You want to travel home. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Are you going to take part in the musicals in Unova too? What? No? I'm not nearly good enough for those. You have to be really good at dancing and singing for those. She offers with a shrug as we march down the road. Most people took a boat out of Viridian, but we were going to take a path towards Celadon apparently. I was mostly just following Zealous. Oh. I guess I thought it was more popular. What about the Pokemon movies? Ugh. What do you think Unova is? Musicals and movies? No. It takes a ton of work to get a movie gig. Most of the time they take the musical Pokemon since they already have the qualifications. Or you have rare Pokemon. What about you? Gonna make a movie? She riposted, turning my question back on me. Eh? I wasn't planning on it. I think it would be embarrassing. I say with a shrug. The idea made me nervous for some reason. Well, they would take you in a heartbeat. A Dragonair, a Milotic, and an Arcanine? Your Pokemon could be world famous if you went to Unova. I want to go someday, but I don't think I want to be in the movies. Anyways. How did you train your superior so quickly to be so skilled? He was able to fend off Milotic, which is amazing. Ugh. Your ridiculous cheating Pokemon. Your Pokemon has no finesse. It just throws attacks out and expects to hit. Does it? They usually hit. No, you usually smash through everything in the area. There is a difference. Here, superior, come on out. I watched as her grass snake materialized and looked around for a moment before glancing me over and giving a little sniff of distaste. Ouch. Superior. We are going to show off our deflection training. Then to my surprise, Zealous grabbed a rock and chucked it at her Pokemon. I blinked. Animal abuse. But it wasn't. Superior reached out and to my surprise deflected the rock well enough that it went straight up. Without looking, keeping his eyes on Zealous, is dropped back down, so he flicked it back towards her. She simply stepped aside, letting the rock fly by. See? Your Pokemon would have just smashed the rock aside, because they are meatheads. Superior redirects the attack, and turns it into riposte. That's really smart. But throwing rocks at your Pokemon is a little. Idiot. I trained him with a bouncy ball. I wouldn't throw a rock at my Pokemon if they weren't able to handle it. Moron. Sorry. So Zealous had this air of being the confident cool girl, even if I could see through it and see the lonely girl in a distant land. But honestly? After this? All of her coolness points are gone. She isn't cool. She is a dumpster fire. What are you doing? I demanded, honestly offended as I watched Zealous prepare her meal for her team. Her poor team, forced to deal with Zealous's cooking. If you could call it that. Making food? She asked, confused, as I reached over and pushed her hand holding a ladle out of the soup of Pokemon Chow, watching as it splattered down into the cooking pot. In case you didn't know, Pokemon Chow should not be watery. I nearly gagged before regaining myself. No. What? What do you mean no? That is not food. Everything about that is wrong. Your poor Pokemon. I am so sorry. I apologized to Stoutland. Her herdier had evolved at some point on her journey and was currently sitting beside her, waiting for its meal. It even had a cute little bowl. Woof. He offered with a shrug. Hey. They like food time. Starving Pokemon often like food. Which that is not. Okay, first off, Zealous. This is not the right Pokechow for your team. I point out. The bag of chow on her side was quickly pulled up and the description thrown in my face. It says it's good for all Pokemon. Oh, Arceus. It's worse than I thought. I whispered a prayer to the god of Pokemon. This horrible girl. Idiot. Not this time. Okay, full stop. Toss that out in the bushes, it's garbage. You can use some of my Pokechow. I don't have a good nutrition balance for Superior, but I can use some berries to balance that out, but I do have Dragon and Dog Chow. Should be fine for Stoutland and Fracture. I don't need your food. I just made them food, Vicky. Oh, sweet summer child. I sighed. Listen. That Pokechow brand you are using? It is designed for sedentary pet Pokemon. Meowth that lay around the house all day, but still get supplemental nutrition from treats, or from hunting. Your team are battlers. They need way more nutritionally dense food to keep going. How many times have your Pokemon tired out in battle, or mid-training? Heck, why do you think Superior tired out so fast against Milotic? My question cut out some of the offended anger as she actually considered it for half a moment, before reddening. Okay, so sit here. I demand, putting her next to my pot. I had already made most of a meal. I would just need to do a second for her Pokemon. But first, Chansey. I need your nutrition knowledge. I call out, summoning my goddess. Chance. Chansey. She bounced a little, pulling me into a hug, before nodding determinedly. Her little arms pumping as if determined. Walking over to Zealous's Pokemon, she immediately began an examination. Zealous's team looking a little uncomfortable, but all Pokemon know you don't argue with a Chansey. Her eagerness made even funnier when Superior tried to untangle himself from her grasping fins? I don't know what you would call her cute little arms, but it was to no help Superior's little Serp. Gasp of surprise as Chansey straight up dead lifted him to pull him closer, had me smiling. What? What is she doing? Chansey is checking your Pokemon for nutrition issues. Don't worry. Chansey went to a nursing school for this sort of thing. Since they can actually talk to the Pokemon, they can ask questions about bone or muscle issues that we might not notice. Nurse Joy helped me at first setting up a nutrition plan, but Chansey is the one that makes sure everything is working. I watch as Zealous's head seems to be spinning as she is absorbing so much information right now. It looked like her entire worldview was changing. Think of me as an idiot, will you? But I shook my desire to taunt her away. She needed to learn this, 'cause it was important to her friends. So I pulled her attention away from Chansey back to me, and the poke chow I had pulled out of my bag. This is dragon-type chow. I had to special order it 'cause Kanto doesn't have many dragon types. But it works great. So first thing we need to know when preparing food. What kind of flavors does your fracture like? My Dragonair likes her food dry, but hates bitter foods. So I use apricot berries. They are super dry, which she adores, and are the exact opposite of bitter. I honestly can't eat them, they are so sweet. What? My question obviously since she didn't know. This girl. Your Pokemon need to eat to build up strength and endurance, Zealous. If you make something they don't like the taste of, they might not eat at all. So you have to know your Pokemon's preferences. I don't know. She hissed, sounding embarrassed. Okay, let's find out. Hey Fracture, come over, we are going to do some taste testing. I call out as I pull out my berry storage. We will find out. Is this really that important? Of course. Pokemon break down muscle every time they train, they have to eat the right nutrients to heal the damage, to grow stronger. If they aren't eating the right thing, the muscle won't heal right, or will just eat itself to fix the damage, which makes them weaker, not stronger. Then you have bones, endurance, fat reserves. I ran a list of things off my fingers as I walked Fracture through a taste test to figure out his favorite berries. Alright, she muttered, looking furious for a moment before she took a deep breath and let it out. I realized it wasn't anger at me. It was at herself. Vicky, can you help me set up a nutrition plan for my Pokemon? I want to make sure they are healthy. Sure. This can be fun too. Finding out what flavors your Pokemon like, or just making them a good meal is great. I'll teach you everything. I offer with a happy smile as I pull her into a side hug. Thanks. Traveling with Zealous was different to Ivy. For one, Ivy was much more willing to go with the flow. Get distracted by new Pokemon? Ivy was down to play with them or wander around a forest. Zealous did none of that. Slow down? She left you behind. Fortunately for me, I had an Arcanine. Over the course of the first week she left me behind 3 times, but much to her consternation I was there with her again in minutes when I realized she had left. The first time, she had just gone a bit down the road, before stopping. Probably intending to yell at me for not keeping up. Only for me to show up on Arcanine, making her realize it really didn't matter. It was fun. Traveling slower let me notice all the Pokemon in the area. Even if Zealous didn't want to stop. But nothing could stop my desire to play in the woods with cute Pokemon. Judging stares? Huh. As if such a weak thing could hinder me. Of course we battled all the time. Her Pokemon were all zippy? I was surprised that so often even Arcanine found her attacks missing as her Pokemon. Usually her Stoutland seemed to always know where my Pokemon were going to attack. Her team was already ready to punish my team. That was it. A lot of her attacks were ripostes. Always waiting for the attack to come in before hitting back harder. I wondered if she taught her team counter, and went from there. It did give me some ideas though. Funnily enough, we both had a small team still. Hey Zealous. You haven't captured any Pokemon here, have you? Why not? Lots of Pokemon in Kanto don't live in Unova. Because I'm not a Kanto trainer. If I capture a bunch of Kanto Pokemon, I won't even be able to take them all when I go home, and everyone is going to think I'm some foreigner. It's annoying. She grumbled as she stomped down the road. That's kinda silly, isn't it? You would have rare Pokemon in Unova. Moves that no one else is prepared for. You want to hit the Virtus conference there. Wouldn't having rare Pokemon help? A little, but not as much as you would expect. But there is a stigma associated with people who end up with teams of foreign Pokemon. They are usually purchased by their parents. Worse, I'm going to be a year late. So I'm going to be 11 when I get there. Everyone is going to think I'm weird. She whined, reminding me despite everything she was just a 10-year-old. Not weird. Different. You will have an experience none of them do. They all journeyed through Unova, but you went to a different region and had to handle new Pokemon, and a different way of battling. Isn't Unova all about double battles? It's much more common there than here. But not all about it. We do single battles too. She grumbles, kicking a rock down the road as she stomps a bit. But having Kanto Pokemon will make me stand out. I'll be weird. Different. I remind her with a smile. And the thing about different is that yeah, sometimes people will look at you badly, but at the same time, some will notice how you do things differently, how you work on problems at angles they don't expect. Ugh. Stop trying to get me to capture more Pokemon. She says, but this time at least she didn't call me an idiot. It was working. Okay, so like this? I ask zealous. After teaching her how to cook and prepare nutritionally useful food for her Pokemon, which right after had been showing a huge uptick in energy and happiness. She had offered to trade that knowledge with hers on how to make Pokemon more skillful. Really, she just said better at battling, but that is what she meant. Good enough. Alright Milotic, you got the targets. She called out. I had set up a series of targets packed together around him, that Milotic had to strike with his tail, without breaking them. It was meant to help him control his strength. He would use a tail attack and strike each of the targets in a quick order. I still don't really get it though. I offered, looking to Zealous, who immediately turned me with her normal look of irritation. Your Pokemon only know how to blast things at full power, but they always attack with very direct motions. This is part of how I taught Superior to fight with his tail. Your Milotic acts like his tail is a club. But it isn't. It's a sword. You don't have to go full power every time, you can block and parry. This will train the motions into muscle memory. Well, if it works. I mutter. Milotic had broken every target so far. His tail striking out with an uncontrollable power. I guess it really was a problem. They had power training, but controlling your strength after spending so much time in heavy gravity must make it much more difficult to actually control yourself normally. So I settled back. Milotic kept hitting too hard, but slowly he started to get control of his power, striking the target just with the tip of a tail before pulling back and striking another. Over and over we watched him try. Until he was able to start speeding up his tail into a blur as it flashed out and just scraped each target, before moving on to another. Damn. Zealous cursed beside me as she watched. I really don't think Superior can keep up with that. She muttered to herself as the flashing tail of Milotic was soon a blur. Just means you need more training. I tell her with a nod. We both just started our journey. We might be strong in different ways, but that doesn't mean anything. There are so many powerful Pokemon in the world. So many powerful trainers, that I can't even imagine the difficult fights that are ahead of us. I say simply. Imagining all the battles I had seen in the anime against legendary Pokemon, that only the strongest, most powerful trainers were even able to slow them down. It made me think of the Shamudi Islands. 3 legendary birds that if unbalanced would cause horrible weather throughout the entire world. Fuck, legendary Pokemon were scary. Damn idiots for trying to capture them. Every bad guy that tries to capture a legendary ends up totally screwed either due to the power of the Pokemon, or through some upset in the natural world. I shook that thought away. I could only pray that when that clusterfuck happened, Ash would take care of it. Fuck. Oh, it's Celadon. I call out as we turn a corner in a forest and come across the site of Celadon City stretching out before us. We had been traveling slowly, just enjoying learning from each other. Once Zealous realized how important what I could teach was, she was more than happy to learn more cooking skills to make her Pokemon happier. Stoutland practically turned into a puppy, he had so much more energy. His fur was soft, but Arcanine was softer. Still, we kept moving slowly every day, and now we were here. Our next destination. Celadon not only had a gym, but it also had some huge department stores. If you wanted to buy it, you could find it in Celadon. Hurrying into the city, Zealous behind me yelling at me to slow down as I rushed towards the city excited to look around. I could hardly slow down. I wanted to buy an incubator for my little Dratini egg, to make sure they were comfortable. And I wanted to restock on some vitamins I had been adding into my pokechow. I had used a lot more in the last few weeks helping Zealous. Plus there was lots of other stuff. I could use some new clothes. Finally. Stop running off. Zealous huffed at me as she caught up, slightly out of breath. I was too, but I was more excited. Come on, let's go shopping. I called to her with a smile as she rolled her eyes at my eagerness. I don't need to buy anything. Pokechow. I interrupted her. TCH. I don't need to buy anything but pokechow dash. Vitamins for your pokechow. I don't need dash. Some cooking stuff. I won't always be around for you to borrow my stuff. Fine. She exploded, stomping past me into the massive shopping center. I grinned, skipping as I caught up with her, guiding her towards the building map so we could find out where we needed to go. I grinned as I carried the incubator. Dragonair and Milotic's egg was resting inside, warm and safe, and more importantly, well taken care of. Even if I would miss having it close at hand. Is that everything? Zealous grumbled at me. I had ran her through a few stores for supplies she needed to better cook for her team, and she was grumpy a bit at how much she had to spend. But she couldn't rely on my stuff forever. I might not be around and she had to have it. Want to check out the Celadon gym? It's a grass-type gym. I offer instead, pointing at the building that was inside of the entrance of the department store. Huh? Grass-type, huh? They any good? She asks, standing up, her bag once more resting against her hip. I don't know where she got a poke bag that looked like a purse, but all power to her. Erica is supposed to be very talented. Very elegant as a battler. Although watch out for powder attacks. I add, remembering that Erica liked gloom and that line. I can handle that. Let's go. I want to get a badge today, and you already had me running around. Think of the tasty treats you will make for your team. I beg as I follow after her, earning a scoff at my teasing. We both walked up to the Celadon gym, taking in the fact it was more greenhouse than building as we entered. A receptionist wearing a very fancy kimono was waiting. Welcome to the Celadon City Gym. Gym leader Erica-sama is currently not taking challenges. The gym was damaged in a fire a short time ago. The receptionist offers, which had both Zealous and I frowned for different reasons. Wasn't there a whole thing with Ash and a fire at Celadon Gym? I don't really remember. But while I was distracted with that, Zealous was angry. What do you mean not taking challenges? That is what gyms are supposed to do. Apologies. The gym is not currently safe to battle within. That's stupid. We can battle outside then. Apol dash. I think that is enough. A calm voice called out behind us as a woman in a kimono entered. Thank you, Sandy, and you, Miss Trainer. Please do not harass my people. The gym is closed. I apologize for the inconvenience. Erica-sama. The receptionist called out in surprise at her appearance, rising and offering a bow. I hope your business was successful? It was. Supplies for the repairs are paid for and on their way. Erica mentioned with a smile, earning a relieved sigh from the receptionist. Well, I'm here for a gym challenge. Zealous interrupted suddenly, without a care. Right. She was basically an American. Heh. Yeah, we did tend not to care about social norms of other places. I could see Erika's nose crinkle just a tad at the interruption, before she turned to Zealous. The gym is not taking challenges currently. So people can come all the way to your gym, but you won't battle them just because your gym was damaged? There is plenty of space outside. Zealous snarked, pointing at the door, which indeed, despite being in the middle of the city, there was a park nearby that had a Pokemon battle square. Most did after all. Always good to have a place for the kids to battle rather than let them battle where they wanted to. Erica-sama is dash. No. That's fine. I have business to do, but if this trainer desires a battle so much, I accept. I will simply have to make it quick. She offers with a gentle smile, every inch the Kanto Anabashi. Heh. I couldn't help but chuckle. I had a feeling that Zealous was about to face a Pokemon team a little higher than she was prepared for. Good. Finally. Zealous snarked back, throwing her hair over her shoulder. The white blonde flowing easily at her movement, despite being on the road for so long. Many mornings were spent waiting for her to finish her hair care routine. Unlike mine, where I just washed it and threw it in a lopsided messy ponytail. Ain't nobody got time for that. I had Pokemon to play with. Sticks in my hair? Who cares? Excellent. A moment to gather my team. Erica offered with a tiny bow before turning back inside, as Zealous nodded and marched out. Sorry for her. She is Unovan. I apologized to the receptionist who was looking rather irritated over everything that had just happened. I got a huff from the prim-looking woman before I followed after Zealous. The challenger Zealous Bia from Unova is the winner. I called out. Somehow I had been pulled into the referee position during the fight. It had been a rough fight. I was right. Erica hadn't pulled out her main team, but it was one of her stronger ones. And Zealous had been on the back foot the entire battle, but she had overcome. In a really impressive showing, she had managed to eke out a win over Erica. Very well. Erica called out, giving a short nod. You may need to work on your manners, but your love and care for your Pokemon is obvious. Very well. You have earned a rainbow badge. Yes. Zealous called out in delight, even doing a little wiggle at her success. Fracture wiggled as well, delighting in succeeding in the battle, even as he sneezed. Erica's gloom, and its many spore attacks had made the battle difficult for him. Return Fracture. I'll take you to the Pokemon Center right away. Good. Your Pokemon battled well. I would hate to make them suffer for any longer than needed. Erica offered a short bow, while knowing the effects of powder and spore attacks on Pokemon. You aren't too bad. Your Pokemon know how to battle. Zealous offered, as close to an apology as she would give. So it probably wouldn't be a good idea for me to battle you in this open arena. I would probably end up destroying it somehow. My memory of what Brock's gym looked like after our battle comes to my mind. Can I ask how long it will be before you are accepting matches again, Erica? Oh? You are willing to wait? How polite. Very well. I expect the gym to be back in shape within a week at the most. Cool. I'll come by in a week or so. Ugh. Vicky. I'm not waiting around for a week. I know. You want to move on. I think we should split up again. It will give us both some time to make sure we understand what we taught each other. I tell her with a grin. Her attempts at cooking were getting better, but I still ended up needing to rescue her from time to time as she got flustered and didn't know what to do if something went wrong. Fine. Next time we meet, we will have another battle. Don't think you will win so easily. She demanded with a pointed finger before she walked off towards the Pokemon Center. Are you sure the two of you are friends? She seems quite difficult. Erica asked as she watched Zealous walk down the street in a huff. Best friends? I tell Erica with a grin and a thumbs up. Earning an odd look, but in the end Erica shrugged. It was fine. Most people just didn't understand that Zealous was at Sundara. Chapter 17. We split up. Zealous marching off, probably for Fuchsia or Saffron City. Hopefully, Ash will have dealt with Sabrina before she gets there. But I walked the opposite way. After another call to my parents to let them know I was going to begin some more training, I headed into the mountains around Celadon City, finding a good quiet spot that should last until the week is over. It's not like we would be making lots of explosions like Draco Meteor this time. Where before I had trained for power, without realizing that only half solved the problem, this time I was going to train my Pokemon skill. Zealous had given me an idea with her target training. Forcing the Pokemon to create attack patterns that would be faster than just smashing through things. It honestly reminded me of sword training, learning forms so you can instinctively attack and defend. My Pokemon needed that, but more. After all, We were Team Legendary. So is everyone ready? I called out, earning firm nods from my team. All 4 of them were in a square. Arcanine to Milotic. Milotic to Chansey, Chansey to Dragonair, and Dragonair to Arcanine. Each had a target on their body. A cloth ribbon in different colors. Red for Arcanine, blue for Milotic, purple for Dragonair, and pink for Chansey. Chansey loved her little ribbon, and I had a feeling that anyone that even came close to touching her new bling was going to have a tough time, since the goal was for each Pokémon to only hit the ribbon of their opponent, without being hit in turn by their aggressor. Dodge and accuracy training. Also a way to help them pick up different attack patterns with their moves, instead of just smashing everything aside. It was partially done under gravity. Since it would be unfair for Chansey to have to split her focus, but I knew she would activate it whenever she could. The goddess of gains would not be denied. But there was one more trick to it. I didn't want to totally rely on my team having to guess their movements. So I added one more idea that had only taken a short stop at the Celadon department store. Okay everyone. Follow the beat. I called out as I hit the play button on the boombox. The sound of music filling the clearing as my Pokémon began dancing. While attacking and dodging. I giggled at how silly some of them looked, although I made sure to stifle it so they couldn't hear me. Milotic's bouncing snake dance I literally couldn't look at, or else I might laugh too loud and hurt his feelings. What can I say? Coordinators had given me an idea. I think it was Serena in the anime that had a dancing EV. It eventually evolved into a Sylveon, but more importantly, it was surprisingly difficult to hit in battle even as an EV. Its dancing movements, giving it a really unpredictable movement style. I wanted my own Pokémon to have a more erratic movement in combat. A way of moving that altered the pace of their movement in ways the enemy would have trouble predicting. Honestly, it was sorta half giving up. If I couldn't get my Pokémon the skill because I was too dense to figure out good training program, I would just make it so Pokémon that were super skilled couldn't predict my brawler's movement. So this was 5 training styles all at once. Power with gravity. Skill by moderating their attacks to only hit the targets. Dodging with music. Endurance. Because it was going to be tough to keep it up for long periods. And counter shield training, because the goal was to dodge or block the attack from hitting their target. Thankfully, Celadon's department store had a ton of stuff to buy, including all the food and vitamins my team needed. And so fire blazed, water swirled, dragon power roared, and Chansey giggled. 'Cause she was awesome. And my team trained. Positions changed after every round. When my Pokémon needed a break, I went to work. Chansey of course healed everyone, but that wasn't all that they would need after such an intense training session. Chansey and I would take each of them and run them through a medical check. Checking muscles, cooling them off, making sure they were hydrating. If their muscles were still sore after Chansey's healing, I would even give them a massage to try and relieve any lingering pain. Pokémon training was more than just yelling moves at them after all. I was checking Milotic's fins, earning a purring mee from him at my attention after a few rounds. He had taken to using his fins to bounce him a bit on dry land, to add to his avoidance dance. It was a good idea, but it was definitely wearing him out. Despite his fins made for swimming, lifting his entire bulk over and over on dry land in gravity was taking its toll. I'm not seeing any muscle issues, Milotic. Looks like you are just stretching the muscles in ways you never had before. We will have Chansey give you another heal after, but she is resting. So just try not to use your fins. Rest them for now. I tell him as I rub my thumbs into his fin ears. Finding the muscle and trying to soothe it. Milotic. Yeah, I know it hurts, buddy. You did great though. You really forced Dragonair to struggle just to get an attack anywhere near your scarf. I tell him, earning another purr as he enjoyed my attention. I looked up to see my team resting. Dragonair was sidled close by in the river, apparently enjoying the way the slow-moving river ran over her sore muscles. Arcanine was completely passed out on her side, snoring as her legs kicked a little. Doggy dreams. How cute. Chansey was resting her feet in the water as she lay back. Her poor feet must hurt from all the movement under heavy gravity. I guess having her jumping around in gravity was a little much for her little feet. Still, I had seen amazing improvement in just the few days we had been doing this. It helped that we did it multiple times a day. I mean, my Pokemon were eager for the training. Well, Arcanine and Dragonair were. Milotic was perfectly content being a lazy fish. And Chansey? Well, the goddess of gains was more than happy to both help and train. She was funny like that. But Arcanine had been working herself ragged to improve. My poor girl had taken it a bit personally that she had been defeated in the gym battles. Aside from Cerulean, trying to explain that it was normal for Pokemon to not defeat entire teams of gym leaders, top Pokemon hadn't quite landed. She had refused to accept it. After all, my dog wanted to be legendary. That is what I promised her after all. It was kinda cute how much she was a battle junkie. I would just have to do my best to make sure she gets there. Of course, hiding outside Celadon in a forest, making lots of noise, does eventually draw attention. As I continued stroking Milotic's fins, I heard voices approaching. I frowned. I really didn't want to be disturbed right now. At least no one had seen the actual training. I continued soothing Milotic as I looked towards where the voices were coming from. Which way? A voice called out, and I frowned as a few moments later I heard a Pokemon reply and the ruffling of bushes. My Pokemon had noticed, of course. Even Arcanine had stirred awake at the sound of unfamiliar voices and was sitting up looking focused. You could take the dog out of the police academy, but not the police academy training out of the dog. A moment later, Eradicate slipped out of the bushes, looking startled at seeing my team all focused on it. As it let slip a startled rat. As it stilled, getting the attention of its trainer. Two people slipped out of the bushes behind the Raticate, looking surprised at seeing an array of rare Pokemon. All was quiet for a bit before the blonde girl scoffed. See? I told you the Arcanine tracks went this way. Well, I have to give it to you. You were right. The male agreed with a chuckle. It only took us a few months. He seemed to joke at her, earning a scowl. As if there is anyone else in Kanto that could track an Arcanine. You are lucky you are teamed with me. I suppose I am. So you are the one, huh? The man asked, turning back towards me. The trainer that has an Arcanine. This is my team, yeah. I'm Vicky. Can I help you? You might. The male called out with a laugh. We've been tracking your Arcanine for a while now. Did you really have to lead us all over Kanto? We? The woman asked, eyebrow raised. My lovely partner has been tracking you. He offers with a smile as an apology. For what? I don't think I know you. I tell them something about the way they were looking at me. Yeah, I didn't trust these two. I patted Milotic on his head as I stood up, ready to battle if it came down to it. What was up with these two that were making me so uncomfortable? I think I recognized them? You don't know us yet, the man said with a shrug as he reached at his belt and grabbed a Pokeball. Agreed. I suppose we will just have to introduce ourselves. Go Tentacruel. She called out, as her partner moved at the same time. Go Cloyster. Haha. The two laughed as their Pokemon materialized and I readied for battle. My Pokemon looked suddenly more than willing to teach these two a lesson. But then suddenly they shifted, grabbing the mountain hiking gear they had been carrying and throwing it aside, revealing a familiar dark outfit underneath. Prepare for trouble. And make it double. That is why my bad feeling was. I grimaced, and as my Pokemon read my unease as they gathered around ready to battle. As the two Team Rocket members both spoke the next line of the motto. Arcanine's growl a reverb backdrop as they continued. Here's our mission, so you better listen. To infect the world with devastation. To blight all people in every nation. To denounce the goodness of truth and love. To extend our wrath to the stars above. Cassidy. And Butch, of course. We're Team Rocket, circling Earth all day and night. Surrender to us now, or you will surely lose the fight. Arcanine. Extreme speed grab. Milotic ice beam, slow them down. Dragonair. Dragon rush. Chansey. Gravity. Wait. You can't use so many Pokemon, that's cheating. Cassidy cried out as my team all began moving. Yeah. That's our job. I ignored the peanut gallery. Team Rocket. Pokemon thieves and general pains in the ass. Did they think I was going to treat them like a gym challenge? My Pokemon didn't hesitate much to the surprise of the two Rocket members. Their Pokemon reacted quickly, even as Arcanine slammed into Tentacruel, causing the two of them to break off from the fight. Arcanine's teeth firmly gripped on Tentacle as she started running. The sound of the Pokemon smashing into trees as Arcanine hauled it along only distracted me for a moment. Cloyster had snapped shut as the attacks rammed into it. Ice building up along the ground, freezing it in place, keeping it from moving, as Dragonair slammed down with a little roar, smashing it through the ice and then into the frozen ground. Cloyster's shell making a harsh shrieking noise at the hits. Chansey, though, hadn't aimed at the Pokemon. Gravity slammed down over the two Rocket members. Butch and Cassidy's calls to their Pokemon were stifled as they slammed to the ground. Don't forget the Raticate. I called out to Milotic, who switched targets from the Cloyster. Raticate had been hesitating, not sure what to do without an order, but seeing Milotic focus on him, his fawn began glowing bright. Hyper Fong. Milotic Aqua Tail. Milotic's Aqua Tail was an interesting move. It created a whirlpool of water around his tail when he attacks. Before this, I had only really focused on his physical power with the attack, but with Zealous giving us advice, we had changed that. Milotic had been training for the last few days on not just smashing through everything, but instead using his tail as a sword. Hyper Fong wasn't simply smashed aside, instead it was deflected, Aqua Tail hammering against it at the perfect angle that Raticate found itself redirected almost directly upwards. The angle was a little off, unfortunately. Milotic was still working on it. Unlike Superior, who could have launched it into the air and then had time to prepare a second strike as it fell, Raticate was knocked a bit too far away. Ice Beam where it lands. I called out with a grin, as the rat landed with a crash only to be instantly coated in ice. Dragonair was still smashing Cloyster, her shrieks of real anger entwining with the hammering staccato that echoed from Cloyster's shell at her strikes. Chansey, on the other hand, had instantly focused on the real threat. Both members of Team Rocket not only found themselves under heavy gravity, but Chansey standing over them with her hands on her hips. Her face even bloated out a little as if she was puffing out her cheeks in anger. So cute. Of course Team Rocket didn't think so when she raised her little hand up, which then glowed white. Hey, we can talk ABOOF. And not the face. It's too beautiful to be OOF. Double slap. I couldn't help but comment as both Rocket members now had massive imprints on each cheek. Well, that and a date with unconsciousness, because Chansey had just slapped the shit out of them both. Nice. The fact they were foaming at the mouth? Well, I am sure they would be fine. I wandered over. And after a moment grabbing their pokeballs, I returned Cloyster, who almost looked relieved at being freed from Dragonair, and Raticate. Tentacruel took a little longer. Arcanine did eventually wander back into the clearing, tail wagging happily as she dragged the Tentacruel that had long since lost consciousness around like a chew toy. I returned it as well, and then helped Chansey heal Arcanine of poison. Silly dog. So these two tried to capture your Pokemon? They called themselves members of Team Rocket. I tell Officer Jenny back in Celadon. The two idiots had woken up a few minutes after I started dragging them to Celadon. Their attempt to run had ended with doggy slobber. Arcanine pinning them down without much trouble. With Milotic and Dragonair wrapping them up, we had all headed back to the city. Listening to the idiots blathering on and on about how I was a twerp and I would pay for this had gotten old quick. Their Pokemon Chansey and I had looked over, the three had looked pretty terrified. I had even given them some food, just something tasty, to help calm them down. They had been really hesitant at first, but giving them some food had warmed them right up. The barked orders from Team Rocket to them had been ignored once Arcanine had started growling. With that, I had turned over Team Rocket and their Pokemon to Officer Jenny. Hopefully their Pokemon would be released, or if they were stolen, Pokemon returned to their owners. Well, you certainly cause a stir. Alright, we will deal with them from here. Good job. Pokemon thieves are a serious threat, especially Team Rocket. Thanks, Officer Jenny. She patted my head, causing my big sun hat to flop over my eyes as she headed back into the police station. Phew. I sighed, feeling my shoulders dropped. That could have gone way worse. I was really relieved that we hadn't been blindsided. Those two had just tried to steal my Pokemon. My fist clenched. I might have some serious words with Giovanni in the future. I shook out my fist, letting all the anxiety flow out of me. My team was fine, they were strong, and wouldn't be taken easily, if at all. A little bored of running off into the forest, I decided I would take a break from that for the next few days until Erica's gym was open. I headed to the Pokemon Center, dropped off my team to get a checkup as I settled into a comfy one-room suite. A shower with clean water and not warmed river or Milotic water was exactly what I needed. After that, I took my team and headed towards the battle squares. You would be amazed at how many kids wanted to battle their Pokemon that either were too young to have their journey, or had come home to live a more normal life but still wanted to give their Pokemon some battles. Many of them would try to keep their Pokemon in shape to run through the Indigo League after their first year, despite heading home to return to school. So as I approached, I could already see a ton of people hanging around the battle squares in a nearby park. Since we were in a big city, they even had seating bleachers rising up around the squares where plenty of people were resting, some quite old as they enjoyed the battles taking place. It still struck me sometimes just how integral Pokemon battling was to this world. It was like all the sports fans in the entire world only cared about one sport: Pokemon battling. Not that other things didn't exist. Contests were popular, if not hugely popular in Kanto. But battling? Battling was eternal. Walking into the square, I wasn't paid any attention at first. After all, the Rhyhorn that was battling a Nidorina was taking up everyone's attention. The two Pokemon battling it out, their trainers, both were probably a little older than me, shouting orders. It was nice. Everyone was cheering and enjoying the battle. And the Pokemon? I could tell right away they were having a blast. Rhyhorn was practically smiling as it plowed the Nidorina with a tackle, while Nidorina was swift to jump back to her feet. She refused to lose. It was great. I took a minute to look around. Picking my first target. I wasn't about to bully some pre-journey kid. But I was here to finally get some real battles under my belt. What better place than where everyone who had already done their journey tended to gather? My eyes instantly honed in on a group of punks. I smirked. They were all wearing dark clothes, and looked like they were troublemakers, but they were also older than me by at minimum a few years. Better even? Everyone was avoiding them. That meant they had a reputation in battles, or just in general. Perfect. Hi. I chirped as I approached one of them, a guy who looked like every dark-type trainer. Which was hilarious since we had so few of them in Kanto. His big dark jacket and pants all matched in color, and his hair was spiky as if he was mimicking his Pokemon. Considering he had a Houndoom on his jacket, and his hair looked like horns, I could guess. Huh? Don't know you. He muttered loudly, catching the attention of the group as they all turned towards me, with smirks after a moment. Nope. I'm an out-of-towner. Waiting for Erica's gym to finish getting repaired. Mind telling me what the rules are for battles? I want to give my team some exercise. Ho? This little kid wants to battle us, huh? I got a few nasty smiles from his group, but a few happy ones too. Everyone wanted to battle someone new after all. To test themselves, to win, to prove they were good trainers. You sure you shouldn't be talking to the kiddie side? He asked, pointing across to a smaller battle square where kids who hadn't had their journey were battling. Mostly with unevolved, or even uncaptured Pokemon. Funnily enough, city Pokemon would often hang around the battle squares looking for a fight. The fact that the kids that lost would often take the Pokemon to the center where they would get healed and a meal out of it, plus the experience in battling without having to worry about severe injury, attracted a lot of the battle junkie Pokemon. Plus some would get attached to kids and be their starter. Not every kid got a region starter after all. I'm sure. My team is pretty strong. I've already got 3 badges, you know. I say, purposefully sounding childish. The first battle would inevitably be a curb stomp. Especially since I was planning on focusing on one of my team to get her some experience. Huh. Alright. Come on, kid. Let this senior trainer show you what's what. He chuckled evilly, but I grinned like the sun had just come out of the clouds. Perfect. I chirped happily, earning a confused look from the punk. His Houndoom jacket kept amusing me. His Houndoom wouldn't do much against Dragonair. She was so used to fighting Arcanine, it wouldn't even be a fight. We waited for the battle to end, the Rhyhorn's trainer pulling off an amazing pound attack that flattened the night arena and left the two trainers wandering to the Pokémon Center before anyone else could claim the square. My new friend sauntered out, every inch of him screaming punk. It made me laugh. He was way too silly looking to really pull off the dangerous look. Alright, kid. Let's do this. Don't think I will accept you backing out. Same. Fight me with everything you have. My team needs some exercise. I call out happily, earning a scowl and a few laughs from his people at how little his attempt at intimidation worked. Go Houndoom! He cried out, his evolved doggo landing in a flash, its dark flames causing my nose to crinkle at the smell. It howled long and loud. The fact that the kitty square Pokemon all jumped at the noise and backed away told me that this guy might have abused his experience a bit more than I expected. Well, good thing I was basically using prison yard rules. While I moved my hand away from Dragonair's Pokeball, I had intended on giving her the battles first. I wanted to give her more experience in battles, maybe pushing her towards an evolution. But you don't send out a canine type to challenge my team without facing the alpha dog. Well, stop hesitating. Just send out your starter or something, I want to get this over with. He called out and I nodded, grabbing Arcanine's ball. I could literally feel her perk up inside as I chose her eagerness almost causing the Pokeball to vibrate. Go. See. Just like my Tiana. Houndour and Houndoom didn't really live in Kanto. They were Johto Pokemon, and there again was a reason why they didn't live here. Growlithe would be their main competitor. Unlike Poochyena and my Tiana though, Houndour's advantages meant they weren't wiped out. First, they had an easy evolution. Houndoom, like this one, would be a bit much for a Growlithe to take out, which gave the Johto dogs an advantage. Second, they too fought in packs. Both species had probably been competing for areas as long as they existed, but there was a reason Houndooms had never managed to wipe out Growlithe from Johto. It wasn't that Intimidate knocked out Houndoom's attack, leaving them mostly their special attack. Because Growlithe were just as likely as Houndoom to have Flash Fire, meaning both canines could be immune to fire attacks. It was because, for as rare as they might be, Arcanine exist. Just that. Their mere existence meant Houndoom would never be the top dog in the Kanto-Johto regions. Of course Arcanine had heard the howl. Had listened in her Pokeball to another dog, daring to claim dominion. The moment I threw the ball, my hands were already covering my ears. Hull. Arcanine held, thankfully not the move, just pure noise, a roar. The battle square felt like it shook at the length of her howl. I could see every Pokemon and trainer in the area jerk towards the battle. Even those that had just been walking down the street were suddenly very focused on what had just happened. The poor punk across from me looked like someone had just killed his dog. Don't worry. I will make sure Arcanine doesn't. Just a little light battling. Arcanine finished her howl, bending down low, her mouth opened, as she exhaled fire, her fur nearly lighting up with flame. Her counter shield training had been actually enhancing her fire abilities a lot. She still wasn't as amazing as she could be, but her fire was getting stronger. She glared at the Houndoom, which was looking anything but confident. I hadn't really noticed it, but Arcanine had been getting a lot bigger over the last few months. Constant battle training and good eating had earned her a good bit of extra height. And weight, of course, but that was all muscle. All of it. Every inch. Hey, you ready? We are in a battle. I call out cutely, diving the dagger in even further by laying my cheek on my palm. Unless you don't want to get this over with like you said? I teased. My cute confused look turned sinister as I smiled, all teeth matching the look of my dog as we grinned sharply. But don't worry. I won't accept you backing out. I call out as Arcanine nearly burned with energy, just standing there ready for the order. I could see the boy swallow, before shaking his head. Trying to unpsych himself. That's right. It's on. Houndoom. Dark Pulse. Counter Shield. I called out, watching as Arcanine nearly blurred, the energy beam passing beside her as she both dodged the attack, and hammered at it with her flame, weakening the attack as it was forced to push against the flame. Extreme speed. I didn't even need to add anything special to it. Arcanine blitzed, and Houndoom, who was building up a second Dark Pulse, had a moment to realize it was about to be in for a load of pain as Arcanine tackled it. The Houndoom yelped as it was bodied, landing with a roll nearly at the feet of his trainer before managing to scramble to its feet. It already looked wrecked. It was breathing heavily and had the look of someone that was about to ask for the number of the train that just hit them. Houndoom. Nasty plot. Then Dark Pulse again. I watched as Houndoom suddenly surrounded itself in purple energy, looking furious and dangerous, and then a Dark Pulse began building, but it was much larger than it was before. Dodge practice. I called out, and Arcanine knew what to do instantly. As the pulse of power ripped across the field, I wanted to whistle. The Houndoom wasn't a pushover. That was a strong dark attack. The energy seemed to sear the ground as it passed. Maybe a special move? I thought, a mix of dark energy and fire? That was interesting. But it never even came close. Arcanine had spent most of a week working on dodging incoming attacks. The black beam that erupted out from Houndoom's mouth was avoided in an absolutely beautiful side flip. She bounced to her right, literally doing a complete flip in a single easy motion, as casual as I would do a skip, and the beam ripped past her, missing entirely. The whole crowd went wild at the sight. What? The punk called out, shocked. It had been so fast that Arcanine had been a blur as she dodged. I grinned. Skill training had definitely helped. We still had a long way to go, of course, but Arcanine especially had managed huge improvements on her battle skill. Mostly because even Dragonair didn't have the same determination to battle and improve that Arcanine had. My doggo was an adrenaline junkie. Smog. The punk yelled out, and immediately, purple smoke began trailing out of the Houndoom's mouth as it made ready, but that wasn't happening. I didn't want to deal with a poison pup. Flamethrower. Burn that smog away. Arcanine exhaled a long blast of fire. Unlike how we usually train, she wasn't narrowing the blast at all. Simply expelling it all to burn the growing purple smoke that was erupting from the Houndoom. Now. The punk yelled out to my surprise. A moment later, through the fire and smoke, came a streak of dark power. Dark Pulse. Sneaky. He definitely had some experience. He used the blocked view to charge up an attack and didn't even say it. His Houndoom was certainly well trained. My Arcanine was a legend. Even as the pulse burst through the flamethrower, Arcanine was gone. Vanishing in a near static-like blur as she moved. Jumping high into the air. It might as well have been fly. The pulse blew through her previous location, and as the smoke and fire from the attacks cleared, no one could see where Arcanine was. But I knew. I grinned. Extreme speed. End it. I call out, earning surprised looks, as the punk told his Houndoom to dodge. It didn't matter. How could your Pokemon dodge a move that could carry Arcanine across the entire arena in a blink? She landed suddenly behind the Houndoom, the slight click of her paws the only noise the Houndoom could hear, nearly face to face with the punk before she vanished right before his eyes. Houndoom cried out as it was struck, once more rolling and skidding across the ground before ending up almost at my feet this time. Exact opposite of where it had been. The crowd was quiet. Everyone was watching Houndoom, wondering if it would get up, but as the moments passed, it didn't. It was definitely done. I think your Houndoom is done. I call out, earning a jerking jump from the punk, who definitely looked shocked. Right. He finally said, returning his Houndoom. Didn't expect that. He finally said, simply giving me a nod as he turned and walked over to the Pokemon Center. Of course that meant the attention all turned to me. I'm more than happy to battle anyone that wants. I call out, earning plenty of eager challengers. Of course, to their disappointment, I returned Arcanine. Until I threw out Dragonair anyways. Chapter 18. A few days of battle showed results. It meant my Pokemon were internalizing the training that we had done. Dodging was done with a tighter focus, and their accuracy was up. No longer relying on just overwhelming power, but a skilled single attack to end the battle was a sure sign of Dragonair's improvement. She especially enjoyed the fact that Arcanine was still struggling with not overwhelming speed and power from the get-go. Meaning Dragonair was improving in some ways faster than Arcanine was. It was funny how grumpy Arcanine was when Dragonair showed off. Still, it was useful. Dragonair has improved so much. We both knew it. I could see it in the way she moved and reacted. The way she listened to me. We had developed a real bond, an understanding that following me, listening to my training had changed her from a strong Dragonair to a monster of her type. I could see the way she kept pushing herself in battles as well. She wanted to push to the next stage. I could feel it. But battling like that meant that time flew by, and finally Erica's gym reopened. I had an early scheduled match all ready for me. So when I walked into the gym, it wasn't much of a surprise that I was quickly led into the gym arena. What was surprising was just how many people were there. What's going on? I asked the gym trainer that was leading me inside. Are you surprised? You've been battling the trainers in the city for the last few days. Of course everyone would want to see your match with Erika-sama. She replied as she led me to my position. Erika was sitting Saiza across from me. Since the entire arena looked more like a forest clearing, it looked surprisingly comfortable as she rested among the flowers and grass. Welcome, challenger. To Celadon Gym. I am Erika. I understand you wish to challenge my true team? I am Victoria Ferrous of Viridian City. I do. Face me with your strongest Pokemon. I called out almost eagerly. Battling was fun. Very well. Standard league rules. She agrees standing. Her real team already on her. Good, she had listened to my request I had put in for this time slot. Although my eyes widened, full league rules meant that she could return Pokemon without them being counted as out. That was weird for a gym match. Usually gym leaders accepted a handicap that they couldn't return Pokemon. Then I will release my Pokemon first. Go Vileplume. She calls out, releasing a surprisingly large Vileplume. It was definitely a Pokemon that was both well taken care of and used to battle. Go Dragonair. I called out. Much to the surprise of the crowd, and Erika herself. I am surprised. I expected your Arcanine. I don't like leading off with type advantage. I offer with a shrug. Very well. She nodded simply. The match begins. The referee called out, and Dragonair roared as she began a dragon dance. Without a word from me. Vile. Erika's Vileplume called out as it suddenly seemed to explode in a heavy cloud of powder. Although I couldn't tell without any further info. Dragonair. Use Twister to blow the powder away. My instinct to use Safeguard was probably the wrong plan here. Twister not only pushed the powder back, but also knocked the Vileplume a little. Defense and damage combined. I just had to keep fighting smart. I didn't want to get lost in the fight like I had against Surge. Sunny day. Erika called out then, and I felt my eyebrows raise. Sure, grass types were heavily boosted in it, but that also enhanced fire attacks. I watched as the gym's skylight suddenly let all the light in as if it was in the middle of a noonday sun. Rain dance. I taunted back. Watching as the sun above swiftly clouded over and began raining. But it actually started raining inside the gym. Very well. Toxic. Extreme dodge. Don't get hit. I cried out instantly, as Dragonair was forced to use every inch of training she had up to now to wiggle and squirm away from the glob of horrible toxic mass that shot at her. Petal dance. Support the toxic. Erika called out as Vileplume danced, hundreds of petals bursting off of her and shooting across the arena. They gathered under the toxic goop as it fell, and I realized that it wouldn't be the last time I had to deal with the sludge. Extreme Dragon Rush. Get in close. Disrupt the Vileplume's concentration. I called out, knowing that moving petal dance like that would be hard to do unbothered. Considering Dragonair already had a dragon dance active, and so disappeared in a FZZT of speed as she blitzed across the arena only to build up her Dragon Rush aura. Smashing the Vileplume into the ground made me sigh in relief as the massive toxic was released, and Petal Dance was let go. Sleep powder. I gasped as on impact, Dragonair was enclosed in a cloud of powder, her body slipping to the grass. Erica hadn't even needed to call out. Her Pokémon was well trained, even as Dragonair smashed into Vileplume it had already released the sleep powder. Practically in reaction. Or maybe in reaction in truth. Damn it, maybe Safeguard would have been smarter. Return. I call out instantly, pulling Dragonair out of the sleep fog, and putting her on my belt. Milotic, go. I release. Much to the surprise of Erica and the people present. In all the battles over the last few days, I hadn't used Milotic at all. Beautiful, but not as beautiful as my own flowers. Erica called out with a smile. Sleep powder finally cleared, revealing Vileplume looked rough, but was still on its feet. Milotic won't lose to anyone in handsomeness. I called out in return as Milotic gave off a cry of agreement, earning surprised looks from many of the crowd that Milotic was a boy and not a girl. Huh. Interesting. Vileplume. Toxic leaf. She called out, and I blinked before gasping as all those leaves created by Petal Dance suddenly rose up. She hadn't lost control of them, but was saving them for another Pokémon. I was so surprised, as was Milotic, that neither of us had a moment to react before Milotic was plastered with toxic-covered leaves. Safeguard on the tip of my tongue far too late. The attack enhanced that I could see Milotic take damage from the grass even as the toxic hit. Wow. A melee attack move that could be used as an entry hazard. That was insane. I felt myself smile even as Milotic grunted at the attack. Despite being a grass attack, it didn't hurt my boy too bad. Milotic Aqua Ring. Vileplume Mega Drain. She called out, and instantly a beam of green shot out, aiming for Milotic. Dodge. I cried out, and this time Milotic had time to see the attack coming even as he was building his Aqua Ring. He shifted his entire body snake-like shifting until the green beam hit nothing but air between his coils as he was ready. Dragon Tail. I called out, and Milotic moved. Much faster than most people would probably expect. Even Erica was startled at how fast he zipped across the arena. It wasn't extreme speed level, but for a non-speed enhanced move, it was fast. Just like before Vileplume was struck, unable to move away fast enough, and again she released a sleep powder on hit. I nodded. It had definitely been part of Erica's training of Vileplume to release that move whenever it was struck. Smart. Brilliant even. But it didn't matter since Milotic already had a status condition. Return. Erica called back Vileplume, who to my surprise had been standing back up after a second massive hit from my team. Amazing. I had considered Erica might be around Brock level in strength. They were both about the same age, but Erica was proving that to be incorrect. Her team were definitely fighters. Venusaur. She chose her second Pokémon and I grimaced. Venusaur was a tough Pokémon to beat. Ice Beam. I ordered as fast as I could once Venusaur was in the battle. Light Screen. Erica ordered just as quickly, the two of us eyeing each other over the field as our Pokémon moved. Light Screen weakening Ice Beam severely. Which had me grinning. What a fight. I hadn't expected Erica to be this strong. Petal Dance. Erica called out, and just in that moment I knew it was a powerful attack. Water Pulse. Blow the petals away. Me-I. Milotic cried out as he began blasting water against the hurricane of petals bearing down on him. I grimaced, his toxic would be draining him all along as well. I would have to do something. The Petal Dance was pushing Milotic back. Ice Beam. Right through. I call out, the now wet petals would be a lot easier to take out with the effective move. But Erica wasn't done. Keep it up, Venusaur. She called out, only seeming to charge up more petals, even as the Ice Beam crushed through the dizzying array of petals, all of them that came too close simply freezing over and falling to the ground. Ice Beam again. Hit the Venusaur. Me-I. Milotic was getting upset, I could tell. He may be my most relaxed out of my team, but he was also my starter. My partner. In a lot of ways he hated that he wasn't the strongest. Arcanine was at the moment, and Dragonair was swiftly catching up. But Milotic was my partner. The Pokemon that would go well above and beyond for me in a crutch. So this time his Ice Beam, despite blasting through the petals, despite waning terribly by the light screen, continued on, and Venusaur only had a moment to cry out as it was frozen over. Me! Milotic called out in challenge, looking proud of itself. Return, buddy! I called out. While Milotic had been happy to crow over his victory, I could see the toxic had weakened him terribly. I wasn't even sure he would have time for a recover. Return. Erica called out a moment later as Venusaur disappeared. Go Exeggutor. Arcanine. I called out, and the two new Pokemon took the field. Arcanine, calling out her arrival with a roar that caused gasps from the crowd. Very impressive indeed. But you will find this a difficult battle. Hypnosis. Extreme Fire Fong. I called out instantly. Falling asleep now would be horrible. Luckily, extreme speed overcame any concept of who attacked first. Exeggutor cried out in pain as Arcanine slammed into it, pinning it down with his bite. The damage, I could tell instantly, was damn close to an instant loss. As the flame around Arcanine's mouth wasn't let up, simply biting more against the eggs. But then its hypnosis went off. And Arcanine slumped asleep. Although Exeggutor didn't have much going for it. Both Erica and I grasped what happened instantly. A burn. Return. She called quickly, desperate to keep the burn from knocking her Pokemon out of the battle. She hesitated for just a second before throwing out a second ball. I was surprised to see Vileplume back on the field. It looked exhausted, but it was still active. Aromatherapy Vileplume. Erica called out and I gaped before cursing. Her frozen Venusaur and burned Exeggutor were now back in action. Aromatherapy removed status conditions from your entire team. But then in an instant I remembered something. Return. I called back desperately, before throwing my next Pokemon. Chansey Chance. My pink blob called out as she danced a bit upon her entrance, earning gasps from the crowd, and a surprised look from Erica. Chansey looked around for a moment, trying to figure out her role. She still didn't really like fighting, but she did like popping onto the battlefield to help out her friends. Chansey. Copycat. I yelled in delight. A moment later Erica's face turned into a frustrated scowl. Aromatherapy was a recovery move. It removed status conditions from an entire team, including those in Pokeballs. And Chansey had Copycat, which performed whatever move was last used. Vileplume. Mega Drain. Erica was on it. Hitting Chansey with a move that my blob winced but mostly ignored as the green beam hit her, before I raised her Pokeball. Return. Thanks Chansey. You saved the whole team. I told her earnestly, as I grabbed a different ball. Go. Arcanine. She yelled out. My girl was mad. Extreme Speed. Flame Wheel, Counter Shield. Mega Dash. Erica didn't even have a chance to call out the move. Arcanine disappeared. A fireball surrounded her as she smashed into the flower Pokemon. Her Flame Wheel kept active even after the hit. Vileplume's instinctive powder attack burned away in flame as Vileplume rolled to a stop in front of Erica. Knocked out. Excellent performance. Erica offered a nod. An acknowledgement of quick thinking. But not enough. Tangrowth. A massive Tangrowth landed on the field. At least it looked massive to me. It wasn't exactly a common enough Pokemon that I knew its normal size. Ancient Power. Erica called out, and I startled. Wait, Tangrowth. That's right. It was one of the Ancient Power evolutions. Man. I barely ever thought about Tangrowth. Grass types weren't my speciality. Extreme Fire Fong. I called out in response, Arcanine disappearing in a burst of power to smash into the grass type. Her fangs burning into the tangled vines, biting and tearing away. But then the earth shifted and blasted Arcanine away. She landed with only a few grunts. Her body more than ready to handle a type-effective attack, but I could tell that ancient power might have just changed the game. Tangrowth's ancient power had definitely kicked in, empowering the Pokémon as an aura of odd colors shifted around it. It's going to be faster and tougher. Extreme Flame Wheel. Blast past it, don't let it get a hit in. Ancient power again. Knock it down, Erica called out. But again, extreme speed meant her attack simply couldn't keep up. Tangrowth was once again blasted into with a fire move, and I doubt it could have stayed in the battle if not for the buff ancient power had given it. A moment later, Arcanine was running past it, a ball of fire dashing around, chased after by a glowing rock power that simply couldn't keep up as Arcanine rushed through the arena, jumping off trees and rebounding back. Power Whip, Erica called out, and I winced. That was a powerful grass move. But it wouldn't stop Arcanine. Plow through it, I called out, and Arcanine listened, making no move to dodge the attack and instead tanking through the type-weak move to smash into Tangrowth, putting it down. Even if Arcanine was wincing a little from the move slamming into her side as she plowed Tangrowth into the floor. Arcanine return. Take a break. You can't hog all the battles, I remind my girl as I once more throw out Dragonair. Dragonair, who was no longer sleeping. And she was a little annoyed at having been put to sleep. Parasect, Erica called out, although from her look she wasn't confident that this battle was going her way. Use Stun Spore. Twister. Push it away, I call out instantly, and the battle began. Parasect was simply too slow. I could tell, and Erica could tell. Keep using Stun Spore, she called out, and I frowned. What was she planning? Twister it away. Twister was a great move, and it was hitting Parasect, who wasn't enjoying the experience. Again. Do it again, Dragonair. Once more, the spores were blasted away, but I finally noticed what Erica was going for. Dragonair, watch out, the spores are still in the air, I call out, startling Dragonair as she noticed the spores that were now filling the entire room. The gym was an enclosed space, and Parasect was letting out a monstrous amount of spores on each attack. Even I started noticing my body getting a little sluggish, and I could see most of the crowd was feeling it too. Apologies. I am immune to Stun Spore, but I know how uncomfortable it is, Erica called out as she shifted her actions to attack. Giga Drain. Dragonair. Safeguard. I called out. I wasn't going to risk it again this time, destroying any hope of Stun Spore doing anything to my dragon. Tanking the Giga Drain, which wasn't very effective, Dragonair began moving even before I called out. Extreme Dragon Rush. She cried out as she blitzed through the haze of stun spores, uncaring of their danger with Safeguard protecting her. Smashing into Parasect, the poor bug and grass type smashed into the ground a long ways away. Unconscious. Excellent work, Parasect. You set the battlefield perfectly for our victory. Take a nap. Victory Bell. She called out, releasing a fresh Pokémon. Dangerous, but nothing I couldn't handle. Use Swords Dance. She called out instantly. Dragon Dance in return. Both Pokémon powering up as Erica and I kept our eyes locked on each other. Move into the sky. Use Twister. I decided. I didn't like the look in Erica's eyes. Swords Dance again. I frowned. I had hoped to see what her plan was, but no way was I going to let Dragonair anywhere close to a Pokémon empowered with double Swords Dance. Its physical attack power would be monstrous. Stay high and use Draco Meteor. Blow it away. I called out, revealing Dragonair's ace with Draco Meteor. Sucker Punch. Erica replied, and I gasped as Victory Bell jumped into the air in a flash. Not extreme speed, but Sucker Punch was as fast as a quick attack. But. How did a grass type fucking fly? Apologies. My Victory Bell was trained to use her vines in order to leap into the sky. Yours is not the first time I faced a flying Pokémon. I once lost a tournament to a similar problem. I swore it would not beat me again. Erica called out, and I gaped because Dragonair fell unconscious to the ground. My hands went to my belt. I knew the smart play would be Arcanine. My extreme speed trumped Sucker Punch. But on the other hand, I could feel a certain partner of mine for once actually truly furious. His big-tailed dragon GF had just been punched. Go Milotic! And my partner appeared, surprising Erica with his appearance. Me at 3i. He roared into the gym. The loudest I had ever heard him. As he absolutely raged. I could practically feel the water in the air shift as he roared. Sucker Punch! Erica called out as she noticed Milotic so angry. Safeguard! I called out instead, causing Victorybell's preparation to attack lead to nothing. Sucker Punch only worked if there was an attack incoming. And Milotic was my partner. No way would he disregard my order, no matter how mad. A moment later, with immunity against the stun spore in the air. Milotic! Extreme speed! Sucker Punch! Erica called out, and I could feel her frustration that so many of my team had safeguard, rendering them immune to her plan to win. He had never managed extreme speed before. On land, he simply struggled to develop the speed. Where Dragonair had her flight. But I knew it was possible. Dratini could learn it, and they didn't fly. So Milotic hadn't managed it. Mostly 'cause he was a lazy fish. But right now, he definitely wasn't lazy. Milotic was absolutely pissed. He slammed into Victorybell, Sucker Punch failing utterly since it only worked if it hit before the opponent, and Milotic wasn't about to allow that. Thankfully Victorybell had a low defense. Victorybell, switch to Leaf Blade. Dragon Tail. Like we learned sword fighting. I called out, and I knew it probably wouldn't be enough. Victorybell had its physical power enhanced about 4 times the norm with Swords Dance. Milotic may be a powerhouse physically, but that was nowhere near the same thing. But what Milotic did have was speed. He was far superior to Victorybell, and this time he wasn't playing around. Victorybell's Leaf Blade swung down, and it was parried to the side, the Dragon Tail just managing to disrupt the attack, and then again and again. Both Erica and I were silent. We both knew that this was no longer a battle of trainers, but of Pokemon. This is what Surge had been trying to tell me, what Zealous had understood so casually. The two Pokemon were battering each other. Victorybell's Leaf Blade hammering over and over. If it hit a single time, Milotic would be done, but it didn't. Over and over my lazy fish parried, and dodged, using his superior speed to make all that power, that enhanced overpowering type advantage attack pointless because it simply couldn't hit Milotic. And it wasn't just skill. Milotic was buzzing. Literally, disappearing and moving in extreme speed as he snarled at every strike. And over, his dragon tail was cutting into the grass type. Slight hits, not using all of his power, because dodging was more important. Not getting hit was the goal. Until finally. Milotic went for the kill. Victorybell groaned. Dragon Tail slammed onto its head so hard that it nearly flattened the Pokemon. But Victorybell wasn't some new trainer's Pokemon. Leaf Blade in the last moment when it realized it was going to be hit, had struck out. And Milotic slammed into the ground. I would have to do something nice for Zealous next time we met. Because if not for Milotic and Superior's constant battles and training, Victorybell would have just wrecked Milotic. We both returned our Pokemon, taking a moment to size each other up. I knew that Erica hadn't expected to be pushed this hard. She was younger than most of the other gym leaders. Other than Misty and Brock, she was the youngest. Although I wasn't sure who was actually the youngest between them. But she was not playing, her grass types had fought like monsters. But I wasn't about to lose. I couldn't. Arcanine wouldn't ever live with herself if she was taken out. Arcanine. Venusaur. We both looked each other over for a moment. Extreme Flame Wheel. Burn away the stun spore and attack. Guard it. And Double Edge once it hits. We both called out, watching as our Pokemon battled. Arcanine slammed into Venusaur with a bang, but surprisingly, the tough Pokemon survived the hit. Damn, that Venusaur was likely the Kanto starter Erica received. Even if her Oddish and Vileplume was her actual starter. That meant Venusaur had been at her side her entire battling career. Its return attack and Double Edge slammed Arcanine back the attack, causing me to flinch at the sound of the two Pokemon hitting each other. Thankfully, despite Arcanine stumbling away and shaking her head, Venusaur didn't take the hit well. It shifted a bit and slumped, knocking itself out with its attack. But now there was only one Pokémon left. Go Exeggutor! Again Arcanine. And I could see Erica looking closely, hoping that her chance would happen. Even as she called out, confusion. But Stun Spore hadn't affected Arcanine much yet. Despite how dense it was, she was blazing in fire, burning it all away. And Exeggutor fell. I slumped tired. I had one. Damn. I had thought after Surge the battles would be easy again for a bit. But Erica was a bit of a monster. I am impressed. She finally offered after returning her Pokémon. She strode across the field even as big fans began blowing, sucking the spores out of the gym. I was grateful, because I couldn't feel my legs anymore. A moment later a mist began spraying into the gym, and I could see the relief of the crowd as people suddenly started moving and shifting again. Antidote for Stun Spore. Unfortunately, my gym is required to be able to handle any effects my battles might have on the gym. She offers with a shrug. It's unusual it ever gets this bad, of course. I still can't believe some of the moves you pulled. Exeggutor managing to sleep Arcanine wasn't something I dreamed could happen. Says the girl that has a Chansey, and manages to copy a move that puts half her team back into combat condition. Erica snarked a little with a disgruntled look. You sucker punched my dragon. Your Pokémon are all too fast. Your Pokémon used Toxic on Petal Dance and then surprised my Pokémon with it. You created an entry hazard move with 2 offensive moves. Your Pokémon fought back against Victreebel without getting hit. Your Victreebel knocked out Milotic. That is crazy. You have legendary Pokémon. I can't really argue against that. I muttered as I realized the two of us had been snarking at each other in front of the whole crowd who were all cheering at our back and forth. Both of us flushed a little at the audience. I rubbed the back of my head, while Erica simply returned to her ladylike persona. Victoria of Viridian City. Please take this rainbow badge. You earned it. Erica spoke, pulling a badge out of her sleeve. I accepted it with a bow. When I stood, both of us were smiling. Pokémon Center? Oh, absolutely. Erica assured me, as we both left the gym and the crowd to get our Pokémon checked out. Erica and I chatted as our teams were looked after by Nurse Joy. Despite being half a decade older than me, Erica and I were getting along pretty well. Talking about our Pokémon and previous battles. Turns out while she was now a gym leader, she had gone through the Indigo League and ended up in top 8 before being knocked out by someone that had a full team of Fire-type Pokémon. That's rough. Type advantage is a difficult hill to surpass. Sometimes you can make the climb, sometimes you can't. Your Arcanine cut off many of my normal ways to overcome fire types with its speed. I can't say I have ever seen a Pokémon move so fast. My speciality is physical strength and speed. Surge mentioned that I needed to stop relying entirely on it, and start adding some actual skill training in. I didn't get what he meant, but Zealous, my friend, showed me a few things. It helped. Ah yes, your Unovan friend. Erica spoke a slight hint of distaste in her voice, although she kept it very hidden. Yep. Milotic did great fending off your Victreebel. I would have lost if he couldn't keep it back. Defeat by 1,000 cuts, yes. Victreebel does tend to get hyper-focused when he is empowered. This will be a good learning experience for him not to lose track of the battle. A single hit would have taken out your Milotic at that point, considering how hurt it was from Toxic. Yeah. I'm just lucky he learned Safeguard. Otherwise your Stun Spores would have come into play. I add, earning a chuckle from Erica. If you hadn't taken out my Sunny Day, your Pokémon would have struggled far more with Solar Beam. Although even though most of my Pokémon move far faster in the sunlight, your extreme speed still trumped that. I am almost tempted to ask how you taught all of your Pokémon that move. It's exceptionally useful. I can't go into it. But Arcanine learns it automatically, it's their signature move. I explain, earning a nod of acknowledgement from Erica. She is a beautiful Pokémon. She admits with a heavy sigh. One that I recognized. Want to pet her? She loves attention. Oh no. I couldn't. Perhaps just a few moments? She asks shyly, and I snicker at her desire to touch the fluffy tail. After hanging out with Erica for a while, she had to head back to her gym for another battle, but I was once more alone. I wasn't sure where I wanted to head first. Koga? Sabrina? I shuddered at that idea. I think I would go off and battle some other gyms first. I really didn't want to be turned into a doll. So fuchsia it was. Koga and his stupid poison types would be annoying, but I could deal. I took a break that night, resting my entire team and rewarding them all with a lavish dinner. Watching Dragonair absolutely swoon over Milotic's victory as she cuddles up with him on my bed afterwards was super cute. I might need to get a second incubator at this rate. Well, that was future Vicky's problem. Arcanine and I cuddled after eating. My dog was utterly pleased with herself. This was her victory after all, and she didn't even get knocked out. In the morning, I saddled her up, and we blazed out of Celadon. I wanted to take a short vacation. We traveled through Kanto, stopping pretty frequently when something caught our eye. We hung out in a stream with a pot of Poliwhirl while Milotic and Dragonair went swimming. We raced a herd of Ponyta on some ranch. We even slowed down to a trot as we passed through a really beautiful forest that was full of bird Pokemon, each of them chirping at us at our intrusion. It was perfect. This is what a Pokemon adventure should be. I realized that despite everything, I hadn't really done much traveling up to now. Most of the time I was just stuck in one place training, or following along making sure my friends were okay. Sure, while traveling with Zealous I stopped and played with Pokemon, but I had kept my distance while traveling. I guess I was afraid to get attached. My Pokemon instinct was to catch every Pokemon I ran across, but I knew that was dangerous. Foolish even. I didn't have a professor to send my Pokemon to. Anything I caught went home. And Mama and Papa had to take care of it. I hadn't really considered what Pokemon I wanted. That I had to have. Sure, I always wanted a Dragonite. And Arcanine was amazing. Milotic had been a surprise chance that I never would let go, because they are awesome. But what other Pokemon did I want to capture? As we walked under the branches of the forest as Pokemon birdsong filled my ears, I found myself unsure. Did I want to build my team for pure competitive power? Or just a team of my favorites? Did I want to try contests? I hadn't really thought about any of this. Just enjoying being in a peaceful world full of awesome creatures. I patted Arcanine, earning a wiggle from my girl as she felt my attention. I took a deep breath and let it out. Who cares? This life was a gift. I wasn't going to waste it getting stuck in thoughts about the path I should take. A journey wasn't about choosing where you wanted to end up and heading there in a straight line after all. A journey was about the places traveled in between. Like Celadon. I had just spent a few days battling all the kids in the city. Arcanine was practically famous there. How many young trainers had battled Arcanine, or seen her battle and decided right then and there they wanted an Arcanine? That they would train a legendary Pokemon as well? I smiled at the thought, deciding it was fine. Whatever path I went down, I would do it with a smile on my face and a team of fun Pokemon to play with. If my Pokemon wanted to battle, we would battle. If they wanted to do contests, we would do that. If they wanted to be a lazy fish. Well, Milotic really did need the exercise, and I knew Dragonair would be unhappy if he went full lazy, so he has to keep training to get stronger too. I laughed a little at my own image of Milotic desperately trying to escape for a few minutes of lazy rest with me, his trainer hounding him, and his Dragon GF constantly wanting her man to get stronger. So funny. Hey Arcanine. I don't care which direction. Let's just go and see what is over the horizon. I call out suddenly, Arcanine eagerly barking at my words as she started running. Chapter 19. The next morning, I blearily popped my head out of my tent, looking around the plains that I had camped out on. Where was I? No idea. Arcanine had run and run, exploring to her heart's content. Until eventually, she had found something that caught her interest, and that was that. Looking over to my pup, who was currently on her side fully asleep, made me giggle, because she was covered in Growlithe. We had found a wild pack of puppies running through some wide plains. Their barks and howls had attracted Arcanine's attention, and so we had veered off to meet them. The pack had loved Arcanine's appearance, yipping and dancing around her, and thankfully, although they had been wary of me at first, they soon accepted my appearance. And I got to enjoy the feeling of being buried in yippee happy puppies. Hence why I was now exhausted. We had stayed up super late under the moon playing. I grumbled tiredly, now I had to get up and feed my crew. I walked past Milotic and Dragonair, who were happily snoozing in their own pile near my tent, and Chansey as usual was more than content to just snuggle up with puppies. Since she had given all of them checkups and even healed up some minor injuries, she was now as part of the pack as Arcanine. I grabbed my supplies, and got ready to cook a whole lot of puppy chow. It was the least I could do for Arcanine's new friends. The smell of food earned lots of tired puppy eyes as they looked around trying to figure out what smelled good, before all coming over to lay near me, puppy faces begging for a meal. Of course I couldn't resist, and while I received payment in petting soft puppy fur, I would slip them bits of chow before the meal was done, meaning that by the time Arcanine woke up tail wagging at the smell of food, I was nearly piled on by a horde of wild and hungry Growlithe all looking for a treat. Of course Arcanine was a puppy at heart still, I oofed, as she plopped her head into my lap, literally laying on some of the pups, looking up at me with big pleading eyes. Which I couldn't resist. Slipping a coop of food onto her tongue, which she eagerly licked up. I really shouldn't spoil you like this. You do know it's really bad puppy training. I told her, but the way her tail instantly started wagging a bit more told me we both knew I wasn't super good at resisting cute dogs. I stroked her head a few times, clearing out her crusty eyes from her night sleeping, as I waited for the food to finish cooking. I had to shoo the Growlithe puppies away a few times. At least some of them had flash fire as an ability, just like Arcanine. Meaning fire wasn't a fear for them, and sticking their head into a pot of cooking food was just as good as anything else. Silly puppies. Come on out you go, it's not done just yet. I grumble at the eager pups. Their little tail fluffs wagging around eagerly. Mai? I heard a questioning tone from Milotic and I grinned at the two lovers. Yep, food for you guys is almost done too. I told him with a thumbs up. Getting a pleased wiggle in return. Dragonair was still cuddled up with him, more than willing to simply stay with her lover. Chansey was still napping on the ground, but I would have a morning meal ready for her too. Of course such things are interrupted when I heard hooves. I blinked. Hearing more than a few hoof beats breaking up the morning quiet, I couldn't quite see over the tall grass around us, but suddenly the Growlithe were growling and alert, swiftly gathering up into a pack. Even Arcanine looked surprised. But before she could join the pups, we heard it. They are here. Don't let them run. A man's voice ripped out as the sound of the horses barreled down onto us. I yelped as a Rapidash nearly ran over my tent, only barely avoiding me and Arcanine as it deftly dodged to the side. Dragonair and Milotic were both rising up ready to defend themselves, but it was the Growlithes who reacted first. Fire types, gonna fire. I winced as the tall grass burned, immediately beginning to spread. No. I called out. The Growlithe began firing flamethrower all around them in an attempt to attack the Ponyta and Rapidash riders. What? A girl? Holy reverse world. Is that an Arcanine? One of the men yelped as Arcanine rose up and growled. The Rapidash the man was riding, rearing at Arcanine's sudden appearance in their midst. The group of 5 men riding horses all started freaking out, dodging away from my girl, but I had something else I needed to focus on. Milotic. Surf. Dragonair. Rain dance. Put out the fire. Arcanine. Put an end to this. I call out instantly, not willing to be stuck in the middle of a field on fire. My Pokemon jumped to it, as Chansey jumped over to me, guarding me from the other side that Arcanine wasn't on. Rain started splashing down on me, but it was Arcanine that instantly grabbed everyone's attention. My hands covering my ears just in time as she barked, a single echoing time catching the attention of the pack of wild Growlithe, and the men that had been attacking them. I grimaced. They were attacking them too. What was going on? What is going on? I demanded once every eye was on Arcanine. Even the Growlithe quickly rushed back to circle Arcanine, taking courage from her presence. "The hell is going on?" a man demanded. As he rode closer, his Rapidash looked a little worn out since it had just fought against an onrushing wave of water from Milotic and now the rain. "That's what I said." "You first," I demand, staring up at the full-grown man with all of my tiny height but with the power of an Arcanine at my side. He looked like he was going to argue for a moment, but eventually he waved at the Growlithe. "I've been tracking this pack on my land for weeks. They have already burned down a few of my fields, and eaten some of my livestock. I'm trying to round them up," he called out. The cowboy-like man tugged lightly on his reins, and Rapidash jerked around looking ready to run, or do battle. "Well, how about we all calm down, and not cause the wild Pokemon to try and defend themselves by burning down the field we are all in?" I grumble, wiping the rain from my forehead. I had left my hat in my tent, which was now flattened, from a Ponyta running over it, and a surf knocking it around. Damn it. I would definitely be hitting a Pokemon Center tonight to dry everything off. "Listen, girl. I don't know who you are, or why you have an Arcanine, but this is my ranch. I make the laws here," he demanded, pointing. "I don't even know what you are doing on my land, but I can guess you got lost. Take your Pokemon and get out of here." "Dragonair. Cut the rain out," I call out, causing her to trill and earning the attention from the men who all jerked, and a few curses of Arceus called out as she wiggled a bit and the rain stopped. "Absolutely not," I tell him, then getting his attention, and considering I had brought to attention even more angry Pokemon right next to him, I think I had the edge of intimidation. These Growlithe were perfectly friendly until you attacked them. They are not friendly. "Well, maybe with you and that big guy, but they have killed my livestock. They are wild animals, and they are hungry. They need to be stopped." The man glared down from his wrinkled face, no mercy at all in his eyes. "Well, this isn't the way to do it," I argue, but earn a swift shake of the man's head. His cowboy hat pulled off and whipped for a moment to clear it of water before putting it back on his graying brown hair. "You want to capture them? Do it. Otherwise back off, kid. They are wanderers, I can't even chase them off, they will just be back next year. They know food is here, so they won't stop coming back. Why not capture them then? Growlithe are great guard dogs. I don't have any need in a pack of Growlithe, kid. They make good guard dogs, but they also eat like a full-grown Miltank, and other than these Growlithe, the area is peaceful." I looked from the angry growling pups to the group of adults. "Fine," I grumble, turning to the pack of pups and grabbing my pack from the ground and reaching into my Pokeball pocket. Papa would be irritated, but he literally trained Growlithe for a living. Besides, Gram was always saying we needed more guards for the flock. Maybe I would expand it a bit. I bet I could hunt down some more Feebas. It was surprisingly easy to capture the pack. Once I explained I was going to send them to a place where there would be plenty of food, something to guard, and an Arcanine there to lead them. They were all for it. I think Arcanine being here was the biggest factor. Growlithe were pack animals, and Arcanine were their leaders. Of course they did what she wanted. So once I was done, the cowboys and their leader nodded, satisfied with the outcome. Although I knew I would be getting a ton of questions from Mama and Papa soon. I would have to beat them to it. I bet there was a Pokemon Center nearby. Probably. Where was I again? Trouble. Why do I have an entire pack of wild Growlithe in my living room? Papa asked calmly, although I could tell he was irritated. One of the Growlithe was actively trying to chew on the living room couch in the background of the video call. "Sorry, Papa. They were going to be killed. They had attacked some livestock on a ranch out here by Cerulean. Which I am at again, because Arcanines and I were exploring. Anyway, they were going to be killed. We ran across them in the middle of the night and spent the night with them, but then some ranchers showed up on Ponyta and Rapidash and were going to drive them off or kill them, but I was like, no way, you can't hurt my new friends. And then they stopped, because Arcanine and Dash. Okay. Vicky, breath girl. Arceus, my daughter. Papa sighed to himself, which made me pout. Okay. I'll call the Pokemon Rangers and get this sorted. You know you aren't supposed to capture an entire pack of Pokemon. Again. Deja vu. Papa muttered suddenly, and I realized we had a very similar conversation about the Beedrill. I was grinning when he realized it as well. Stop capturing packs of Pokemon, he ordered with a pointed finger. But I'm proud of you for saving the pack. I guess I'll have my hands full for a while. Arcanine can help. They listen to Arcanine really well. Well, thank Arceus for that. Besides, we needed more guard dogs for the flock, right? Huh, tell that to your mother. Meowth isn't pleased. Papa tells me, and I could just see Meowth's feet in the background laying out on the top of the curtains, far away from the pack of eager Growlithe. He will get over it. I answer with a sunny smile. That cat deserved his fate for all the trouble he gave me. Bored. 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 I whispered to myself as I lay on the bed in the Pokemon Center. My stuff was all drying out still. Nurse Joy had helped me set it all up to dry, but it meant I was sort of stuck in cerulean. Honestly, I had tried everything to keep myself occupied. Play with Arcanine's tail until she got fidgety. She sat on me after to make me stop, so I guess she wins this round. Coo over Milotic and Dragonair being lovey-dovey in the corner. Even played checkers with Chansey. She won. I think Chansey cheats at board games. Eventually, I decided the room was just too boring. Gathering my team, I headed out to Cerulean City to wander around. The many rivers and streams criss-crossing the town were nice, and more than once I saw Goldeen or other Pokemon swimming through the crystal clear water. Only the no fishing sign stopped me from going after a Magikarp I saw. One day, my wandering feet did eventually lead me to the Cerulean Gym, mostly because a lot of foot traffic was heading there, and I followed along the path slowly. I could hear the cheers from inside, and it took me a few moments to remember Misty's sisters did a form of Pokemon contests. Or were they more like musicals? Honestly, it was one of those weird things that obviously caused the idea of contests in the Pokemon world from when it first appeared, but was still totally separate and weird in the fact that contests weren't a thing yet. At least in Kanto. I had seen contests on TV sometimes. Rarely though. Usually mentions of them on the news and about how they were a weakening of the battle attitudes of young trainers. Kanto was very conservative after all. My feet followed the crowd, and soon I was paying a small price to walk into the Cerulean Gym, this time not as a contender, but just to see the show. I settled onto the bleachers surrounding the pool below as a second show began. Watching as the Waterflower sisters swam and played with their Pokemon. Damn it. I wanted a mermaid tail too. This was so unfair. I wanted to swim around with Milotic as a mermaid. I grumbled to myself as I watched, despite the good show. It was fun, like a mix of Waterworld and an idol group, just without the animal abuse or horrible control. The show ended with a big explosion of water above the three sisters all resting on shoulder as they waved to the crowd. Cool. With that, the show started wrapping up, and I had wasted a few hours wandering and watching the show. So I figured I should go check on my stuff, see if it had dried enough. Or maybe take Arcanine on a run. She would be getting huffy soon without some exercise. But then as I was wandering out of the gym, something grabbed me. Two arms sticking out from under my armpits as I was lifted off the ground, my boots still waving as I kept trying to walk before realizing I couldn't. I hadn't been paying attention. The crowd around me had split in two as they were all looking at the two women that were holding me up in shock. The two very familiar women. Look, Violet. You were right. Of course I was Lily. See Daisy. It's the Milotic girl. I do see sisters. Excellent spot. The eldest of the girls appeared in front of me, still wet from the pool, but now having legs rather than her mermaid tail. Oh, it was 3. Shit. I think I need an adult. Don't be silly. We are all adults. The 3 girls chirped in unison as they dragged me off, despite my kicking legs. Curse my tiny stumps. So that's the deal. Daisy offered with a big smile as she offered a hand to me, which I immediately pushed away. BZZT, no deal. I tell her in immediate denial. Milotic is busy, we are battling. Ugh, that is such a shame. Such a beautifully handsome Pokemon doesn't deserve to be stuck fighting constantly. Let us show off to the world his beauty. No, I deny, instantly, arms crossed in front of my face as an ex. He isn't a toy to play with, he is my partner. Ah. Daisy pouted, trying to puppy dog eyes me, but ha, joke's on her. I only gave in to real puppies that do that. How about one show? Lily offers after a moment. Let's do one show with your partner. Even just one will be an amazing experience for him. I hesitated at that. This time she hadn't said it would be good for her, or her family, but good for Milotic. That was actually tempting. Of course I wanted Milotic to have fun, and do whatever his heart wanted. Fine. One show, only if he wants to do it. I already know it will take some time for training him up, right? Not too long. We will just have him help move us around during the show. Oh, this will be so fun. The sisters all cheered together as I rolled my eyes. Eventually, I was led into the center of the cerulean gym and released Milotic. Milo? So we got an offer, Milotic. They want to know if you want to take part in one of their shows. You remember fighting their Gyarados, right? Well, they also do shows with Pokemon. It's a way to show off, and people come from all over to see beautiful Pokemon. And these girls, I guess. I added purposefully, just to poke the three sisters that were all looming over me. Milotic made a humming noise for a bit as he seemed to think it over. You only have to do one show if you want, or whatever you want really. But lots of people will be watching. Milo. Milotic, Mimi Milotic. It took me a few seconds to process what he had just said, until I finally understood. Ah. How cute. Of course Dragonair will get to see the show. I am sure the sisters will make sure you look very handsome for her. I added a little loudly, making sure they all heard, which was probably a mistake. He wants to show off to another girl. Girls. We have to do our best. Daisy offered, eyes practically glittering in happiness. The other two girls both nodded fiercely as they passed messages to each other back and forth with their eyes. Milotic would definitely be in for an experience. Let's hope it goes well. I sighed. The new week was spent hanging around Cerulean. It was pleasant enough. I mostly spent it taking Arcanine into the woods so she and the rest of the team could blow off some energy. Milotic, though, spent his days at the Cerulean gym, which I would visit every day as well. No way was I letting my partner out of my sight for too long. His training was interesting. The girls were definitely Kanto-style coordinators. I could even see some of the way they said things. It felt more like they were using coordinator lingo for things. Appeal was a word I heard often when I sat in their practice. I had a feeling they did their best to hide any mention of it to outsiders due to Kanto's conservative outlook on contests. But well, whatever. If someone wanted to do a contest, they should do a contest. It was annoying that such a popular thing wasn't done in Kanto. At least not yet. I did know eventually there would be contest halls. Or at least there had been. The downtime made me reflective. I grumbled as I watched the sisters make a combo move with their Pokemon, leading to Milotic dancing in a water pulse dance with Daisy on his back. I grumbled a bit at that. That was my spot. Still. Oak. What to do with that massive fuck-up? Oak was dead. I struggled to take in just how much that changed the world. Oak did so much, I mean. He was the guy that focused on human Pokemon friendships. His thesis had altered humanity's understanding of Pokemon to a huge degree. He trained a ton of other professors. He created the modern Pokédex. He broke the monopoly of knowledge. Now I was facing a world where even basic stuff was unknown. In my bag is a certain notebook I tended to doodle in whenever I thought about it. Was now burning a hole in my pocket. I had started with just the Kanto Pokédex. Writing all of the Pokemon I remembered, their evolutions, and what battle strategies I could remember to an extent as well. But it had been their evolutions that I knew would cause a massive issue. I knew all the weird and exotic evolutions. At least all of the ones for multiple regions of rare Pokemon. Although I had immediately deleted the entry on unknown once I wrote it. Best to leave that particular disaster alone. Still, there was that option on my brain. And since I was sitting watching my Pokemon train without my input, I was given time to consider it. Do I release the information? I was distracted as Milotic did a really cool leap into the air that turned into a really pretty corkscrew that caused water drops to glitter around him. Before splashing back into the water, I cheered, distracting myself from my worries. That was a problem for future Vicky. All I needed to worry about was the Indigo League journey for now. The cheering of the crowd was nice. I had a front seat view to the show as 3 mermaid girls were playing in the water with their Pokemon. And my partner, Dragonair, was actually with me. Part of my requirements for Milotic taking part was Dragonair getting to see her husbando showing off. She hadn't been interested at first, until Milotic started getting into it, and then I kept catching her eye sliding towards him. It was adorable. Milotic was full of energy and was enjoying the cheering crowd. He was such an attention ponita. The crowd was also keeping an eye on Dragonair though, wondering if she was part of the act, but Milotic's show was definitely the center of attention. I ignored the crowd though. Milotic was my only focus, as I cheered him on whenever he did something cool. I had to support my boy after all. The act continued, Milotic releasing water pulse to the applause of the crowd as it caused hanging water droplets in the air that sparkled under the lights, as some of the other Pokemon released bubbles, or bubble beam to create more atmosphere. The sisters were singing as they played, literally acting like mermaids. I wasn't jealous that I didn't have a mermaid tail thing. No way. I just really wanted a mermaid tail thing. Still, the act was fun, Milotic was having fun, and that was all I cared about. Slowly the show came to an end. All 3 sisters together on Milotic's back as he leapt out of the water, his aqua ring now coated in bubbles floating around him as he released an aqua pulse, nearly rattling the windows above me as it burst out in a corona of water splashing against the walls of the gym, although only a few drops landed on the crowd, most of it sliding down the gym walls into drains. The sisters knew that stuff would get wet here after all. And that was it. The final move left the crowd cheering as Milotic floated above the water, glittering like a beautiful prince. Which is exactly when Dragonair had enough. She was smart enough to see the show was over. She burst from beside me with a loud "Pre." Milotic jerked from looking around the crowd taking in the cheer to focusing on her, and with a little bump, the 3 sisters who had been using his back as a ride were bumped off, all 3 of them giving a little surprise sound as they were dropped 10 feet into the water. Honestly, the crowd immediately burst into laughter at what had just happened as 3 grumpy mermaids surfaced to see what was going on, only to be forced to watch as above them 2 noodles began dancing. Dragonair, who had learned water pulse from her beloved, was releasing the attack around, not quite hitting Milotic, but I alone knew that was just how the dragon's mating dance began. You have to prove your strength after all, but it was absolutely fascinating that she wasn't using dragon-type attacks. For Dragonair to use water moves instead? Even I wasn't sure what the meaning was. Milotic responded back in kind. Water pulses were soon echoing around the gym as the 2 began spinning together, dragon dancing causing an aura to glow from both of them as they spun and spun in the air. Although with how much water was being thrown around, it was almost like they were still underwater. And then they came together, swirling so closer you couldn't make out where one ended, and one began, just 2 lovers dancing together in happiness. Please, please, please. No, I grumbled, trying to keep walking out of the gym, but these grabby sisters were trying to pull me back in. Just one more show. We will include your Dragonair this time, please. No. I struggle against their grip. This time though, they had made a mistake. They hadn't lifted my feet from the ground, so I was literally dragging the 3 sisters behind me as they kept trying to pull me back. But I was strong. 3 dainty girls like the Waterflower sisters couldn't stop me. I had a journey to get back to. We have to. That was amazing. The best show we ever put on. I don't care. I grumble. I agreed to one show. Now let me go. I continued to stomp the ground, moving forward, dragging 3 larger women behind me, much to their frustration. Finally their grip failed and I was able to make my escape. No. The cries of the sisters fading behind me as I ran. Phew, that was close. So what do you think, Chansey? Think you can do it? I asked once more, training my team. It really didn't get old. Chance. Chansey? Yeah, I don't know how easy this one is for you to learn either. I told her. Aromatherapy was a move Chansey could learn. But only by breeding in the games. But I mean. Extreme speed was the same way for Dragonair, but she had learned it. I refused to accept that Chansey couldn't learn it, and frankly I needed her to. At the moment Chansey was mostly my team medic, not just in battles either. Do you remember how it felt to use it last time? Chance, Chan. I smiled at her hesitant nod. Remember how tough gravity was to learn? Chance. Well, think like that. It took us a couple of months to get it down, and that move wasn't even one you had used before. I believe in you, Chansey. We just need to keep practicing until we get it. Chance. That's my girl. I cheer as she stands up looking very fired up as she begins making motions with her arms trying to activate the move. It didn't work, but it was keeping motivated while it didn't work, that was important. With that I turned back towards the rest of my team. Arcanine was once more improving her special attack moves. We were doing pressure training for her again. She was running me around between training, so I didn't want to overwork her body. That and Chansey wasn't using gravity on my team for once. Milotic was doing the same, mostly keeping Arcanine from causing a forest fire. While Dragonair? Well, I had given Dragonair a different challenge. Evolution was weird. Some Pokemon had to feel beautiful. Some had to be held upside down. For every Pokemon, there were that many weird evolutions. Most came from just strength, get stronger eventually you evolve. Dragonair was one of those. At least that was what I had always assumed. But there was two things that made me try this out. Dragonair was currently playing catch. About 100 feet up, and she wasn't allowed to use her mouth once she dropped the rock. She was not feeling happy right now. Dragonair scales are incredibly slippery. Not slimy, or anything, but they were very smooth, and just touching them felt like touching a frictionless surface. Trying to wrap herself around a falling rock was an exercise in frustration, which is sort of what I was going for. I mean, I was only going to try this for a bit just to see if I could force it. It was another anime idea. Ash's Dragonite had evolved while racing down trying to rescue him. Now a few facts about that stood out to me. First, his Dragonite hadn't even learned Dragon Dance before Ash helped her learn. That meant she probably wasn't the strongest Dragonite in the world. Once she learned Dragon Dance, she evolved almost the same day while trying to rescue falling Ash. Previously, during the episode, Go had wondered what had caused Dragonair to evolve into a Pokemon with arms. Ash had said something very interesting after. Dragonite evolved arms so they could rescue people. Something like that. If that was true. Considering Ash may be a complete idiot, he did have a strange connection to Pokemon. It meant that societal frustration could be what prompted their evolution. Feeling unable to do something without arms. So I was testing it. I hadn't told her exactly what the training was for. Mostly because I didn't want to have her think about evolving. I mean, I had thought about jumping off a cliff or something and having her try to rescue me, but for one, don't do that. That's dangerous. For two, she didn't love me as much as say Milotic, who falling wasn't an issue for. So I tried this. Turn it into training, see if she could get frustrated with trying to keep the rock in the air while constantly dropping it. The second thing that made me think it was possible was Lance actually. See Dragonair evolve into Dragonite at level 55. But there was in fact a Dragonite that was level 47 in the games. Lance had a underlevel Dragonite. A few of them in fact. It made me wonder if the Blackthorn clan didn't in fact know a way to push Dragonair to evolve. I turned away from her for a moment back towards Milotic, who was definitely whining. Milo. Milotic. Arc. Arcanine Arc. But Arcanine wasn't having it. She was looking tired, a bit of drool around the corners of her mouth frothing up meant it was almost time for a break, but as always she wanted to train more, while Milotic was getting annoyed wanting to take a break. It was funny how out of sync Milotic was with the other girls. Lazy fish. Arcanine. Bring it in. Break time. I called out, causing her to shoot me a look of betrayal as Milotic gave a fishy laugh at her as he floated away towards the camp. Irritated Arcanine gave me a huff as she wandered over before plopping onto the ground, huffing out a huge breath as she grumpily did as I said. I smiled, grabbing a towel and a bit of Milotic's cold water to wipe her down. I didn't want her to get too overheated. Which, despite being comfortable near volcanoes and in fires, she could get. Too much strain could cause Growlithe and Arcanine a problem. So I cooled her off as I wiped her down, eventually her irritation disappearing as she realized just how overheated she was. She grumbled but gave me a lick and thanks as I wiped down her muzzle. Good dog. After that I passed out food, Dragonair coming down utterly huffy at how irritating the task I had given her was, but I didn't say anything. The goal was to make her frustrated after all. Although I don't know if it was working. I figured try it once more after she finishes up lunch. If it didn't work, I would switch her to something else. So we all enjoyed each other's company as usual, Arcanine eating her food quickly with the eagerness only a dog could, while Milotic and Dragonair remained cuddled passing foot to each other. It was adorable. Chansey of course was more than happy to just eat normally. Although as usual, she was cuddling Dragony's egg. It was still in the incubator, but that didn't stop Chansey from taking care of it. It was very cute. Ah, so many cute Pokemon everywhere I looked. This is the life. I looked around while eating, hoping to catch sight of some cute wild Pokemon, but I guess our training with powerful moves had scared everything off. That was kinda sad. I mean, sure I was being a good girl and not capturing every Pidgey I could see, but I still wanted to see them. Oh well. I would just have to live with my cute team being all cute or lovey-dovey. Afterwards we all went back to training. Dragonair once more grumpily went up into the sky with the rock in her mouth, before dropping it and trying to catch it. Arcanine, I stopped from doing more pressure training, instead I had her switch to helping out Milotic this time. Since Milotic was still struggling with extreme speed. Even if I knew most of the trouble he was having was just a desire not to actually move so fast. I had Arcanine and him spar. Basically tag. Since there was no gravity training involved, it gave Arcanine an easy exercise that I knew she would need. She got grumpy with only light exercise. Chansey was still taking care of the egg, which everyone on the team was thankful for. The expectant father most of all. As we settled in, I was calling out to Milotic to keep working on it. I knew even with Arcanine dogging him, if I turned away, Milotic would stop trying so hard. He was so cute. As long as I was watching, he did his best, even if he was lazy. As I was calling out, I was thinking of the future. I still wasn't confident in my last few gyms. My team was really growing strong. Arcanine alone, from how she was when we first fought Brock to now, had become so much stronger. She had gained almost as much mass as Arcanine had. And he was old. Honestly, it made me wonder if she was gonna become some sort of alpha Pokemon. Although I had looked into the concept, there wasn't much out there on giant, alpha, totem, or whatever you wanted to call them Pokemon. It made me once again a little annoyed at all the secrecy. I mean, I understood it, I just thought it was annoying. If I didn't have to hide gravity training all the time, I could travel with friends more. But I had chosen my path. If I hadn't already said I would beat Lance, I probably wouldn't even take part in this year's Indigo League. I really wanted to travel and pick up some more cuties. But travel to other regions was complicated. You could do it, but Pokemon restrictions meant it could be a real pain in the ass. For example, I could take my teammate Milotic out of Kanto, but if I tried to bring any of the flock, that would be a big no-no. If I traveled to Johto and captured one of their restricted Pokemon, I wouldn't be able to bring it back over to Kanto. Which was super annoying. Now that only counted for restricted Pokemon, and Johto and Kanto didn't have many restrictions on each other since we were already so close, and with the wars, Pokemon had been, well, there were plenty of times during the wars attempts had been made to capture Pokemon and bring them over to each region. But let's say I want a Rookidee? Traveling to Galar would require me to get permission to travel. And if I wanted to capture a Pokemon, I would have to do even more paperwork. And if I wanted to catch a restricted Pokemon? Forget about it. Not that Rookidee are restricted, flying types rarely were, but it was a Galar symbol. Sort of like Kanto and Growlithe. We were pretty proud of our fire dogs. If a John caught a Growlithe, it would probably cause some grumbles. Even if it was legal. I groaned a bit at the thought of the hassle just to capture a foreign Pokemon. I mean, my family had originally left Galar with a restricted Pokemon. Our Meowth breeding had been what helped solidify us here in Kanto. But that Meowth had been illegal to bring out of Galar. Pokemon poaching, if you wanted to call it that, was super illegal. And was way more restricted now than it had been back in my great-great-grandfather's day. Also probably a lot easier back then. The Pokemon capture system meant if you captured a Pokemon nowadays it was registered. Unless you were using an illegal Pokeball. But I wasn't Team Rocket. It did make me wonder what regions I could get to, and what Pokemon that I could find super useful wouldn't be restricted. I would have to find out. Actually, that was a good idea. I grinned as I rose up even if Professor Oak was dead. Well, there were other professors. I even knew one lived in Viridian City. I could reach out and ask him questions about what regions allow travel and what Pokemon are restricted. I giggled to myself. That could be fun. A bit of travel before I finish the gyms. I mean, it would only take me a few days between gym battles if I raced straight towards each one. Smiling, I was thinking about getting our camp all packed up for a run to Viridian before I heard it. Dragonair was falling straight down. Racing after the rock, which was falling towards the ground. She must have completely lost control over it. She was practically hissing as she raced after the rock. Her annoyance was palpable as she had an aura of dragon rush around her. I think she was planning on smashing the rock more than grabbing it. Racing down though it happened. A bright flash filled the clearing. Pre-e. Dragonair evolved. Her body shortened but then grew, wider, stronger. I could hear her voice change, grow more powerful as she suddenly disappeared from the air, and then she was hovering over the ground. The rock held between her hands. There was a heartbeat. And another before she seemed to realize what she had done. Onite? Dragonite drag? She questioned, looking surprised at herself as she realized she had hands. Then she smashed the rock into dust, dropped it to the ground, and enjoyed the use of her new legs as she began stomping on the slowly disappearing rock. I couldn't help it. I burst into laughter at the sight of her just pulverizing the rock that had been annoying her for the last few hours. Me. Milotic me. Milotic was suddenly there, in a static burst of extreme speed. That lazy fish. But then the two lovers came face to face, and I could see the flush go up Dragonite's face as she was examined by her husband. It was awkward for a moment. I could see Dragonite hesitate, almost cringe back at her new body. She was shy that he wouldn't like her because she wasn't his Dragoneel GF anymore. But I knew my fish. He wasn't just beautiful on the outside after all. He was just as beautiful on the inside. He slowly drifted in and pushed his forehead against hers. His big fins reaching up and wrapping around her, as she instinctively did the same with her new arms. It was so romantic. They were staring all dreamy-like into each other's eyes. And Milotic was showing that her arms didn't matter. Because he had fins before she had arms, and she didn't care. Oh my Arceus, it was too much for my heart. The love between my two friends was too much. Too bright. I couldn't look. I covered my eyes, like staring into the sun. It was too much for mortals to see. My fingers totally split. I saw it. I saw it all. Chapter 20. We didn't break camp. In fact, Chansey, Arcanine, and I went on a Luong walk not too long after. Dragonite had apparently decided to test out her new body. Milotic approved. We came back to camp long after night fell. I cooked a large meal for everyone, getting a feel for Dragonite's new tastes. I would probably need to find out her new nutritional needs as well. But that was it. Dragonite was tuckered out, and her and Milotic were all curled up together for the night. The next day again I pushed back any thought of leaving. Dragonite. Yeah, it's like this. I gesture showing a punch which she was watching and trying to replicate. It took a few tries before she had the basics of it down. Drag? Punches are very strong, and they open up a lot of options. Fire punch, thunder punch, ice punch, mega punch. See, you get a lot of options. I told her, ticking off my fingers, which utterly fascinated her for a moment as she realized she could do the same thing. Copying me cutely. She sang out a laugh, delighted in the simple act. I mean, wow. Could you imagine just not having hands, and then growing them? It must be utterly alien. I guess I had been right. The frustration of not being able to grab something had pushed her evolution through. Did that mean anything really? Nope. I already knew Dragonair could just evolve normally in battle as well. All this had done was give me a pretty neat piece of info that wasn't really useful for much. Still cool though. Dragonite? Yeah, we will work on all of those. We can work on your basic punches, and then just change the element on the fly. I bet it will really help out in battles. She sang, pleased at the idea. Okay, so we will finish some training today, break for lunch, but then we do need to hit a Pokemon Center. I need to make sure I have your nutritional requirements right. I tell her, thinking about the nutrition chart I had put together with Chansey. Unfortunately, there were a lot of guesses involved. Hopefully Nurse Joy would have a more accurate one. Drag. Of course, I'll make your food tasty. But we have to make sure it makes you strong too. I tell her at the unhappy noise she made about her food. Silly dragon. With that I started packing up, which Dragonite slowly joined me, hesitating a bit but enjoying being able to help as she lifted things as I taught her how to pack up the camp. It was so cute. Oh my god. I uttered awestruck as I realized how much of a fool I had been. A damned idiot. Moron. Idiot sandwich. Dragonite. Come here. I waved shakily at her as she looked at me curiously but did as I asked. Once she drew close, I settled her down opposite me and held out my hands. Like this. Drag? Yeah, just like that. Okay, so follow along with me. Patty cake, dash. I could absolutely die happy. I was still grinning long after I returned everyone and rode Arcanine to the nearest town, which ended up being Fuchsia. Being able to play patty cake with a dragon. It was so cute. Dragonite was so utterly enthralled with the child hand-eye coordination game. She was so cute. I squealed as I rolled around on the Pokemon Center's bed. I couldn't handle it. Oh no. I'm a fool. Damn dirty fool. No. I couldn't help but cry into my pillow. I hadn't bought a video recorder. Or even a camera. I missed out on pictures of Dragonite being fucking adorable. Failure. A complete failure as a Pokemon trainer. Take away my license. I cried into the pillow at my own foolishness. But a knock interrupted my pity party. Huh? I chirped as I got up, wiping my face to remove most of the tears. Hello, Ivy. Vicky. We cheered as we met, pulling each other into a hug. I knew it was you. Someone said a girl riding an Arcanine went into the Pokemon Center. Yeah. Who else would it be? I laughed, only to remember what I had just been crying about. Ivy. I cried as I surprise grabbed the greenette, pulling her into a tight hug as I started bawling into her shoulder. I'm the worst. Wah, Vicky. Are you crying? Why are you crying? I'm the worst. I cried out helplessly. What happened? Vicky. Talk to me. I didn't take pictures. I cried out helplessly. Dragonite's cute little confusion about dealing with hands. I missed it forever. So all of this is because you didn't take pictures of your Dragonite. Your Dragonite learning about her hands? It was so cute, Ivy. The most precious thing I ever saw. I missed it. Vicky. Why are you like this? Ivy asked with a sigh, sounding quite put out. But I simply shrugged. I guess it was pretty bad crying all over her, but she just didn't understand the cuteness level. It was like a million. A million cuteness. I could have recorded it and just played the video in contests and won every Pokemon contest forever. Forever. Anyway, Ivy attempted her best to change the subject, looking uncomfortable with my cuteness overload. I'm glad I caught up with you again. I got split off from Ash and his group, and I haven't seen them in a while. Have you seen them? Nope. I shrugged. They are probably lost in a forest somewhere or something. It happens. Oh. Ivy looked a little downtrodden then, but I smiled. I did run into Zealous though. Oh. How is she? Well, her Snivy is a superior now. Which is awesome, but more importantly, I had to teach her how to cook. Ivy blinked, trying to process that as I waited for her reaction, my mouth struggling not to burst into a smile. You taught her how to cook? She was completely incompetent at it. No, I refused to believe Zealous, the coolest girl in our year, dash. Hey, what about me? I'm cool. Doesn't know how to cook, Vicky. No one thinks you're cool. You just have cool Pokemon. Wah. They are my team that makes me cool. I saw Ivy's lips twitch as she struggled not to laugh at my whining. Afraid not. I think you have to be a little taller to be cool. My mouth dropped. How dare she make fun of my perfectly normal height? I mean, I was below the average, but that was normal too. For an average to exist, some people had to be below it. Just because I was well below it didn't matter. Details. Unimportant. Oh, that's it. Ivy. I challenge you to a Pokemon battle. I said with an evil grin as she went from teasing to an oh shit look on her face. No way. Hee hee hee. When two trainers' eyes meet, a challenge happens. That isn't true at all. It's the law. What? No, it isn't. Ivy yelled, lunging for me to either strangle me or smack me. I yelped, falling backwards off my bed, ending up with an angry greenette following me down. Man, I missed having people with me. After Ivy spent a few minutes fixing her hair, which I didn't bother with, we left my room and headed to the cantina. The basic meals the Pokemon Center offered were nice, so we settled down with some tasty meals as we talked about adventure so far. So Ash and his group got tickets for the SS and I didn't, so we ended up splitting up. I was a little sad. I wanted to go on a cruise ship too. But well, I think you're right. I hadn't really had my own adventure. So I waved to them goodbye and set out of Vermilion City. She took a deep breath as she exhaled. It was really scary at first. I ended up cuddling with Ivysaur that first night. I see no problem with this. I cuddle one of my Pokemon every night. I assure her, earning a snort. That's because you're weird. People don't usually travel with their Pokemon out, or hug them all the time like you do. That's just a Kanto thing actually. There are lots of places all over that it's normal to walk around with your Pokemon. Kanto is just being weird. I tell her with a firm nod as I stuff a burger into my mouth. I think it's just the polite thing to do, Vicky. Sounds like a tradition to me. I tell her, pointing with my burger. Gross. Don't speak with your mouth full. The thought did cross my mind, but sticking my tongue out full of half-eaten food was a little too childish even for me. So instead, I just shrugged. Oh, how many badges did you get? I defeated Fuchsia's gym yesterday, so I have 5. Ivy looked so happy. Oh. Did you go to Saffron's gym? I questioned with a whisper. Funnily enough, Ivy played along, looking around and leaning in. Why yeah. Sabrina was really scary. She had this haunter that floated around and kept making her laugh. It was really weird. Oh good. I chirped much louder, startling Ivy. That means she isn't crazy anymore. Phew. I really didn't want to get turned into a doll. Ivy was left blinking at me for a moment before her eyes widened. What do you mean turned into a doll? And nothing you have to worry about now. Don't just blow off saying something that scary. Nope. This conversation is over. Come on, finish your food. Vicky. Stepping out of the Pokemon Center with my team back on my hip, I felt much better. I still had to stop and get a video recorder, but unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of shopping in Fuchsia. It was a very old sort of city. A place where everything felt older. Like I had stepped into a city that hasn't changed since it was first built centuries ago. It was nice. Which of course immediately stopped being nice when I realized someone I knew was standing in front of me. Oh. Hi, Cousin Elizabeth. How are you? I asked, trying to hide the wince at the look I was receiving. Victoria. She acknowledged. Funnily, she was still wearing a semi-fancy kimono. Did my uncle's family actually wear kimono, and yukata everywhere? That would be so cringy. Oh. You're Vicky's cousin, I'm Ivy, one of Vicky's friends. It's nice to meet you. Ivy gave a bow to the kimono-clad girl, but received only a faint nod in return. Before once more turning to me, as if expecting something. The silence stretched on for a moment, before Elizabeth seemed to realize I wasn't following along on her script. Mostly 'cause I had no idea what she wanted. Listen, I don't really do complex social interactions, okay? I play in the mud with my eel, and wrestle my dog all day. It is custom in our clan Victoria to bow when meeting a member of the main house. Your father may have been excommunicated, but I would have expected even you to know that. Nope. I say simply with a shrug. Papa and I never really talk about the whole clan thing. I mean, neither of us are members. So can I help you, Elizabeth? The older teen crinkled her nose, before sighing. Yes, you can. Father and the elders would like to speak with you. Please follow me. She immediately turned and started walking off. I didn't move an inch. I was honestly wondering how long it would be before she realized I wasn't moving, when as the thought crossed my mind she stalled, slumped a little and turned around. The please was a polite fiction. You are being summoned to the main house. She finally spoke once she reached me once again. Yeah, no thanks. Since I'm not a member of the clan, it seems kinda weird for me to be ordered around, you know? I asked with a shrug, pushing my hat off my head so it fell behind me on its strap. I meant if someone from a different clan walked up to you and demanded you go with them. Would you? I could see I was utterly pissing off my cousin. Which? He. But also she was doing a great job of controlling herself. Even if Ivy's curious look between the two us had been noticed and made Elizabeth twitch a bit. You are right. Then instead. Please join me at the clan compound. This is. I am not attempting to be rude, Victoria, but many of the elders wish to meet with you. Excommunicated or not, you are family. She asked, keeping her voice from showing just how irritated she was. I had a feeling getting to know me more was the absolute last thing she wanted to do. Hence why I immediately smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Sure, sounds interesting. The eye twitch was great. Man, teenagers were amazing to mess with. All the desire to be seen as in control like an adult, but none of the experience. Lovely. Not that adults were really that much better at not losing their cool. Good. Please follow me. She asked before turning and walking down the road. Ivy looked confused as she sort of danced on her feet for a moment. Sorry, Ivy. I think this is a private family stuff thing. Meet up at the Pokemon Center tonight? Oh. Yes, that's fine. I'll just go. Oh, the Safari Zone. I'll go try that. Yeah. Have fun. Watch out for Tauros. If you are trying to capture other Pokemon, they have a thing about jumping in front of Pokeballs. I call out as I finally start catching up to Elizabeth. So. How have you been? Are you going to fight in the Indigo League this year? Possibly. She answered simply, seemingly ending the conversation for a while as I continued walking beside. Eventually, she got sick of the silence and nodded. Yes. If everything goes well, I intend to place extremely high in the league. The clan was very pleased with my last year's position. I aim to win the entire league this year. Wow, that's pretty cool. It takes a lot of work to beat a league. What is your team like? I know you have a skitty? I think Uncle Leopold said it was your starter last time? Correct. Skitty is a Hoenn feline Pokemon. They don't live here in Kanto. Father had to travel to Hoenn years ago for business. He collected one. They were thankfully not a restricted Pokemon. That's cool. She must be pretty strong if you take her into the league. Ever thought about evolving her? I asked, earning a sudden scowl from Elizabeth. Of course I have. She is my partner, we fought together for years, but she still won't evolve. I opened my mouth, closed it. Then shrugged. That's because Skitty doesn't evolve through strength, you need to use I think Moonstone? Pretty sure, Moonstone, I mumble a bit. I couldn't remember if it was Moonstone, or Shiny Stone or something. It was one of those. Geez. I'm really glad I remembered this junk. Who would have thought Pokemon facts would come in such clutch? I don't appreciate your jokes, Elizabeth said simply with a glare. You've never even seen a Skitty before, how would you know what they need to evolve? I don't know. I guess it just makes sense. I offer, purposefully keeping my smirk at the lie on the inside. TCH, my cousin made a noise of utter doneness at my flippant response. Now I was just wondering if she would actually try it. Oh man, even if she doesn't do it, this will be hilarious. Either she tries it, and it works, in which case all the bad things she is thinking about me right now were totally wrong. Or she keeps that arrogance and ends up with a Skitty when she could have a Delcatty. Evil grin tugging away at my lips, I followed the dark-haired teenager. We walked down the street for a bit, turning onto a much smaller road that after a small way stopped at a gate. It took me a few moments to realize it was actually a private road. That's right. Uncle Leopold had set up a clan compound here in Fuchsia. I guess I was about to see it. So, if Uncle Leopold set up a clan compound, how many families actually live here? And how many I guess don't? I talked to Gram a bit about the Ferrous clan, but she gets a little touchy about it. You don't even know that? Nope. I offer with a popped pea. I could feel her teeth grinding behind her noblewoman facade. The Ferrous clan isn't overly large. We aren't the Blackthorn that had its branch families create an entire city around them. Right now, the main house, our house, she offered, being very firm in saying she was of the main house. Joke's on her, I could care less. Is here, of course. As well as many of our cousins' families. Grandfather had 2 sons. Our father's, but he also had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Many of their descendants live here. The compound is growing well. But why? Why what? She asked testy. Why do they live with you? I mean, I am pretty sure housing prices aren't that high. Protection and convenience mostly. How do you not know this? I don't know. Answer my question, and I will at least know enough to answer your question. I told her, earning only a confused look and a sigh as we continued walking down the gravel road. The forest growing right up to the road, the chirps of birds sang along our way. The Ferrous clan are Pokemon breeders. We are easy targets for anyone looking to steal away Pokemon. If you steal an egg, then when that Pokemon hatches, it isn't going to care who it actually belongs to. So the family has always stuck close to each other. The main branch of the family takes on the job of protecting the rest. It is why your father was excommunicated. Not only did he take on a dog, but he abandoned his duty. I took that in for a while. I guess it made sense. This world had police, sure, but when everyone walked around with a Pokemon capable of smashing a person into paste. Or at least most people did. Then you probably didn't have time for the police to show up if you were attacked. So the family stayed close, protection in numbers, and the main family took on the duty of securing the rest of the families. Is that why Uncle Leopold kept talking you up as being a strong battler to Gram way back? That's right. Father is aiming for the position of clan head, so I am showing the entire clan that my battling skill is great enough to protect them into the next generation. Oh. Uncle Leopold isn't the clan head? Clan politics was so confusing. Not yet. She snapped, glaring. He will be. There is no one else who can do it. Your father is not in the running. Right, because he was excommunicated. I remember. Good, don't let it slip your mind. Father will be the clan head. No one else. Since I could totally tell Uncle Leopold's lock on the title of clan head didn't seem as secure as Elizabeth was trying to hint that it was, I let it drop with a smile and a nod. Besides, we had come up to another gate. This one was an entrance to an old Cantonian-style compound. Large walls with cute little tile roofs on them ran all around. The gate was open, but there were Pokemon resting on the wooden doors. Cat Pokemon. An old Persian that was definitely related to Gram's prized breeder, 'cause they had the same eyes. And a much younger Meowth. I guess that made sense. If you had Pokemon, they could act as guards even better than a human, and since the Ferrous clan was all about cats, well, it made sense. Good morning, Persian. Elizabeth called out, giving a bow to the older Persian that was resting on what should be a little lamp pillar, just inside the gate, but it had instead been converted into a little kitty bed. He had a little roof over his head. Fucking adorbs. My feet of course moved before I was thinking, taking me closer, but before I could get close enough to offer some scratches to the old cat, a hand grabbed my arm and dragged me away. I pouted as I was dragged away from the old Persian. I knew his scary face was just how he was born. He wanted scratches and attention. I know it. I grew up around Gram. I know the secrets of Persians. Don't bother, Persian, he will cut your head off. Doubt. I muttered, wishing I could push X as hard as possible. Welcome to the Ferrous clan compound. She offered, directing me down the old-style path that ran straight between a row of old-style Cantonian houses. It wouldn't have been out of place in some old Hazuyan Isekai adventure. Just with everything being stone or concrete, and better kept. It was a mix of old and new. It was quaint. But seriously, guys. I think this may be too many cats. Like. Even I'm saying that? Everywhere I looked, a cat Pokemon was hanging out. Persian and Meowth were the most common, although I did see a few Purloin as well. Which impressed me. Someone must have traveled to Unova. I think I'm starting to see why my papa catching a Growlithe was such a big deal, I muttered, vividly imagining papa coming home with Growlithe for the first time. Man, talk about a catastrophe. Giggling to myself, I followed after Elizabeth, waving to people as I passed. Many of them had at least one feature I recognized from my own. Although none were blonde or blue-eyed. Those were traits I picked up from Mama after all. I did stick out a bit, being the only blonde in a sea of black hair. But I was kind of surprised at how many people there were. Men, women, old grannies, and old grandpas. Kids as well. Plenty of them were looking curiously at me from beside Meowths that were obviously attached to them. Cute. But Elizabeth didn't stop, and no one stopped her. A few bows in her direction as she walked, which she returned, and on we went, down the road that was wide enough for cars but felt much smaller, with all the homes having large porches full of sleeping cats, or kids playing in the middle. Honestly? I kinda get the whole living in a compound now. It seemed really fun and cute. Unfortunately, there weren't enough berry trees. So that's a no from me. Where would Milotic climb? What would I gather in the morning to feed Arcanine a treat? I hadn't been at home long enough for Dragonite to slot into the berry tree formula, but I went to Dragonite Island. I saw those lazy dragons sitting under a berry tree and literally just shaking it with one arm until berries fell on them. There at the end of the street was a mansion. It really was. Larger by a full story over every other home on the street. 3 stories instead of 2 at most. It loomed large at the end of the street. It even had little Persian statues on each side of the steps leading up. Those were usually Arcanine, but I guess my extended family was a little cat crazy. Come inside. The elders are waiting for you. Elizabeth called, pulling me away from taking in the sights. I hurried forward, catching up to her at the large front doors, which she pushed open. A fucking maid was there. I blinked. As she gave a little bow. Welcome home, Miss Ferrous. Your father and the elders are awaiting you in the meeting hall. Excellent. Come along, Vicky. Weird. Thank you. I tell the maid as we walk past. The house was in an older style, but it was new. I could see signs of modern touches everywhere. As we walked through the house, I could practically see the Meowth watching me, glowing eyes in the dark spaces. Joke's on them, if they try anything, I'll pull out a heckin' big doggo that would love to play with them. The thought put a smile on my lips once again as I followed Elizabeth through the warm halls and into a large room. A long floor table resided in the middle, but to my surprise, there were seating all around the edges of the room. Like it was meant for lots of people to gather together. Elders. Father. I have returned. You brought the girl. Uncle Leopold said, simply informing the room. The chairs along the outskirts of the room were empty, but along the large flat table on comfortable-looking cushions sat an array of old men and women. Excellent. Come in, come in. One of the older men called out, waving me inside. So I stepped forward. If they thought I would act like a normal 10-year-old, they were about to be mistaken. Hiya. I'm Vicky. Nice to meet all of you. I chirped out as I walked over to the table and promptly plopped into an empty seat. I studiously ran my eyes over the crowd, watching the emotions play over their face. Some immediately grew angry at my faux pas, some amused. I made a note of all of them. The amused ones could be fun. Niece? It is impolite to sit before you have been invited. Uncle Leopold spoke chidingly, but to my amusement, he only said that after he swallowed back the anger my action had caused. Sorry about that. I answered simply, but certainly didn't make any move to actually get up. That earned a few frowns, but the elder that called me in simply continued. I believe as this is the first time our young grandchild of the clan has joined us, we should be polite. I am your granduncle, your grandmother is my elder sister. Feel free to call me Grandpa Roy. Many of the youngins do. He offered with a grin that literally looked like the one Papa would often give me. I returned it happily. The other elders all introduced themselves, some with more cheer than others. When it was finished, I decided to get to the heart of the matter. While I am enjoying meeting all of you, and seeing the compound, which is super homey. Why did you ask me to be here, or I guess I should say, why did you try and order me to show up? Papa was excommunicated, so I'm sorta in a weird spot. Indeed. That is true. Your father's choices forced our hands in his clan status. But it seems times have changed. Grandpa Roy offered with a stroke of his beard. Much to the chagrin of our current clan head. Me. I am an old man, Victoria. Your father's excommunication was done as a necessity at the time. At least that is what I thought. He sighed, looking a little ashamed. Victor Ferrous has made something of himself in the last few years. That is without even considering the Milotic. You are talking about Arcane. Arcane? His Arcanine's nickname? Yep. He used to be Growlithe. I don't even think he would respond to a normal Growlithe call. I mean, Papa works with Growlithe all day, so saying Growlithe was a good way to get his partner's attention. It just sorta stuck. I say with a shrug, but only Grandpa Roy seemed interested. The others had a polite disinterest. Or a very obvious disinterest in Uncle Leopold. How nice. Now of course our interest in your father's improvement is between us and him. But that does leave you in an interesting spot. We have very rarely ever excommunicated anyone from the clan before. Usually for great crimes in the past. Your father was the first to be done because of a failure of duty. I get the feeling I'm being propositioned to rejoin the clan. I offer a little dryly, earning a chuckle from Grandpa Roy and a scowl that was failing to remain hidden from Uncle Leopold. That's correct. While we have excommunicated people before, this is the first time we have had to consider children involved. You of course were not raised within the clan. Either the Viridian old home that Sister Mel keeps up, or here our new compound that the distant families have begun gathering at once again. That's right, this whole place is new. Yes. The family used to be much more spread out. Unfortunately, the loss of our unique Meowth caused a splinter in the family that is only now being restored. Interesting. But I still don't really get why you brought me here. Especially without one of my parents here. You are 10, and on your journey. You are an adult in the eyes of Kanto. Uncle Leopold surprisingly answered. A journey is the path to adulthood. To see how well you can handle the real world. You trained an Arcanine. I don't believe many would consider you still a child. Okay. So that explains why you wouldn't think to mention this to say Gram. Ah, Grandma Melanie. I answered since I doubted most would know who I was speaking to. I doubt she would be okay with not being here. Or telling me about it. I say pointedly looking at Uncle Leopold. The clan felt a more personal meeting between us and you was needed. Grandpa Roy offered instead. So you wanted me alone, so you all could pressure me into giving up my Milotic flock. I say sharply, straight through the atmosphere of faux kindness. I'm not feeling very reassured. Huh. I told you this wouldn't work as you thought. The girl is obviously still wary. One of the elder women spoke, then a biting grin that reminded me of a cat. Well, it reminded me of Gram's smile too. We are not here to entrap the girl. Grandpa Roy spoke instantly, in a sharp tone, looking straight at Uncle Leopold. He sighed, then turning to me. Yes, Victoria. We wanted to get a measure of you. And offer you to become a member of the clan as you should have been in truth. And yes. We are concerned about the Milotic. As you know, my elder sister used our clan contacts to set up the investments in your name. The returns on which are quite astounding. Yeah, Gram showed me the books when I asked. Then you should know that it is the largest investment the clan has seen since our Meowths stopped being born as Galarian variants. Much of the family has been returning. We have seen a massive increase in our unity and growth. This compound wasn't nearly as nice even just a few years ago. Okay, but the flock are doing fine. We thought the same during the last war. We lost family members then. Uncle Leopold said. Mother is too stubborn to ever leave the Viridian home, even when many of the clan left during the start of the last war. It was the first home of our family. She grew up there and won't leave. But Viridian is close to Johto. If a war flares up again, Viridian is in the red zone. Close enough to the border, it will likely be struck full force before a response could be gathered. We worry about the source of our family's wealth. We simply want to ensure that a surprise accident can't send us once more spiraling. Grandpa Roy offered. I'm not sure I can help you. I tell them. My flock lives at my home. Where they are happy. I'm happy there too. And I honestly don't really know if I want to join a clan. I answer with a shrug. I've never been in a clan, never needed one before. Understandable. Grandpa Roy spoke up instantly, silencing a few of the group who looked like they were going to say something. As I said, Victoria, this wasn't meant to trap you. Know that you are welcome here in the compound. That we are family. Even if you don't wish to rejoin the clan, you are still family, and this compound was built to house family. He offered with a smile. I felt my back untensing a bit. I had been worried about how they would react to a negative. I'm glad you didn't start yelling or something. I couldn't help but admit, earning a chuckle from the old man. I don't yell much anymore. Now in my youth, I tanned your father's hide more than once. He offered with a wink, which I couldn't help but laugh at that reveal. Papa is pretty reliable, so that surprises me. Oh, he may be reliable now. But he was a troublemaker as a child. Should I bring up the crabby incident, Leopold? The old man offered with an utter shit-eating grin, as Uncle Leopold went instantly red, looking quite unhappy at that reminder. I doubt ancient history needs to be brought up right now, elder. He nearly hissed, before turning to me. Let me be blunt then, since the elders wish to remain gentle. What will it take to have the Milotic brought to Fuchsia? Last time I thought you said you refused to work with Papa's spawn? He twitched a little before nodding. The clan's future is more important than my pride. The income stream must be protected. I spoke out of anger, last time. There is many years of history between your father and I, things you are assuredly not aware of. I do not hate you, Victoria. You are simply attached to someone that I retain only bad memories of. Huh. That was actually surprisingly reasonable. But then again, Gram wasn't here. So I guess it wasn't as bad. I groaned a little as I rubbed my forehead. I hated this sort of stuff. Reasonable people worrying about reasonable problems. But especially when I just didn't want to do it. I wanted my comfy farm life. With poking Milotic out of berry trees and river races. I can't give you any satisfactory answer right now. I say, sitting back up straight. I can understand your worries. Even if, bluntly, it isn't really my problem. But you are family, and I'm not entirely unsympathetic to your concerns. I stand up, startling most of the room. I will have to talk to my parents, and think about what you brought up. Then please take all the time you need. Move at the speed you are comfortable with, Victoria. Grandpa Roy offered kindly. But do remember, regardless, you are welcome to come home. To this home. I am sure we can find a place for you if you would like a room as well. I'll think about it. Thank you. I told him before deciding I didn't want to be here anymore. It was making me anxious. I would have to apologize to Ivy, I decided as I headed just outside the main house between the two Persian statues. I really wasn't in the mood for hanging around. So I grabbed a pokeball. Dragon. Dragonite. She called out to me as she stretched a bit, looking around curiously at the people and Pokemon around her, all of whom were looking at her in shock and surprise. Hey Dragonite. I need to get home. Do you want to fly to Viridian City with me? I ask only for her to jerk towards me and practically dance on her new legs. Great. So it will be that way at I was cut off as my dragon happily reached over and grabbed me in a slightly too tight grip still and burst into the air. I am pretty sure she even burst into extreme speed there for a moment before the next thing I could see was the beautiful sky. And then she was off. Luckily, I kept my goggles around my forehead for emergency Arcanine runs whenever she had the zoom eyes. So I slipped them down and was able to see. The sky was so beautiful up here. The ground was disappearing beneath us as she raced towards home. I only had to help her adjust her course a few times on the way home.